Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning-fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner of your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's week number 2, day 1. We're kicking it off with 2 amazing series. Best of 3s, of course, and you're here on the desk with us. My name's Husky, and as always, it's a big G, Gin and Q.
Yep, it's good to be back once again. Here in week number 2, we already saw how week number 1 progressed. Pretty decent, honestly, considering the previous MPLs. This time around in week number 2, we want to see which team can maintain that momentum, with Team Vamos the only team to be able to 2-0.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas tapi sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in. For the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm
Night Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning-fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner of your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's week number 2, day 1. We're kicking it off with 2 amazing series. Best of 3s, of course, and you're here on the desk with us. My name's Husky, and as always, it's a big G, Gin and Q.
Yep, it's good to be back once again. Here in week number 2, we already saw how week number 1 progressed. Pretty decent, honestly, considering the previous MPLs. This time around in week number 2, we want to see which team can maintain that momentum, with Team Vamos the only team to be able to 2-0 at the end of week number 1.
Absolutely, we got to sample every single flavor of the teams, but of course it comes with the assistance of Hotlink and the best 5G for lightning fast mobile legends bang bang gaming only with Hotlink. You can enjoy unmatched 5G network with low latency and improved gameplay with Hotlink, as well as 20% off in-game items. So get the best MLBB gaming experience with Hotlink right now.
With that being said, let's have a look at today's schedule to discuss about today's games. Here in week number 2, day number 1, we have JP Niners up against Team Vamos RSG versus Todak. All of these local MY teams, some doing better than others in week number 1, but coming into week number 2, what are some of your expectations, Husky?
Well, just for day number 1, I'm looking at how RSG, MY, and Todak are going to turn out, right? Both teams are sort of the fallen empires looking to reclaim their throne. Obviously, RSG, MY ever so close to a grand finals appearance. Last season dropped out in 3rd place. Whereas for Todak, they finished 5th and 6th 2 seasons in a row, coming in with a full 10-man lineup to make it happen in season 14.
I mean, both RSG as well as Todak, unfortunately, not exactly getting the best of week number 1, but even coming into week number 2, JP Niners and Vamos, both of them winning out their matchups. Let's talk about the lineup for JP Niners with Zach QT, Yethri, Max, Rasi, and as well as Loliel.
They were able to get their first series win in week 1 against Team Ray, 2-1. A lot of scrappy moments, but we've said that super glad to see Max in the main 5, right? Really putting work in the jungle. Obviously, Loliel as well from RCMY to JP9 is also really showing his prowess in that goal lane.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that the weakest part about this team is during their team fights. Zach QT is very stable, and Rasi may create some opportunities, but we haven't seen Loliel get to that form when he was in RSG, where he's not only just dominating, but confidently taking over the game.
Yeah, and of course, their opponents today will not be an easy one. It's going to be from Team Vamos, the ex-Homeboys lineup. In fact, a reunion, a combination of Warlord, Smooth, Chibi, Zorn, and Nets. And Smooth starting in the XP lane so far has been a hot topic. Is he going to be the improvement for Vamos? So far, I'd say it's heading down that direction.
Not the cleanest gameplay just yet, but one of the better-looking teams after week number 1. They confidently took a 2-0. They are still a very aggressive team, obviously, with Chibi on that lineup. He really likes to push that tempo a lot faster. Even sometimes even his team can't keep up with him.
And we were blessed to see games back-to-back, one of his signature picks. And the fact that this team has a lot the team says a lot about Team Vamos as well. But at the same time, we got to talk about the headline, because this is what we just brought up. The smooth transition. Is this the key to push Vamos to the top?
Well, honestly, I think that Smooth has been a reliable player during his time of Team SMG. And even before that, right? A deadly EXP laner, has a wide hero pool, but more importantly, has 2 different play styles. Whether he can play damaged EXP laners or tank EXP laners, generally he's pretty flexible. But the meta calls many things of him.
Yeah, and right now I think it puts him in a very comfortable spot, right? No Paquito, no Benedetta, no problem. He's a big Teresa player. You want the Phobias first pick, high loss. Smooth kind of got that covered. And I think it's also great to have that flexibility for Team Vamos. In any case, if they want Sepa to be in the main lineup, I'm pretty sure down the road they will have the chance.
I am curious to see whether or not Smooth is capable of playing Phobias, especially into a losing matchup, right? I think that's something we haven't yet to see. But let's not forget, if we're talking about EXP laners, we also got to talk about maybe an EXP laner, maybe a jungler with the new hero, the Mask of the Immortal Shoyu.
It will be released on the 21st of September. Of course, when it's released, you can play it in your games, but we won't see it in MPL for another 2 weeks after the release date. But stay tuned, because that means there's a possibility that playoffs we will be featuring Suyo.
Yep, Suyo. Shoryu. Can't get Sure.
What's Worcestershire store?
Boy, don't even. Oh boy, it's a bad start for me. But with that being said, with this upcoming game, hopefully we're going to see the full extent of these teams. Whether it's just a week one thing where it's just you're hot, you're starting off because of the season, the cameras, the lights, the action for you guys. But coming into week number 2. Whether or not it's going to be the same consistency is a completely different story.
With that being said, it's time to get our gloves ready because we'll bring our contenders to the stage. It's Team Vamos and JP Liners coming on.
JP Niners.
Coming off a dominant 2-point haul last week, they've stormed into 3rd place in the league. Will today be the day they claim a full victory and dethrone Team Vamos? Powered by Max with maximum effort. Stand tall for the unstoppable force from Negri to Milan, JP Niners.
Team Vamos.
Dominating with a clean and effortless victory against Ready Sports in their first match, Team Vamos strengthens their ranks with the additional power burn to support Coach Pop in the tactical department. Warriors, the reign begins now. Team Vamos! Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and the head of league ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL MY. Good luck to both of our competitors.
Rivalries rekindled, the fighting spirits reignited. Of course, on both sides we have antagonists, right? Big part of Homeboys 2 seasons ago, made the leap of faith to JP Niners. Very rough season 13, but deciding to stay for another season with a new revamped lineup. Obviously, you compare them to Homeboys. It's more of a rocky start in Homeboys Vamos. It's more of a rocky start in week 1. This one is going to be the true test.
Well, to be fair, at least for the JP Niners, they've already got their first win of the season out of their way, so there's no pressure to actually achieve that anymore. Whether or not they're going to win this reunited battle between the analysts and tacticians, I mean, good luck to both of them. Last season didn't go too well for Anja.
Yeah, definitely didn't, right? He had a lot of struggles. We've seen it on his face, but of course, looks a lot more glowed up this season. But of course, I want to remind you guys to join the fight now. There's a redemption code on your screen, or you could just scan the QR code and get your hands on some goodies. We're giving it away every season.
It's free. Do it now while you still can, while you still have the opportunity, or even screenshot it for a friend of yours down the road. And make sure you tell them that the MPL MY sends its regards.
Free entrance, that's the most important part, right? If you are around MBSJ Serdang, Dewan Serang Jaya area, just come. I mean, we have a lot of space left, and even if we don't, you still can hang around outside. Plenty of booths, a lot of merchandises, food trucks, drinks, all you could ask for.
I mean, as long as you're pretty active into the community, I'm sure you will see some familiar faces. I was thinking whether or not you would recognize somebody if you come to MPL. Now that I think about it, like, honestly, yeah.
You probably would, right? You might even meet people who always show up on the screen, you know, those fan interactions. You might even be a part of that, or you could join interaction, you know, led by Rose before the show starts. Plenty of things going on. Of course, seeing your favorite players, sometimes meeting your idols. Like Solos came down last week as well.
He did. Yeah, he did. Let's have a look at the WhatsApp here with, from JP Niners only, Coach Chico here. Will we see JP bring in the heroes that Beloyski used in MPL ID? He answered, we will see later, because back when I was in Rebellion, I really liked all these cheese picks, so we might bring it here. Interesting words from Coach Chico.
Yeah, for example, in Halkert, Rome, Natalia, Gato Kacha was kind of the latest invention by Beloyski, and he has also kind of cooked up some highlights in MPL ID. The map pack highlight, the allegations against Big Brain Beloy. There's that one as well. See, I mean, JP Niners have shown us surprises in the past. They have really upset some of the best teams. Toda was one of the best examples last season. I think now taking up Vamos will be kind of a cut above. We also want to look at the MVP ranking. So far, Box, Chibi, Max, Sakai are all tied in first. All 4 are junglers, followed by Ruff in 5th, who is a goal laner.
Yeah, it seems to be the junglers' high-impact moments for this season until the meta decides to change, or if the next patch does decide to shake things up. And speaking of which, right, the last time we saw JP Niners up against, well, previously the Homeboys with that lineup including Warlord, they didn't do so well. And a lot of it just came down to just lack of leadership previously. But now, I think that this team seems a little bit more well-suited to take on the current version Team Vamos.
And I think they also have adjusted pretty well to Chibi, well, not to Chibi, but to Max's playstyle, right? In last season when Max come in halfway through, they took some time to get used to how Max is playing. Can we match up against his tempo? Can we make sure that if our jungler dives in, we are there to back him up? Last season was kind of a testing phase, but right now, feel a lot more cohesive, and even Max feels a lot more relaxed with the squad.
I mean, that's just one playstyle, though, right? Having a main win condition and a secondary win condition later down the line is always going to be important in a meta such as now, because it's so high impact and it's very easy to shut down a singular win condition.
Assassins, right? In a nutshell, that's why kind of the red side pick has been so important. We've seen some crazy blue side wins, and best example actually came from a Team Hawk against RGMY, which somehow blue side won all 3 games. But in this case, I think for Team Vamos, the addition of a new technical staff, I think it's going to help alleviate some of that pressure for the team.
Well, maybe the draft is going to be better, but in what way? After listening to what Chico had to say, maybe some of these cheese picks or special interactions is going to come out live today on in this best of 3. I am hopeful, but at the same time, can Rossi do it, right? I would only imagine that the cheese picks are going to come in the support role.
That's true. Of course, Vamos supporters, they want Chibi to kind of just give us a savage on week 2. Why not, right? Just set the record straight. He is one of our record holders for the highest global GPM, and it was on Nolan, more than 1,100 or something. Still a very incredible achievement. But I think when it comes to cheese pick, I agree, right? I think 2 big roamers that we were looking for more was from Virgie and Rossi. Right? These 2 have a lot to prove. I think Rossi, in this case, if he can fit into Ancha's playbook, I think he would also roll out with Chico, because these 2 coaches love the cheese.
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether that's going to be the case, because I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see something like crazy, like Natalia, for an example. You know, early way to slow down your opponent's play, scaling style of composition. If not more early games, kind of what flavor of the month they're feeling like. But overall, we've seen them play through their jungle. I wish to see them have a secondary win condition in Zac QT and actually play around it if first condition is not met.
Either that or Loleo. I think Loleo has been a prime win condition.
I don't know about that.
That was back then.
I don't know about that one. After last week's games was something where I was like, man, Loleo, if he could just team fight properly, it could have been a very fast day.
That is true as well. Well, they gave us the second longest game, 24 minutes against Team Ray. Still not the longest we had. We broke a record last week, thanks to Team Hawk. So it's not that bad if you all things considered.
It could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. Maybe if Mimo's playing in the mid lane. he's on the record for all the longest games so far. Every single time we have a long game, Mimo's playing mid.
Followed by Zav. And they happen to be enemies like last week. So.
It's too funny. But at least we've gotten that out of the way, right? I would imagine the rest of the season is going to be a little bit faster. And honestly, I do think by past week 3, a lot of these games are going to end relatively quick. Yeah, speaking about quick games, Team Vamos actually gave us the quickest game so far in the regular season. It was Game 1 against Ready Sports last week. 10 minutes, 51 seconds. Record almost broken by SRG against Team Ray, but they didn't have a wave, so that game went on for 3 extra minutes. So I think Team Vam was still keeping that aggressive playstyle, right? If we end the game within the first Lord, we'll do that. Do you think that JP Niners is going to go for another death ball comp again?
I know.
Just one more time. Like, this time it'll work, I swear. Last week was a fluke.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a team raid thing, but for Niners, hopefully not. I don't think Lolia would accept playing Ruby.
I don't know. He used to play EXP before he got shifted to gold.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't think so. Is he as easily convinced as Zav's last season?
Oh, it depends. It depends how much of a sit down he got from both Ancha and Chico. It's just like, Loyals. Last week didn't go well. That Moskov did. That Moskov was questionable. Let's put you on Ruby. You can't mess up on Ruby, right?
Max, you're up now. But that's under the condition he gets like a Roger or Link, right?
That's true. Let's see what these weapons are going to be for our warriors here up on stage as we start moving over to the drafting stage to keep you guys up to date with what's going on. Good luck to both of our competitors here one more time as we start heading right into it. Let's see who's on what side, though. I think that's the biggest question. And it looks like Team Vamos have opted to go onto the red side. JP on blue.
Yeah, Power Heroes banned out right off the bat. Chip still 100% win rate, followed by High Loss, Jushin Edith by JP9ers, Jawhead as well, one of their biggest enemies when they faced off against Team Ray last week. Well, we still have Phobius on the table, and some teams have been willing to let it go on red side. We'll see if Coach Pops thinks the same.
I don't know. With these power picks, I think some teams are a little undecided on. Like High Loss, for an example, some people would rather ban it out than play it themselves. Other teams decide, you know what, let's get rid of it entirely so that nobody can actually touch it, so we have options. Like Jawhead, for an example. If you're an assassin player, or even if you're just a marksman jungler, even if you're playing Roger, there is still a good chance you get hit by a majority of his abilities. Worse yet, getting reset with the ejector.
Yeah. We've only seen one team kind of flex the High Loss, and that was Monster Vicious last week against Todak, Rome and XP. So Vamos, they do open the Phobius. They ban the Ruby out, so any chances of low Liao on Ruby is now out the window. And that means that Vamos actually wants to get mobile as well, right? You want to be able to move around the map as much as possible. Phobius first pick for Niners.
Okay, I like this one coming in from JP Niners. We know that Vamos generally, if Chibi isn't going to... I would assume that they're not going to pick the Fanny so early on, and if they get pushed into a corner, usually we see Chibi actually pick up a Nolan or even a Hayabusa, both of which don't do too well against the Phobias overall. But we see Roger, we see this off instantly picked up over the side of Vamos, and this is why red side is dangerous.
Yeah, and it's a two big deny picks from JP Niners, right? We know Max, if he wants to get comfortable, the Roger is always a choice that they will fall back to. So now Vamos not only takes away that potential flex pick, but at the same time you eliminate something that makes ZachQT feel safe in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think this might just be an angle for Farmus for ZachQT. If he wants to play a little bit more scaling, Sicilian is also not a bad idea. Generally, if he is going to play a utility, it's going to be Valentina, but right now there's no need for it unless they're trying to hard predict what the next what the final rotation of picks are going to be for Vamos.
I would expect Valentina to come out if they're on red side fourth pick, but even then it's a pretty rare side nowadays. I know we've seen Todak pick it in the second phase, and that one didn't end up too well. JP Niners, they go for the Vexana. Keep it classic, keep it simple, take the Julian for a max.
Alright. Vexana into the Julian. I think this is totally fine. Julian does pretty well against assassins overall. He's got a lot of tools in his kit to make sure he can get out of tough situations while still dealing way too much damage. But Vamos, now on their final pick for the rotation. How are they going to start closing it up? Because so far, if we're looking for like hard counters here, I don't think there's a direct one yet. Kufra, rather interesting, so they're going to go for more of a pick-off.
I was thinking whether they would pick Zorn or Smooth Hero. Kufra was on the back of my mind. Good to see Kufra again. Obviously, there are certain ways to play around him if you are JP Niners for now, but we've seen Zorn very oppressive on that Kufra Quantum Charge, maybe into a Thunderbelt that we've kind of saw from Yumes in previous tournaments. Those early game pressure is going to be very crucial for JP Niners to handle.
Yeah, we do see the Brocket as well as Harith bans. Rather interesting that JP are the ones banning up the Harith, seeing that the Roger could be flexed into gold. I would have liked them to hold it up a little bit longer, but the fact that maybe this could be a trigger. This could be like an indicator with the Grok, but I don't think personally for me, I don't think it's much of an indicator. This could be information from scrims.
I was waiting for me perhaps the last ban, right? Like see what Vamos bans out first for their fifth, and then you decide whether the Harith goes. The fact that the Moskov is banned out, I don't think there's an angle for a fighter go. I don't see that happening. Just because the Ruby is not there, there is still the Claude left for Nets and Nathan, right? We've seen him play that as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be either or. I would imagine that Vamos is going to be the one who picks up the Claude and then force JP Niners to actually pick up the Natan, because that takes much later scaling, much more scaling time in comparison to the Claude. Now we do see the Terizla ban for the side of JP Niners. I think this is very, very smart. Now you can't just go blind and say, hey, double flex pick with the X-Borg, what are you going to do?
Yeah, and at the same time also you can remove one of Smooth's most comfortable setup heroes. You want to make the lane as comfortable as possible for Year 3. We haven't really gotten to talk about this, but Year 3 into Smooth is also something that we've seen in previous seasons. And so far, the record hasn't been looking too pretty for Year 3 as an individual. There are moments that he makes pretty hasty calls. In this case, you've got to be composed. So Arlet will be the choice for Vamos.
Rather interesting. Why didn't they pick the Arlet as third rather than fourth?
Right.
That's why I'm a I'm thinking this is a little bizarre. It feels like Vamos is trying to set up for an assassin here at the end of the day, right? We do see the quad get picked up for the side of JP because Vamos let it through, thanks to their Arlet pick. Let's see what the final selection for JP Niners is going to be. So far, they're only missing their roamer. I don't think there's any roamer. Maybe Tigreal? Oh, there we go.
So Tigreal, I don't see any other choices, right? Most of them are banned out. Unless Vamos want to run some cheeky, Zasco lane, this should be a Natan.
I would imagine. Carry isn't too bad. They probably want something that kind of sits down and just blasts away. Natan is more favorable, but I think if the preference leans into carry, that's totally fine too.
So it's Natan. Picked so far 3 times. Won 2 out of the 3 games he was picked. So, I mean, for Vamos, most of them comfort picks, honestly, especially Zorn. You see that early pressure that he provides as the cool front. It can really shut down this Vexana lane.
Yeah, well, hopefully we see the man-to-man defense here, or unless we do see JP Niners lean more towards the gold side of the map, just to try and get Claude ahead as soon as possible. There's many different angles that JP Niners can actually play through, thanks to how quick and more control they have with that mid lane. But at the same time, as soon as Max hits level 3, if he can create an opening for Ye 3 or even Loliels, that could doom the lane straight away.
I'm waiting to see what Rossi takes as his talent, right? Is it going to be the Brave Might? Because that's kind of what we saw last week by Storm against Team Hawk, where you want to survive the early game, enemy roamer can't touch you, you just take Brave Might. Game 1 between these 2 squads, JP Niners against Team Vamos, underway with JP Niners blue side, Vamos on the red.
Alright, let's jump right into it here, as both junglers are going to be starting on the bottom side of the map and making their way to the top. The orange start for Max and the purple start for Chibi. As they make their way up towards the top side, it looks like gold is going to be on top side this time around. So at least both junglers know what they're doing. Wow, that was a good pull coming in from Rossi. Really well timed.
Very well timed. I think that's definitely study how Zorn plays the Kufra. Sometimes you just take Tyrant's Revenge level 1, and then if you land it on the enemy mid laner, you essentially just push out the wave. Very good reaction, honestly. I was expecting maybe Rossi would think about that early invade, gives you kind of stall out the Roger. Probably not worth it in this case, as long as ZachQT is able to clear out the wave.
That's what I was thinking too, but maybe he had like a rough understanding of the openers coming in from Team Vamos. Usually they get control over mid lane first before, especially if you don't see like that early engagement level 1 at gold lane, right? At this point, they're going to take their time. After winning the Lethal Wanderer, Max does have a slight EXP lead, but GB has been power farming the entire way through, really abusing the mobility and transformational dashes coming in from Roger.
That does make the life of ZachQT slightly hard, and also kind of forcing Rossi to be there longer than he wants to. Ideally, he wants to be able to go into the jungle, find out where Chibi is, but that is kind of a no-go this time. Bottom lane freezed up, these XP laners.
Well, they don't really want to walk up here, especially considering that the minions have pushed past the halfway point. If Smooth goes up to take a minion now, like physically auto-attack it, he will die. And I think he senses this, right? A majority of Team Vamos is making sure that they are addressing the advances of the JP Niners. Whenever they lean to one side of the map, they match them straight away.
You see the idea from both teams. Now, on the other side, the bush engage onto Ye Tree, chip away at his HP. He will hit that level 4 though. That means he has the Infernal Pursuit. ZachQT swipe back. The final slash gets away. Trading HP, but JP9 has come out a bit healthier.
Yeah, and worse yet, Team Vamos is going to be missing their EXP laners all. That final slash was supposed to be the difference maker here. Ye 3 can do a lot. Oh.
That puts on away. Hit 4 just in time, so there's a chance for the counter engage. Move in the midst of things, followed by Ye 3. Of course, the Eternal God drop out. Zorn wishes the out, but does go down. First blood for JP Niners.
They find first blood. They find a trade at the very least. At least Ye 3 is alive. He's going to be able to start getting a lead over Smooth, who's too low to actually participate in this upcoming turtle fight. They're going to make their way over, and I think now we need to see JP Niners get a little bit aggressive, right? We need them to start stealing away camps coming in from Chibi, because so far in terms of the laning phase, everybody isn't creating much advantages, and I think so far ZachQT is out pushing Warlord pretty consistently overall.
Yeah, that, and also see if you can free up Rossi from being locked down by Zorn. Start to put pressure on Chibi. Good news, low layout uncontested. It's always great. Nest forces the entropy. That's Blazing Duet traded in return. Obviously a longer cooldown than the Natan out. Imbamo sets up a gang squad here.
Why does he want to actually go for that full clear? If he goes for a fast full clear, the next wave is still going to end up in the middle of the lane. It's not like he's generating an advantage or leaving the lane. I don't think that was necessary per se, but we'll see. We'll wait and see, right? Let's see how Lolio plays it out.
Don't really force out much from Nets as well. Okay, another infernal pursuit. From this point onwards, Year 3 will win the trade against Smooth. And the unfortunate truth, and I like the passing from JP9ers, right? We're not taking any risk. We don't know where Zorn is, so we are going to walk into our jungle.
Okay, Loliel looks like he traded pretty heavily against Nets on the next upcoming wave that he didn't after he ulted, forcing Nets to actually take a recall. He should lose one minion on his way back. So at this point in time, it's a winning lane for Loliel, and I think that the JP9ers, they really need to do something right now because it's too passive and they're giving free time over to Team Vamos. Yes, this is what we should be doing. Rossi already scouting for information, sees that Chibi is taken to his beetle camp. They can start to match it, but worse yet, if they start walking in the river, they're still susceptible to getting jumped on by Zorn.
That's why they haven't been doing that, taking that path. They know the XP lanes right now favors Year 3, which is in of itself very good news. Top side as well. Ness getting really shoved underneath his turret by Loliel. So two lanes where they have the advantage. It's also setting up just in time for the turtle. In Year 3, he's going to start running over.
Yeah. Imagine both junglers unable to find like gank opportunities, and it's so much worse for Vamos because of that turtle, the EXP lead, and with the kill that fell over to JP9ers, the lanes have been skewed so very much, and I think that at this point, Team Vamos might just want to give this away.
And Year 3 in a very good position as well. Just spot out Smooth, instantly commits the ult, just find the reset. Smooth is the sinner, final side onto Rossi, into a big implosion, and Rossi sets it up for JP9ers. They get the turtle. Vamos on full retreat. They were able to get out. Chibi also saved. They want to get Year 3, but Year 3 has the ult. Constant reset. JP9ers secures the objective.
Dear Lord, Phobius buys a lot of time. Great motions coming in for the JP9ers. Rossi finding an amazing ult there to kind of change the landscape. That's what they're looking for. A big group up from the side of Team Vamos as the lanes start to collapse.
Man, Smooth almost killed his entire team with that ult.
Yup.
You gotta be a lot more careful with your final slashes. Miracle they lost no one in that fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't lose too many people as well. I thought maybe Zorn might have to like throw himself into the back line, maybe get a Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Rage to try and slow down that fight and give up his life so the rest could live. But the fact that they walk away with all 5 is already a miracle. At this point, you do see that GB is trying to make an effort towards that top side of the map to pick up just the side camps. Whatever neutral creeps he can find along the river is the way that he's keeping up with Max so far.
I wonder if JP9ers kept track of the battle spells, because Zorn didn't even have to use his flicker just now. Same for Warlord. Gold Crab going over the net. Loliel still, despite not having any sizable gold lead, he is really putting the pressure onto Net, freeing up Year 3 to walk around the map as well. Smooth shows up. Final Slash is ready, but he is crowd control. They just dunk on him. Second kill for ZachQT.
Really good stuff. Smooth really not having much of a game here. Laning phase pretty difficult against the Phobius, but then even walking out of those laning trades, dealing with these team fights from JP9ers, they seem a lot more coordinated this time. It feels like they are, but at the same time, it's not like Rossi is spotting people out all the time. Ooh, Loliel is getting chunked out pretty hard.
Zorn even used his flicker just now. They're just going to use the implosion on him. He's got nothing. Can they cancel? Zorn will leap away. Yeah, not going to go into that bush. It's all about the objective. JP9ers, they do lose bot tier 1 thanks to Net setting up the wave just now to see if they can get this objective. It's a dance. 5-man from both teams ready to fight.
They're going to take their time on this one. Probably Year 3 is going to get in there. Oh,
they jump in onto Smooth again. Rossi waiting for the implosion. Flickers in. Goes for the push on the Chibi to help Matt get the turtle. Chibi will get out. Same with Smooth. Zorn with the conceal. Will fall to ZachQT. Year 3 just hopping on him. 2 of them getting slammed, dunked, and a wipeout in favor of JP9ers.
Just the disrespect from Vamos here. The resets from Year 3. That ult has no cooldown. He just needs to apply Sinner's Mark. They can't get away from him. He sticks to them like glue. And Max and ZachQT, with the help of even Rossi, making sure that they can't just be peeled away.
Rossi really, he won the entire fight without implosion. Sure, he threw his life away, but the setup really very well planned out. Fighting in these choke points, it's a death sentence for Vamos. 4.5k goal lead for JP Niners.
Yeah, Team Vamos, they've got to really pick and choose where they want to fight and how they start pulling backwards. They can't pull back together anymore, and I think that's the worst part because their composition is very much playing around the anchor Warlord. If Warlord is forced to move, that's when Year 3 gets value.
That's why you open space up for Rossi also. I mean, Zach QT is on a roll. 5-0-2 so far this entire game. 100% kill participation.
He's making it real tough for Zorn to find these engagements as well, right? Even if he does find a good target, well, it's unless it's Zach QT, it's just not worth his time, right? These counter engagements have been consistently getting to Team Vamos, now allowing JP Niners to get that 5k goal lead. Both Rossi and Zorn know what exactly they're doing. It's just man-to-man defense, right? Opening up the map as much as they can, but making sure they see the other.
Yeah, Zorn finally is the one that's running away. As long as Rossi is around, Lolio should be safe.
Forced away. Lolio's posing that much of a threat. He's playing a lot better today, I'll give him that.
Yeah, he also thanks to his team kind of opening up the game for him, right? I suppose the early trade against Nets also benefited Lolio. I think when you look at the net worth, the goal laner should be in the same spot. You do find Zorn again, but this time the follow-up not there quite yet. Warlock committing the ultimate though. Not gonna have it for the Lord.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. I think this is one of the games where I think that Chibi should have. It's tough. It's tough because think of it this way, right? If you are playing a Roger jungle, you need to be greedy. You need the items to be able to have the power to one-shot your targets. But unfortunately, all of your lanes don't feel your pressure. Unable to find any gank opportunities, unable to skew any of the lanes. The majority of Team Vamos' side laners are just not strong enough to keep up if Chibi does decide to dive in. At this point, JP Niners can play a slow game against Team Vamos, but at the same time, they also have to think about the scalability of their composition, which I think Team Vamos has a much higher cap in comparison to JP.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're JP Niners, you're looking to pass the baton over to Loliao at some point.
Yeah.
Right, once Max kind of maxes out.
Well, I mean,
he has 6 assists on this Julian, right?
He's playing support Julian at this point. Those chains are more important than his life.
It is hard for Chibi. I mean, he got the only 2 kills that Vamos has right now. But how do you jump into the fight? Your front lines are getting destroyed.
I think they got to just wait for Nets to hit 3 items, right? Until he gets that Holy Crystal, I think it's going to be a slow game. The tempo is definitely not in control of Team Vamos. They do have ways to initiate, but the counter engagement is too hard, so that's just one tool out of the toolbox, and they can't do anything about it. They're just going to have to defend.
All the way things up. See, JP Niners, they will be trying to fish for structural damage. Obviously won't be able to get anything. Holy Shield of the inhibitors will clear out the wave. That's Holy Crystal for Net, 11 minutes in. Critical mass slowly building up to that point. Okay. Now they gotta find a fight.
I mean, it's pretty good. That means he does have legitimate damage to actually get through them. Ooh, wow, that's a very early Winter Crown purchase coming in from Max. I think he's expecting the damage from Net to actually go through. I'm not sure if he noticed it straight away or if that's just his regular item build, but we'll find out in the post-game.
It's all about buying time. Rossi was fishing for something, and that does force out the entropy from Net. I think he's starting to feel the heat as well. Look at the item build, right? Dominance Eyes, Radiant Armor, Wishing Lantern for Zach QT, 2 Winter Crowns for JP Niners. Not just on Max, but also on Year 3.
Yeah, they know they just need to buy time for Loliels at the end of the day to get up the...
Loliel has one also.
Yeah. All of them. Are they all trying to just go... I guess they just don't want to give Chibi a reset, maybe in case Smooth pushes them out of the way they have counterplay. It's not a bad item, don't get me wrong. There's definitely use cases for it in this game, but I think that Team Vamos, if they are going to play for hard engage, it's probably not going to be the best bet. Who can actually bait it out? Smooth shouldn't be the sacrificial. I guess Warlord. I guess Warlord with the Dominators descend and hopefully baits out an engage from JP.
I suppose so. You're only really looking at Year 3 and Rossi in that case, right? You don't get too far to the back.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot. I mean, Smooth needs some really godlike catch.
It's hard with their draft.
With Winter Crown, it makes it even harder. Doesn't even guarantee any kills, right? Loliel even has Purify.
Man, this is a tough puzzle to crack if you're Team Vamos here. I guess you really just have to outplay them if they want to survive till the 42K mark. But JP Niners not making it easy, right? Really starting to suffocate as their fingers and hands get closer and closer and closing off their windpipes.
This is the point where we want to see if JP Niners can convincingly close out the game, right? Second Lord, this one is going to start cracking structures with that empowered charge. And this is also kind of murky territory for JP Niners. A bit shaky on that week one from this second Lord transition to the potential endgame. They do set up the waves nicely, that's good. Well, except for the mid one, that one got cleared out.
They need to stagger these waves consistently, right? I think JP Niners, they need to make sure that all the waves collide at the same time, mainly because Nets is going to be their dedicated wave clearer, right? Warlord can only hit one target at a time, and he doesn't. I don't think he has enough items to one-shot a wave just yet. Oh, wait, very dangerous.
They want to purify. He didn't even have to commit the implosion. That's the threat of this Tigro. He's now going to just conceal in, just kind of box Vamos out and away from the inhibitor.
Okay, alright, but this is only the second wave, and the most that they've gotten out of it was a single inhibitor, which is pretty good for JP Niners at this point of time. They're trying to set up checkmate angle. They're 3K away from it, and they've already opened up one inhibitor. The second Lord is going to be devastating for Team Vamos.
So the second Lord with one inhibitor down, and the third Lord could be the game ender. You see, I mean, this point guard role that Rasi has assigned himself to is working out very well. Of course, you still got to be worried about Chibi. His damage is stacking up. First move, catch onto Rasi. He's just going to dash away with the Sacred Hammer. Low Liao getting chipped out as well. So Vamos, they can still drag this game out, no problem. But the question is, who is going to make that first move and get the fight going?
I don't know. I think that JP Niners at this point clear their own jungle, wait for Team Vamos to actually walk out as a kill squad, and then look for the fight afterwards. They know that bottom side is always going to be pushing. That could be just free real estate for the JP Niners. Whoever shows up, you basically jump and kill them. You can play on the top side of the map, hide in enemy jungle. If they walk out for the wave, they die. Like, there's a lot of ways for JP Niners to slow down the economic growth from Team Vamos, because they're getting closer and closer to that 42K.
As long as JP Niners make sure that the top tier 1 somehow stands, it's going to limit where Team Vamos can go. And unfortunately, Team Vamos are kind of relegated to that bottom quadrant of the map, and that's not where the next Lord is going to spawn.
Okay, both are holding positions. Good read by Team Vamos, especially since they don't want to go further past. They've already gotten the real estate on No Man's Land down by bottom side. River, as both sides are just looking at each other. They know that they're on the other side as well.
Despite the JP Niners, they're letting the top wave kind of just stabilize on its own. Vamos, they can't even show up there. Ness will eventually show himself bottom. They need to take care of the wave.
I think he should walk up just a little bit more. I think that at this point, Zorn should probably walk up, check out what's going on in the enemy jungle, and if he sees missing camps, that's when they start moving. Oh, here we go.
Who's going to be the spearhead? Year 3, Rasi was looking for a potential engage. Couldn't get the push on the smooth. Year 3 continues to engage though, losing most of his health. Final Slash does miss. Winter Crown out from Year 3. Death Entropy committed by Ness. Winter Crown for Low Liao as well. They drop the Eternal Guard to take out Smooth. The fight now splits into two parts. Chibi wants to reset, but it's just Year 3 with Immortality. JP Niners juggle Vamos very well.
Ness, you've got to be so mad. So mad. Wants to go for the kill, can't seem to do it. Let's see if Chibi can go for the steal though.
Now with Immortality, JP Niners juggle Vamos very well.
Ness, you've got to be so mad. So mad. Wants to go for the kill, can't seem to do it. Let's see if Chibi can go for the steal though.
Now without Winter Crown, Chibi leaps in. Immortality pop. Rasi loses his second life as well. Ness cleans him up. Year 3 doesn't want to be a part of the fight, but now Lord in kind of murky territories. Year 3 is going to be spotted out by Chibi. And Ness collects a double kill. Team Vamos turning the fight around.
They forgot their positioning. They forgot who's the anchor of the team. They have to play around Zach QT's cooldowns. If not, he doesn't want to be part of this fight.
Max, he wants to try, but he's so late. Eternal God will drop Ness. Picks up Zach QT. Low Liao goes for the spin. BMI is out to safety, but Warlord zaps him. JP Niners just throwing away the lead of a lifetime.
They missed the checkmate angle. They really did. If they're going to fight, you have to commit. If you are going to take that Lord, you also have to commit. And this is going to be a huge swing of momentum for Team Vamos, who finally hit critical mass. 2 mid turrets already destroyed. Give them an inhibitor while you're at it.
More than a 7K ghost swing. And Rasi is going to vacuum 4 of them. Put them under the crystal, and now Year 3 turn. Can he hold on for 9 more seconds? Not possible. Team Vamos makes a comeback in game number 1.
Oh, that's a terrible way to drop the game. Nicely done for Team Vamos. They hold out, they find the opportunity, and they see a missed position to punish at the most critical point of the game. Is just before, when they were currently under check, they couldn't get the checkmate. JP Niners, they fumbled the ball.
Absolutely dropped it at the end. That was the Lord that could have really decided the pace of the series and whether Niners could ride the wave for potential 2-0, the biggest upset we've seen, but instead it's the other way around. Vamos putting off a comeback and really just showing the fans that they are not to be doubted.
It just takes one mistake, especially when you have that much of a lead, to swing all of that cold back into your enemy's pockets. Really frustrating if you are a JP Niners fan, or even the JP Niners themselves. I'm sure the players have something to think about. But yeah, they got to make sure that they remember the formation of their composition. They got to funnel back in to Zach QT. And if he doesn't have his cooldowns, he's probably shouting, I don't have fear. I don't have stun. Let's back up for a second and look for the full reset.
Yeah, even you reach the point where you see the slight disconnect between the players, right? Year 3, he didn't want to be a part of that, but the rest of the team wants to do the dance. A bit of hesitation causing the fall of JP Niners in game 1. But right now, let's go to Team Vamos' side to look at our MVP for game number 1. It's going to be Nez. The guy bullied in the early game, but he was the one to pick up the pieces and make the comeback happen.
Yep. Steadily growing with the game, which is shocking, right? Because as much as we've seen Lolios being very aggressive in his laning phase, forcing Nets to actually recall a couple of times, he still managed to pull through with full items and match the Trinity with his own build, which is far more expensive than the Trinity.
And talk about being kind of pulled around like a ragdoll and still surviving the heat. 5, 1, and 4. This entire game, Nets was just waiting for that one moment. 100% kill participation. Very low kill count kind of game. But again, like you said, all it takes is one correct fight to win it.
Yep, and a DHS. Once you're done with your boots, I'm like, don't need that anymore. I have my, Walmart BMI, but this should do. Honestly, I think it's a pretty smart purchase coming in from Nets, especially when you're up against that Phoveus now that he builds, getting a little bit more health with his items. And this is very worthwhile for Nets to start melting through his targets.
Yeah, and I think, Homeboys, I keep remembering Vamos Homeboy. Vamos also, I think, figured out that, okay, we've been getting caught by Rossi because we're stuck together, right? Choke points, not where we want to fight, but Lord Pit, perfect. Plenty of space to move around.
Yep, and it's also a great place for Zorn to play around, especially with that much real estate to work with. Like topside was only being watched by Yes 3, so he could pretty much walk through mid if he wanted to come through for picks. Happy to see everybody playing at their best. Even Zorn opting to go for a Thunderbelt of his own. It looks to be the go-to for a majority of supports nowadays. They're not looking for the raw utility stats. It's about scaling for the later stages. Your base stats are already good. You just need a little bit extra to get over the edge.
My favorite part is that no one really cares about Loliao's damage. It's magic resist all the way. Loliao non-factor in their eyes. But yeah, overall, I mean, look at even the fact that Vamos was able to cycle through 3 Winter Crowns, 2 immortalities of JP Niners, and still win the fight with minimum resources is out of this world. Yeah.
I mean, it's a misplay. What can they say? You drop the ball once, you're never going to be able to get possession of it one more time later down the line. I wish that Yes3 got a little greedy with this item build. I did see that he was going for the traditional Thunderbelt into almost full tank situation for the Phoveus. I think he definitely could have been more aggressive with a War Axe or something like that, just to make sure that if he does get a bit of a snowball lead, he can sustain with the extra spell vamp. But then again, it's preference more than anything else.
Yeah, and he took Flicker and not Vengeance, right? So maybe that also kind of makes a difference. It's not able to stay in the fight as long as the Phoveus is with a Vengeance. We look at the breakdown in terms of total damage. Overall, Nets racking up most of the numbers at the end game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Yethri actually keeping up with the numbers with Zach QT overall. Zach QT was having a very positive KDA by the end of that run, but then we come back to Vamos and once again, you see that once Chibi is already a max build and Warlord supporting him, it's much easier for them to reposition where their anchor is going to be across the map in comparison to JP, which they always have to pivot towards the angle of where Zach QT is.
A lot of push and pull as well, right? And
very much,
at the end, Smooth, despite not being able to land his ultimate, did just enough to isolate the members of JP9ers. In terms of damage taken, you can see Zorn and Smooth, but basically the XP laners and the roamers, they were the ones taking most of the beating.
Yeah, honestly, considering the entire composition, I thought that JP9ers probably would have a better time, and it was right, they did. But that very final moment just really messes things up because draft-wise, I think that Vamos naturally has a weaker draft, with the only win condition being that unless GB gets a snowball in the early game, or if they start scaling the late game.
And that's kind of what you kind of predicted did come true, right? The Nets hit critical mass. GB hit his items, and JP9ers they needed to pass it over to Lo Liao, but they just were not able to provide a support system.
It's tough. It's really, really tough, right? You can't one-shot Disaster because of Dominator's Descent. Zorn is just not that worth it of a target, and the more that you commit on Smooth, the higher the chance you might accidentally walk into his final slash. Moments like that is why you see JP9ers going to be a little bit more hesitant on the engage rather than Vamos, who doesn't mind playing this game of push and pull.
And they did it incredibly well. It's something that has been their staple, their signature, even when they were back in Homeboys. And this really puts JP9ers to the test. We say that today is going to be the toughest series for JP9ers. How far can they push this? I think a lot of fans would side with Team Vamos as the victors.
Oh, for sure.
But with Vamos winning Game 1 in this fashion, I think JP9ers, you got to somehow collect yourself going into Game 2. This is going to be infinitely tougher.
It is going to be infinitely tougher. And I mean, yes, Vamos was given a lot of time to farm up for their resources, but I think that JP9ers, the early to mid game was played very, very well. They made sure that Vamos had not many angles to work with until they had the damage to brute force that front line. That's why we're seeing that the rich guy is going to lean over the net. 825 overall. Honestly, it's good to know that 825 is the minimum number to get to hit 3 items at consistently 11 to 12 minute, right?
Yeah.
The carry, Zach QT, obviously. Sandbag going over to Year 3, no questions asked. Best wingman going over to Zorn.
Yeah, just waiting for the one moment to get the perfect set, right? Early to mid game turtle fight, not easy. Smooth caught up plenty of times, kind of almost killed the entire team. Zorn also not able to get the engage, but Athena's shield, I think I want to look at that timing, because Athena's shield made quite a difference in surviving the burst from JP9ers.
That's a good point here. Let's look at the Athena shields then. From the side of JP9ers, I am not seeing it. I am not seeing it at all. No Athena shields across the board. It's only from the side. It's only actually from the side of Team Vamos here, where we do see it later down the line, specifically from Zorn, closer towards the 15th minute.
Yeah, it's quite late, all things considered, right? We even look at Chibi, he went for the Windtalker first, so for the faster Thunderbell into War Axe, so bit of a mix and match, and that's why even as far as Lo Liao is in terms of his item progression, he's not able to really man-to-man fight Chibi.
Yeah. Well, I guess with the way the Chibi built as well, the fact that you go Windtalker to increase your farm speed, but then afterwards, the fact that he did decide to rush the Thunderbell made sense why I guess he had the foresight to see that next 2 turtles were basically impossible to take, so I might as well start poking out my opponent.
I suppose so. That could be the approach, right? I mean, he did take up kind of the space in the river.
He did. I mean, if he was going for his traditional build, he likes to go for War Axe almost immediately after the Windtalker. But that's out of speculation here. Maybe he was giving the heads up from the rest of his team. This is not going well. Go for the Thunderbelt. We need a scale.
It's like, guys, we just need to buy time. We kind of messed up the first 2 turtles. Can't do much about that. But right now, Team Vamos in the lead 1-0. We're gonna throw it off stage to Rose. Brought to you by Hotlink for another off stage segment. Rose, take it away.
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni, saya ada dan bersama dengan special someone daripada Indo. Untuk korang yang tengok MPL ID, mesti tahu dia adalah Aul, satu orang caster daripada MPL Indonesia. So Aul, what are you doing in Malaysia?
Being support system.
Support system untuk siapa tu?
Chico lah.
JP9ers ada buff daripada Indonesia. Sekarang ni, dia tengah tengok dekat belakang tu. Okay, so Aul, adakah ini your first time in Malaysia?
Yeah, this is my first time in Indonesia.
Malaysia.
Malaysia.
How is Malaysia so far? Best tak?
Best, good. So cold here.
So cold. Is it hot in Indo?
Yeah.
Okay, so apa perasaan Aul tengok MPL Malaysia secara live?
Seru, ternyata ramai banget juga. The crowd is so lovely here and I love the energy.
Okay, now apa apa yang tengah jadi dekat MPL ID sekarang ni? Kita boleh tengok RRQ Hoshi tengah dominate MPL ID. So, can you maybe share with us what's happening in MPL ID?
Aku bisa bilang MPL ID itu lagi seasonnya para rookie. The rookie is so shining in Indonesia, and I hope there will be a regeneration soon in MPL Malaysia.
Okay, dan apa pendapat awal tentang player-player dan coach daripada Indonesia yang bermain di MPL MY?
Ya, kayak memberikan good impact. But sometimes kayak masih ada yang harus catch up untuk bisa menyesuaikan dari segi culture, bahasa, dan juga lingkungannya pasti.
But I think in terms of culture and bahasa, Malaysia and Indonesia is not that far off. Okay, so you rasa this game, who's going to win?
Siapa yang bakal menang? Who's going to win? Asal tidak ke comeback lagi, JP9ers boleh menang lah.
Woi, malu lah tu. Ooh, he's red. Okay, so maybe you can give a little bit of motivation or support to Iko and JP9ers.
Yeah, the JP9ers game 1 udah bagus banget. Udah dapetin early-nya, tapi ya decision bolehlah di-improve untuk bisa jangan sampai kena comeback.
Alright, any last words to the fans watching?
Oke, buat semua yang nonton, enjoy MPL Malaysia yang ternyata seru banget juga. Buat semuanya yang penonton dari Malaysia, jangan lupa nonton MPL ID.
Alright, terima kasih Al. I hope you have an amazing time in MPL MY. Enjoy the game. And with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk start game kedua dalam pusingan pertama di hari ini.
Thank you very much, Rose, and of course our guest Al. First time in Malaysia. Hope you can come back for even longer, perhaps the playoffs. But game 2 is about to kick off the draft in just a little bit, and JP9 is put on the back burner this time.
Yeah. Hopefully, it's going to be another good draft coming in from JP9ers. I really like their draft, man. It's just that endgame situation, so sad, so sad. But Rossi, he's not too bummed about it. Knowing that he can get the right tools to actually deal with Team Vamos, you see that nobody on the side of the JP9ers are going to be disappointed with it. They're just thinking about the next game. As long as they win the series 2-1, that is going to save them from their past transgressions.
And I think, Al said it very well, right? Draft was, I think, great, right? They executed early to mid-grade. Now it's the late game management has always been a nightmare for JP9ers. We saw that play out again right in front of our eyes. See if they can make that adjustment, because I honestly think that to be able to put Vamos in such a spot in that early game is amazing.
Especially when they're supposed to be known as the early game team. I mean, that maybe probably would have stopped them when they decided to put like an extra percentile of damage whenever it's the first 2 minutes of the game. Oh, fun! But yes, I think that Vamos, as of right now, it's good that they all collectively decided to play for the later stages of the game, but I do want to see a little bit more adaptation from Vamos in the middle of it, in a sense where I want to see them adjust to the playstyle to the JP9ers when things are going wrong, because they've been trying a couple of times to do the exact same thing, and that's what costed them a majority of that early game. Zorn looking for that pick again, then getting counter-engaged upon, okay, it's not going to happen. Oh no, it happened a third time. This is done for. We have to play for late.
It took them a while to get to that stage and decided, you know what? JP9ers, as much as the lead that they have, it's not really pressing it on us, right?
Yeah.
So we just take our jungle, we just push lanes. The fact that Nats was able to get to the side lane, push down turrets, and kind of rinse and repeat, essentially, I think from a technical term, JP9ers was kind of giving them that free resources to work with until the point that they come online.
Well, I mean, yes and no, right? Because we did see the adjustment mid-game where we saw fates actually start happening from Team Vamos. They would appear up in lane, and then afterwards, especially when the jungler has already cleared out the rest of his jungle, he works with the mid and as well as support to actually stand around the river, hoping that they would find somebody slacking and catching maybe even Rossi walking through that river to look for that punish. Didn't happen, and JP9ers did a very good job at calling that out straight away.
I think that entire game 1, we didn't really see much of a I walk into a river and I get ambushed by 3 men, right?
Yeah.
Both teams really kind of got the intel down to a T, but again, it comes down to execution. This time we will see JP9ers on that red side. Perhaps that's going to change up how Vamos wants to deal with them in kind of the banning phase.
Honestly, I don't know, right? Considering how teams have been going into this drafting phase, opting to go for blue side and still getting wins, like anything is possible here as we are starting to make our way into the land of dawn. Let's see what the weapons are going to be to arm our players here, our warriors up on stage. Good luck to both sides. and we start heading over into the draft. Let's see who goes where. See, I told you. I told you. I knew it. This is why. I get excited for half a second, and I'm like, there's a good chance they don't do it.
Why? Did they win on blue side last week? I actually don't remember. Did they?
Yes, they did. Wait, did they win on blue side last week?
Against Team Ray, did they win on blue side?
It is not something.
No, they won on red side.
I don't have my notes. I don't have my notes this time round. They might have cracked something against Team Vamos. It's a little hard to say, but let's see whether Vamos is going to ban out the Phobias this time round. Maybe it's going to be a better laning phase for Smooth. They did kind of shaft him by saying, "Hey, we saw the Phobias. Here, take Arlet."
Let's see if that trade is worthwhile. So far, the bans are the same. I mean, High Loss, Chip, Jawhead, Edith. We did see the Ruby ban from Vamos. In that third phase, Filipina taking out the Jushin. Same. I can't. It's just like, you guys got trash. Oh, lost early, still trash you in late. Throwing up peace signs. He's like, If you cut away the first 10 minutes, sure. The statement stands true if you don't look at the first 10 minutes. But a win's a win. That's what they say.
A win is a win, but we do see that Vamos have adjusted, deciding to get rid of the Phobias, causing too many problems in lane and outside of the lane. They ditch it straight off, and now JP Niners, what is that first pick?
And what is the plan for Year 3 in his lane? Game 1 has been given an extremely strong pick, and now Game 2 they will take the Roger, a bit more flexibility for Loliao and Max.
I like it. Let's see how Team Vamos is going to answer, because now that they don't have to worry about Phobias anymore, a lot of the dash heroes that Smooth can play in as well as GB are going to be optimal in these types of situations. At the same time, we could expect to see some of the early pick some of the flex picks that we should expect. Edith is already banned out.
There's still the Ruby, Arlet, they're both available.
This early on?
There we go.
Okay, alright.
Ruby Zask.
Ruby Zask. I was leaning more into the Zask. The Ruby, I'm not so sure. We've definitely seen games where Ruby struggles so much, unable to kind of match the distance. I get the logic, right? Roger rolls in, you lock him for as long as possible, you sustain so you don't get one shot by the likes of Pounce, and then maybe get a pick later if he tries to roll back out.
But it is a big deterrent to any assassins, right? So we'll see where this Roger goes. I figured either Go or Jungle would not be the most comfortable spot to be in. But Vexana is a constant. So far, out of 5 games, only 1 win. 4th loss was contributed in the previous game, unfortunately. They gave Year 3 to Terizla. That was banned out in the previous game by Vamos in the second phase.
Yeah, at least Year 3 is the one holding on to it. Not a lot of counters against the Terizla, unfortunately. They are, but they're so conditional that it affects your team composition. Like Vamos, for an example. It's like, I smash you in lane, but I do nothing in team fights.
That's why it's more of a 5th pick, right? It's more like a red side thing. Link goes over to Vamos. JP Niners. I mean, this one is more expected. The fact that you have that Roger first pick.
Yeah.
Let's see what Vamos locks down.
Dude, it's been so long since we've seen GB on the lane. Since forever. Last time it used to be his staple. Nowadays it's I'll pick Nolan. I might even pick Hayabusa and Roger. And nowadays even Alpha for fun. But let's see whether he's still got it, right? Especially when he's up against a Roger. Especially when he's up against Vexana as well.
I mean, I have no complaints. He's not playing Fredrin anymore.
That's true. Oh, man. Martis would have been good. I would like to see his Martis again. That's always a fun time.
Perhaps the next patch, right? Maybe Martis will be brought back. Who knows? Well, I do know if you buy Sky Piercer on Martis, you could just ignore the ultimate threshold. You could kill someone at 50% health, which is in of itself ridiculous.
Yep.
It's more of a gimmick than a game-winning factor. To ban the Grok and the Harif. So Vamos targeting the Robo. I actually like the Grok ban just because you have that the Ruby. Grok can pose a bit of a pain.
Yeah, it's not easy to get through. I feel like Vamos can technically play for a poking style of composition where it's a lot of push and pull just to kind of chunk out your opponents. Maybe get an X-Borg here up against the Terizla and then play around that Zoskin as well as Ruby. If they overextend, then you go throw the Ruby in. But then you need a harder engage in the support section. Or do I want... Wait, is there any other EXP laners that could find that big engage that's a little bit more on the tanky side? Probably not Benedetta in this case.
Yuzong, I suppose?
But then it becomes a full dive comp at that point, and Zask won't be able to keep up.
Unless you want Barrage. We've seen Team Ray play it once.
Oh, you're right.
Arlen. Yeah. Something like that. I mean... really not much choice unless they kind of put Smooth on that Ruby, right? It's still a flex.
Yeah.
They still have Zorn's, Cho, Kufra, couple of choices left. I like the Natan ban that leaves Moskov open. They do lock out the Nets' hero.
This one's tough. I mean, to be fair, Nets can still pick up the Roger and they can pick up a regular assassin for Max if they wanted to. I think it's very doable, but there's just too many deterrents. I think Max is still going to hold on to that Roger no matter what. They're probably going to give Lolios like a Moskov or something.
And so they do pick up the Kufra. So they put Smooth on the Ruby. Vamos has been really taking red side whenever they can to give Nets one of the kind of perfect matchup, right? Let him see the whole draft and then pick a gold laner.
Basically,
the last one, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how the Natan kind of flipped through as well.
Well, to be fair, the fact that they were doing this really goes to the testament of Coach Pop saying that this is the most efficient way to win the matchup. Maybe they're working on other things like playing through Smooth in a damage-dealing role, but maybe they haven't gotten the chemistry yet and that they need some time to work on that. So for now, let's get the wins. Let's play around Nets. Let's call it a day.
I mean, it's good to see that you no longer have most of the responsibilities skewed towards Chibi. So, well, Loliao gets the Moskov. And also the Arlet in the support role for Rasi. Arlet so far won 3 out of 6 games, but for Moskov is a bit on the downside. 33% win rate out of 6 games.
Yeah, hasn't been finding too much success so far. Honestly, a majority of our gold laners here in the league haven't been doing too well.
Yeah, unless you are Harif, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Harif has the highest win rate, also the highest ban rate.
Or if you're the Ruby, which is
it has a
0% win rate so far.
Abysmal win rate in the gold lane. You gotta give context. In the gold lane, 0%, but everywhere else, it's wins here and there.
Please, Ruby One Tricks, don't take away my Instagram. Vamos now on their final pick. What's it going to be for their boy Nets?
It's gonna be the CC.
Huh.
It's their turn to play Fighter Gold.
Why though? Why does Vamos want to play the game on hard mode? I guess they really... Well, I mean, I guess they really want to play around Smooth and Chibi this game.
I suppose so.
I mean, good luck. Good luck to this. Good luck to
maybe they'll be the first team to make it work. They're gonna win with a fighter comp, you know.
I mean, this is definitely the match they can try to do so. It's gonna be tough with that Vexana. They really have to play around that fear. That's such a big deterrent for them, right? A number of things could happen in this game. Really, we're going to see who outplays who, because JP Niners have so many tools to outplay their opponent, knock them away, keep them at a distance, being able to disengage and even a final slash to deter re-engagers. But Vamos, if they get an early snowball, I'm not sure whether or not JP can actually deal with them.
Vamos did show us a push and pull in game 1. This draft does exactly that as well. We jump into game number 2. Both teams on the same side. JP Niners decided that they want to take blue, so Vamos will remain on red side.
Oh boy, it's time here. Game number 2 here for week number 2, day number 1 between JP Niners and as well as Team Vamos. Going to be starting on the same side of the map once again. I would only assume that the gold lane is going to be off the top. Yes, it is.
It's pretty stressful if you're on the side of JP Niners, kind of playing with the clock. But yeah, so let's see. Year 3 into Smooth. This is going to be quite an annoying lane, honestly.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty obnoxious for Year 3. Every time he goes in, he knows he's going to lose some life. CC can always maintain the distance against him.
Wouldn't be surprised if Smooth just ignores the boost and goes straight for a War Axe, right? So you could really bully Year 3 when he shows up.
You could. I still think that there is relevance in getting just even a Thunderbelt, right? It really depends on how well this lane is going. But so far, wait a second.
By the way, this is Rates Charisma at Rome. I just realized. I was like, why is it Charisma invading the jungle? I guess take a page out of what we saw from Red Esports to see if this works out, because he's in a horrible spot. Tempest of Blaze drops on Rasi, picks up 2 of the Blaze, interrupted by the Fear, so good save by ZachQT.
Yep, good save. Zach still as consistent as ever. One of those pillars that you can just rely on so far. Look, I have no answer for the Charisma in the support at this point. I'm not gonna lie. Both matchups do particularly bad against the CC. Maybe it's a little bit better for Year 3 on this Arlet. I guess you do have a bit of sustain when the wave does decide to crash on you. You're able to close the distance to set up ganks in case your jungler is nearby. Alright, I suppose it makes sense. But even so, Rasi has a lot of work ahead of him. He cannot miss any of his engages, and he really needs to abuse those base damages.
He's not going to get his item as fast That means he's not the most durable one. It takes a lot longer for him to reach that stage where he is basically a tank. That's kind of the value of this Charizard. He needs that level 4 and he's not getting it anytime soon.
They're probably going to drag this out until Rossi hits level 4, right? I mean, if Zorn gets level 4 as well, it's not too big a deal as long
He's already 4.
Oh, wait, that was the final flash out.
Rossi is going to jump into it, just eat up the Roger engage. Well, the Zorn engage. Chibi on the wall, sees low health targets, goes on the Rossi first. That's penalty zone, 2-man lockdown. Tempest of Blaze committed by Chibi, but Smooth will die despite having vengeance.
So crazy patient from Zach QT. So crazy patient. I can't believe how long he held up his abilities. He was just harassing them, and then eventually it's like, nah, I'm not going to throw out the fear. Even Chibi is waiting to dodge that fear. Wait.
If he does flicker. So, again, first turtle over to JP Niners.
Not bad, not bad. This might be a repeat of game number 1, but Team Vamos, this is a death ball composition. It has multiple ways of actually playing the early game. So let's see whether they find the setup. Oh, wait, no.
No, that should be fine, right?
No, he shouldn't be. Wait, that's the commit the I'm offended. I'm surprised that Chibi didn't actually go for the fight.
Chibi didn't have ult and Nolia still has Purify. I suppose that's why.
I would have been... Alright, sure.
I suppose you would look to force a recall at least.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, force an early recall. I guess maybe Ness is the one who called off the fight. Because look at the position of that wave, right? It's close towards him. He's able to stack it up. He denies like 2 or 3 minions away from Lolios at this point of time. And he does finish off the War Axe as well. So I think it's a good call.
Does have people up there. But can't really do much in this case. Unless he's just going to hug his turret. Lolio will just shove out the wave every single time with the passive. But that means Rossi is sort of locked there temporarily until they can free up that wave.
Yeah, same time.
And fine with the Spellvamp. Max does show up. They really wanted to commit the penalty zone. Can that survive this? Rossi already did. This is a huge commitment. They better find a kill. Lolio will collect it. But bot side, they lose the tree.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. You're diving Ruby, bro. You're diving Ruby. Yes, that was a good ult coming in from Rossi, but he's not as tanky as he thinks he is at this point in time. That body of the Smith may be good, but true damage always does better.
Only got slightly more than half of those shavings off the turret. They lose theirs in the bot side. I think Vamos just taking the correct read. All started with Nets holding that wave hostage upside.
Yep. Now that Team Vamos has evened out the economic advantage we saw from JP Niners, this next turtle is going to be a little scary, right? Leave them on the island, but at the same time, I think that Team Vamos let JP Niners actually take the turtle first. Let them sit on top of it and then look for the engage afterwards.
Suppose they will fight bot side a little bit, the Sietri and Smooth. Smooth did commit the ultimate already.
It's got a pretty short cooldown. I don't think it can be punished too hard.
The pet has the Avengers back up. Vamos opts to aggro the turtle first, or at least attempt to.
You see a lane proxy coming in from Nets at the very least. It looks like he wants to be part of this turtle. If not, why start proxying this early on? Just to get... Oh, they're dragging this out. They're dragging this out on purpose. They want JP Niners to make a move.
They want Nets to be able to make it there. That mid-wave just got cleared out, so no vision for JP Niners on Nets. They know he's coming, but not sure when he'll arrive. So Smooth will eat up everything. Zorn with a flicker to the back. Eat the penalty zone, but they take care of Zach QT. What an angle for Zorn to find the engage. And Max, he needs to fight out Chibi, but Chibi still has his own. Deep into the air, comes right down. Chibi goes down to Loliel. But Vamos finds 3 kills.
3 kills for Chibi's life. So worth it for Team Vamos at this point in time. Allows their side laners to actually start snowballing out of control. With the Death Ball comp now online. Yep, just keep fighting.
Yetri in such a weird position, and Loliel ends up going down as well. JP9 is really getting extra sloppy.
That's the way you need to play Death Ball comps, man. Attack them from every single angle, and when you are online, continuously look for these fights. Be aggressive with your fights, steal resources.
Commit Eternal Guard as Chibi takes the purple buff away. Nash will not be able to stand there for long. A penalty over Rossi. Team's not able to follow up. Max wants to get in there, but there's the Nightmare respawn to keep them away.
Really good stagger coming in from Smooth, right? He throws the ult onto the 2 backline targets and then starts chunking down Rossi in the very front. Starts chunking down Ye3 in the very front while pulling backwards, right? So it just goes to show Smooth really does have that foresight, because if he didn't throw the ult earlier, that means the rest of the backline was going to collapse on him anyways. This is the way that you want to play for Team Vamos, right? Stall your opponents, find the resources to take across the map, and even if they do trade, it doesn't matter so much for Team Vamos because they're the ones on the clock.
And Chibi just got the Haas Claw. Good luck trying to take him down. So almost a 2,000 gold lead for Team Vamos, all things considered, still not an insurmountable one. You see Rossi gets the Queen's Wing. Team Vamos putting extra pressure on that mid side. JP9ers, they know where Zorn is, but can't really do much about it. Loliao needs the space to farm.
It looks like he's been finding space to farm, right? He has been finding more farm than net throughout this game. Ye3 now finally getting the Thunderbelt purchase on the side. It's going to be a slow time to scale for JP. Team Vamos, they're doing everything that they can to bait JP into a fight. They're throwing out baits, they're throwing out just dangling pieces of meat, and hopefully they'll get a catch.
Team Zorn can catch one. That's Rossi in his sight. At least JP9ers get the purple buff for Max this time. The previous one was stolen by Chibi. Not sure if this is a fight that JP9ers want to take. Even committing the final splash.
Okay.
Not even getting that extra 10 gold from the spawn.
Trying to make a hard prediction that the Dominator's descent was going to come out from Warlord.
The hardest prediction.
Yeah, just it's just the most clear foresight, clairvoyance. They clear up the mid wave, and I think the JP9ers, they're doing well at just stalling for time. Team Vamos hasn't really been pushing their buttons that often. Chibi is not finding too many angles because now we're seeing that JP9ers are clumping up a lot more to make sure that they aren't able to find these individual picks.
A lot of respect given to each other by both teams. You expect Team Vamos to really step on the gas and just accelerate the game pace, but I'd say good job on JP9ers for being able to stop that. I mean, even Zorn's damage is starting to stack up. That was essentially one passive band-aid onto Ye3 with a Thunderbelt.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that much damage, I'm not going to lie, but...
Uh-oh. Catch Rossi. Surely they'll force something out of him, right? He's trying to hold on. Yeah, that's Flicker gone.
Dude, just penalty zone out of there, right? You got a Flicker for it. You could have penalty zoned like so many times just to get away. But I guess you want it as a deterrent for the Lord, right?
Yeah.
Now that Team Vamos knows that he doesn't have Flicker, they have a rough idea of what that penalty zone range is going to look like.
What? Ye3? Hello? What was that? What was that move? What? They're going to end up going down again. Zach UD, he's gone. What is happening?
It's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. And it didn't... I think there was a bad call there for the side of JP9ers. It didn't look like they were being lazy or anything. And now they're going to catch another one. Rossi is going to go down too.
They're going to pull Max in. It's just the trickle effect.
And they get him! Oh wow. My God. No way.
It's not even an unforced error. That looked intentional. That looked so intentional, but it was such a questionable call from JP9ers.
It has to be a bad call, right? Well, I think two calls were made, and they couldn't decide on which one it was supposed to be, and that's why Ye3 was in that moment of like hesitation about going in and also trying to get out.
I suppose they could at least get Smooth.
All right, consolation prize, right? Everybody else is getting the hampers. You're just getting the cookies for free.
All things considered. Now this is where we see that lead balloon for Team Vamos. JP9ers did such a good job. They even, were able to stagger. I suppose you keep the penalty zone. It's all for that Lord fight, but I guess it doesn't really matter now. They get rid of the Lord, keep the inhibitors alive, and now they are put on the back foot.
Hey, talking about ballooning in terms of gold, Smooth has a ridiculous amount of gold on his side, right? He may be level 12, but Chibi currently at 1.6k ahead of his opponent. Smooth is just dumpstering, absolutely dumpstering Ye3. Like, he is not having a good time, and he's even opting to make sure that he's going for Encourage as an added bonus for his boots in case maybe it triggers later down the line.
If he makes it to that point, JP9 are still quite far away from the 42k mark. It don't even take the tier 2 bot, why not?
Deathball composition difference, right? That's the extra bit of confidence your supports need.
This is a tough spot. You get locked out of your jungle, you can't really show up into lane. JP9 is sticking as 5. Don't even have the damage to finish off anyone. I suppose if you want to get a catch, the best possible target is you either find the Sask or the Link. They find Zorn is a tough one to crack. JP9ers realize that is not who they want. Lo Liao out of the fight already. Chibi still going on. Ness with the pull on the 2. And that's going to be Rossi going down. Yechi makes it out with his life.
Interesting. JP9ers have no real solution to this. It really is which team is able to pull the trigger first and effectively find their target, right? Honestly, it doesn't even matter the target anymore. It's any target. It doesn't matter who it is. Team Vamos will take anybody for free charity.
They will fight anyone. Zorn and Warlord so far deathless. Zorn the 007 Vamos. This Lord should be uncontested. I don't see any way for JP9 to steal it unless the Spirit of Destruction not going to even come out. Oh no, Yetri caught. Forced to fight this. They drop everything on the side of Vamos. They lose ZQT and Rossi, Yetri all down. Vamos finding 3 quick kills. This should be the game ender, and Vamos knows it.
Man, they keep doubling down, and I think it's a bit of a mistake. Yantharian as well as Rossi need to communicate how they're going to engage their fights. We see Rossi jump in with a penalty zone, and then afterwards Yanthari with the final slash, but the angle isn't even there. Are you trying to pull your targets away, or are you trying to pull your targets closer? If so, what is the priority target? You can't just be throwing people in looking for targets like Soren and as well as Nets. If you are going to commit on Nets, you have to put all your damage in. If not, he's going to sustain through it.
They have one last chance. JP9ers, the full squad alive. Rossi needs a penalty zone of a lifetime. Or final slash from Year 3. First, they got to start with the Lord first. They keep one inhibitor alive. Vamos looking for an angle. Year 3, he's the one getting caught. Throws his life away. Final slash under the crystal. Chibi goes into the air. Year 3 goes down. Chibi somehow leaves the fight with his life. Sniped by Lo Liao. Exactly what Niners needed.
Oh my god! Oh my god, how did he figure that one out? He knew he didn't have energy and he roughly triangulated his position. Wow.
That could be player of the day, honestly.
I think that might just be it. The possibilities, he literally could have been on any wall. He knew he had 2 fit point. No.
But not this. Lo Liao, please. Well, forget the play. Now it's down to Max. Get by reset. The shield from the transformation. Getting chased down by 2 members on the side of Vamos, but there's really no way out this time, is it?
No.
Triple kill for Smooth.
Dude, I just complimented you.
Why? But why?
Overheat. He's like, I landed that time. I'm a god. I can do anything.
You not see what Sam said? It's always the same thing.
The combination players think alike.
You can't take a compliment, man. So that's Zorn under the crystal. Yeah, this should be the end. And we'll see how JP9's going to survive this. I mean, Lo Liao will come back to life, but a wee too late. Team Vamos 2-0 JP9ers.
I can't. I'm so sad. Not like this. Vamos, well played. 2-0 against JP9ers and showing off that they can actually play from behind. And more scary yet, they have a death ball composition in their back pocket.
The fact that this could have been a JP9ers 2-0 upset is, it angers me so much.
It's so ridiculous. They've got, JP, they've got to work on their late game. They've got early and mid down.
Well, we just let Rose talk to Vamos about this 2-0 win over JP9ers. Rose, take it away.
Kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh untuk pasukan Vamos. Masih lagi mengekalkan 100% win rate mereka untuk musim ini. Guys, a round of applause for Vamos. Alright, let's get down straight to this. Zorn, apa yang terjadi di game pertama tadi? Kenapa early game the lead was so big for the side of JP9ers?
Rasanya akibat daripada kita orang punya drafting juga kot, yang buatkan kita orang susah sikit nak main. Cuma mungkin disebabkan kita orang punya disiplin, kita orang punya keserasian membuatkan kita orang boleh comeback untuk game pertama.
Alright, so are you saying that you rasa dengan lineup ini you guys are more disciplined? Sebab ramai orang kata, I baca comments daripada community and ramai orang kata dan cakap memang problem you guys ialah discipline. So are you saying that you guys have worked on it and slowly improving?
Kalau tengok daripada game 1 tu, itulah kita orang punya tahap training kita orang untuk disiplin kali ni.
Alright, I like that. Can we please pass the mic to Warlord? Alright, Warlord, Vamos masih lagi kekalkan rekod 100% win rate. Adakah win rate 100% ni sangat penting untuk korang ataupun kalah menang? Tak apa, janji you guys have some sort of like a final goal in mind.
Kalau bagi kita tu win rate tu tak penting. Intinya kita have fun aja pas main. Macam tu.
Alright, okay, I really like that. Sebab I rasa kalau team yang jaga win rate, dia akan buat lagi pressure kepada players dan dia akan boleh kacau mental. Alright guys, kita tengok game yang agak seru untuk first match minggu ini. So korang rasa siapa buat game ni sangat-sangat seru? Siapa yang MVP?
Semut.
Woi, semut ke? Okay, apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. Wuish, dia betul. Semut yang jadi MVP. Bahaya ni. Okay. English, Malay, Tagalog?
Chinese.
Pandai je kau ni. Okay, next. We rarely see you play fighter in the Gold Blade. What was that Ruby pick all about? Yes, dia ni. Bihira ka namin nakikita naglalaro ng Ruby or actually fighter sa Gold Lane. Anong nangyari? Ba't Ruby ang pinik mo kanina?
Coach Pau.
Coach yang suruh?
Ya, coach yang suruh.
Coach yang suruh? Tapi kenapa?
Let's kau main Ruby? Ya, main.
Memang susah nak cakap dengan semut ni. So, ada fighter lain tak yang you nak main dekat Gold Lane? Ada. Wow. Okay, I like that. Can we please pass it to Smooth? Alright, Smooth. Kita boleh nampak daripada performance Vamos sekarang ni, EXP buat banyak kerja yang sangat penting. You rasa untuk Smooth sendiri, you rasa this team punya chemistry is somewhere on top or still ada macam room for improvement?
Untuk masa sekarang ni, saya rasa dah 90%. Tinggal lagi 10% lagi kita orang kena isikan.
Alright, maybe we can give Chibi. Alright, Chibi, last words kepada fans Vamos yang hadir ke Dewan MBSJ untuk tengok match pertama minggu ini.
Untuk fans-fans yang datang ke venue, terima kasih sebab datang dan support MPL MY season 14 dan memeriahkan lagi. Dan untuk fans Vamos ataupun fans JPN, terima kasih juga sebab support team favorite kalian masing-masing. And then, so korang doakan kita orang menang untuk game esoknya.
Alright, terima kasih dan congratulations to Team Vamos. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Ada sound effect pula dari Chibi. Alright guys. Match pertama yang seru. 3 mata penuh untuk pasukan Vamos. Selepas ni kita ada satu lagi perlawanan to wrap up our day 1. Tapi sebelum tu, mari kita dengar mic check daripada pasukan Vamos. Julian. Sabar. 5 second.
Tengok mid juga
Jadi. Aku tembak.
Aku je. Boleh start.
Jadi guys.
Apa aku? Kacing. Nice.
Itu nak sana.
Keluar outside.
Guys, Obi.
Sabar. Wawan. Masuk, bro.
Masih je.
Tahu first, kawan. Nah, kan ada minat.
Boleh.
Orang je.
Nak saya. Besan lagi dapat.
Macam tu.
Dapat dua. Dapat besan. Aku besan lah.
Roger.
Aku Roger.
Mati Roger.
Mati. Nice one.
Mati kau aku.
Nice one.
Aku rasa satu. Nice one.
Kita orang boleh tetap untuk kau.
GG guys.
Mati.
GG guys.
Wow.
GG guys.
Oh, nice lah. Nice. Aduh.
Aku kat.
Jangan, yang tadi jauh sangat.
Ni, lasi.
Boom.
Dapat je lasi.
Lasi. Yang kena bomba. Jangan bomba.
Moskow up.
Tower.
Moskow, nice.
Well, the Team Vamos supporters are celebrating, leaving the Niners in despair, and absolute shock. Congratulations again, Team Vamos. Second win in the regular season, 2-0 as well.
Yeah, honestly, this is such a brutal.
I'm in disbelief still.
Right? Two good compositions, both of which, honestly, if we were just playing with bots at the highest difficulty, 9 out of 10 times I would have expected JP Niners' composition to come out on top. It's just the way that they played. Unfortunately, in that late game, did not make it happen because there were so many good early moments, right? Early to mid was where we saw JP Niners making all the great decisions, but the outplays. And then finally, the late game, Team Vamos hands down.
Yeah, just a lot more discipline, identifying kind of win conditions and playing to that. And you saw the collapse of JP Niners. The fact, the moment one of the pillars start falling, it just seems like no recovery. They just kept falling all the way until the crystal blows up.
Yeah, no, exactly, man. Again, you could even hear it in the mic check that a majority of the Team Vamos members are worried about getting hit by specifically Zach QT on the Vexana. So it's just like, all right, we just got to play around him. As soon as his cooldowns are down, that's our window. And finding that window is so important.
And this game, Nets, just like Game 1, really showed up big time. Game 1, he finished with a 5-1 KD. Game 2, 7-1 KD on a fighter, Ruby Go. So setting the initial win for Ruby Go lane.
Yep, the initial win here. Man, I really like JP Niners' overall lineups, but I definitely think that, unfortunately, there is a bit of a problem when it comes down to like the drafting section between Roamer and as well as EXP. Or from what I've noticed, right, one or the other usually gets shafted. In this case, both sides got shafted. Wasn't expecting the death ball comp, which I think is one of like the outliers here.
I wonder if the CC pick. The CC last pick was the reason that Rasi got put on the Turisla, because I honestly felt like, you put him on the Arlet, so much more things you could do, but who knows? I mean, JP Niners, I know a lot of people expected Vamos to win 2-0, myself included, but to end it like this?
Yeah, no, I think if there was anything that they needed to adjust, I definitely think that instead of banning out the Edith, they probably should have switched out the Edith for maybe a Zask or like a mid lane pick, right? Because so far, Warlord has been, honestly, he's been in the background leading the team, but at the same time, he hasn't whiffed any of his spells. He still has that crisp, clean look when he was during his time, or I can only imagine how much punishment that he received during his time in T-Boss now coming back here in MPL MY, but still, a lot of that discipline remains.
Yeah, I think that's good, right? He comes from Indonesia, comes to MPL MY 2 seasons ago, wins the trophy, goes back, kind of gets his butt kicked, and then now kind of brings that experience back. It's a character growth for Warlord.
It really is a character growth for Warlord. Hopefully we do get to see some returning faces, because again, I think that Warlord definitely can grow even more here at MPL MY. It's not as rigid of a structure, and it's not as cutthroat as MPL ID, because again, their tier 2 scene is booming.
Yeah, it is brutal to play in that scene, right? But even Smooth had a fantastic game this round on the CC.
So good.
8-11.
He was so rich this game, like unbelievably rich. Like, 3 was not going to play the game no matter what. There's just too many things that deter him from actually diving in, and the most that you're hoping for is like a 4-man final slash, and even then, that might not necessarily get you results.
Even if you look at the damage dealt, I mean, I suppose Silver Lining Loliao is putting out quite a lot of damage, but a lot of them not really converted into much. Everyone else on the side of JP Niners, the fact that it's a draft that innately has a lot of raw damage, you would think that they could do a lot more in that mid-game.
Well, I think that JP, the way that they needed the fight was mainly manage the enemy front line, right? Because I feel like they waste too many resources on the initial dive, right? That's why we see a lot of the times Chibi is really, really low, like 1 HP. Nets is able to out-sustain their opponents because they try to go on people like Zorn as well as Warlord, and they commit too many spells when honestly they should be holding their key spells for primary targets like Nets. If Zorn is jumping in, and only if he's jumping in, Chibi as well.
I wonder if it would go a bit better if JP Niners had just kind of switch their focus instead of trying to shut down Nets, which inevitably will scale up. Maybe look for Chibi a lot more in that game, right? Because we saw the attempted dive onto Nets. I feel like perhaps it's limited by the Roam Terizla. You can't really invade.
I think. Oh, man, it's tough. All right, so I think you're dependent on one of your side laners to be able to try and take control of that side of the map. Unfortunately for EXP, EF3 is not going to be able to do anything. Even if they do unlock him from the lane, he still doesn't have enough base damage just to actually be a threat by walking into enemy jungle on blue side, purple side very early on. And I think that's the majority of the issues, right? That EF3 can't just go in and find big executions. Neither can he sustain through the raw damage that we see from the side of Team Vamos. I think no matter what, it's just a losing matchup.
Yeah, just damn if you do, damn if you don't. Key players, Hall of Fame, Rich Guy, Chibi, this time 816 GPM, Warlord as the carry, Rasi, basically the punching bag, this one on the Terizla roam, followed by Warlord again, the best wingman of this game.
Going over to Warlord, 13 overall. I guess he's really taking a back foot here. I would like to hear the full mic check to see what kind of calls that he is actually making rather than just like highlight moments of everybody kind of doing their own thing but still working out.
He's just Bing chilling in, in the dominant percent. He's like,
everybody else is playing a MOBA, he's playing an RTS.
Yeah, basically. He's a sentry.
He's a sentry that's giving orders to everybody to keep cohesion. Let's look at the item progression. This is what I'm excited to see because I want to see how quickly they're able to achieve their items, but at the same time, what did they rush? I knew it! Nets did rush the War Axe first item. This guy. He did, okay, so he does buy the boots first and then eventually pumps all of his economy in the early game for the first 4 minutes, leading into almost the 5th minute, gets the War Axes as soon as possible, and the moment he has that War Axe, it doesn't matter what Lolios does. He's able to out-sustain him every single wave, and if Lolios doesn't take away the River Crab, even more ways for him to sustain.
I'm looking at Zach QT's build. He starts with a glowing one and then instantly transitions into a wishing lantern. I think that's where it really limits what you can do on a Vexana, because no damage means you don't proc wishing lantern as much. I would much prefer a blood wing.
Ooh.
in the spot of the wishing lantern. I think keeping it for 3rd, 4th item makes a lot more sense, regardless of the situation, because you just don't have enough stats to kind of make it work.
I agree with you on that one. It could have been switched out for either, like you mentioned, Blood Wings, or even a Lightning Charge, both of which would have done pretty well to give at that extra burst, depending on the utility. But that's just our very first series of today. We still have one more, but congratulations, the Vamos maintaining their perfect win streak so far, 2-0s all the way through at 6 points with SRG just under them at 5. Unfortunately, that does mean that the JP Niners will drop their position. Only at 2 points, still tied up with Team Hakan as well as Monster Vicious, but they've played more games.
Yeah, the aggregate points is starting to affect JP Niners in this case. But that concludes our first series. We still got one more coming up, and this one is going to be exciting because those two teams are basically tied at the bottom, RCMY and Toda. One of them is going to break free from that spot. But I don't know. I've heard that Toda is playing the same lineup as last week, so for Zine fans, he's going to be in Rome again.
Well,
but whether he gets to play the Grok will be a different story.
Probably. I think now that most teams... I mean, he is known to be a Grok player every time he goes into the Rome position. He's done it for a very, very long time here. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Toda, but what I do know is that consistency is key. And if you're looking for some of the best, look at Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 6 because it is opened right now. It happens every single year. This time it's going to be happening another time, and you can sign up for it right now. September 8th is when registration closes, and there's also a second qualifier happening on the 15th. If you win, you can share a part of the prize cash pool at 150,000 cash prize, and you get a chance to qualify for the first Mobile Masters for MLBB.
Absolutely. So Q2 is still open. If you haven't signed up just yet, please do so, because that is where we scout for the best talents. And the fact that you could earn a slot potentially to go to Mobile Masters is crazy, because previously all of our champions, we stop at Challenge Finals. There's no continuation after that. Even when Falcons AP ran won the recent one, there's no Mobile Masters. That's just Challenge Finals.
That's just Southeast Asia. That's the problem. We want to look further and beyond. The rest of the world is going to get involved, so please come and sign up. With that being said, that wraps up our very first best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We still have one more to finish off today here at MPL MY. Stay tuned.
Tak kisah jago suka
Puaskan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Kenapa ni? Aduh, limu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wipe out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Sakit kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. New champion of the next season. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya, juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim
cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di MPL.
Kenapa ni? Aduh, limumu lagi. Gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him.
panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hakik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. New champion of the men's season. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya, juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wipe out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hati kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena mengena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya, juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
Wipe out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Sakit kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelemahan dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let 'em. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Sakit kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya, juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPLMY Season 14 is powered by Moonson, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLDB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
It's time to pledge your allegiance to the Empire because RSGMY against Todak coming up next. Final best of 3 of MPL Malaysia Season 14, Week 2, Day 1. It's Husky and Getting Q at the desk. Serve you guys.
Once again, we're going to be seeing both of these previous champions look for some former glory in their lineups. Week 1 hasn't gone too great for them. Well, hopefully Week 2 is only going to get better because, again, we did see potential players that could grow and eventually become champions at the end of the season, maybe not at the beginning.
One team opting for a robust lineup with more than 10 players. The other gave us the longest game of the regular season so far, but all of this made possible with the ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone of MPL Malaysia Season 14 that helped the pros to be consistently at the top of their game. And it also retains the crown as the king of performance and now comes with a sleek new design and improved cameras as the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming.
So what are you waiting for? Take this step up now rather than later. You don't want to be behind the curve until the next thing comes out. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the standings just in case you guys are just tuning in. We already concluded our very first match of the day here at day number 1, week number 2 of the MPL MY, with Team Vamos being able to score themselves another 3 points. And unfortunately for JP United, we're not able to find a single one.
But it will be good news for either RCMY and Toda because they are currently tied with 1 point. Coast -1 aggregate points as they lost their series 1-2 last week. One of them will break free from that cycle at least by the end of this best of 3.
We'll see whether or not it's going to be a 2-0 because if they are able to achieve a 2-0, that's going to shoot them up in the standings pretty far up and might even cause a couple of teams to not be able to overtake them later down the line. But if it is a 2-1, it puts them in contention with everybody else.
Actually, if a 2-0 puts them in top 3 essentially. So we got to take a look at the lineup first, starting with RSGMY. We got Maima, Ripple, Ranqt, Stoem, and Zav.
I mean, Stoem being a staple of RSGMY, same goes for Ripple, but I'm very happy with the performance of Maima and as well as Ranqt at this point of time. We'll see whether that's going to continue because, again, we've seen that Ranqt is able to get the job done, but the question is really about the whole team playing macro-wise across the map.
Yeah, and if they can move together as a unit, because sometimes Stoem will make the call first and the team fails to follow up, something that RSGMY has consistently ran into last week against Team Hawk. But overall, I agree. Ranqt coming in from the MAL Barracuda beta and able to really fill in the shoes left by 2 previous Filipino junglers. Big achievement, but they're going up against Todak, named a homestay named Moon, Momo, Gary, Zyme Sempoy, and D.
It looks like they're going with the same lineup as last week. Very happy with D's performance last week. And generally, even if he's behind, he's still able to make an impact across that map. But Gary still has not found his footing within Todak ever since his first inception.
Especially, this is the meta that everyone is looking back at Gary and expecting him to really shoot up the rankings in terms of performance. But I would say outlier, Zyme Sempoy back in that roam role, very unexpected, but his Grok performance has been top-notch.
Yeah, we haven't seen him play anything else so far. Maybe we'll see whether or not it's going to be, getting to see the rest of his hero pool at the very least this time round, since he is playing the roam once again. Let's have a look at the players so far.
Yeah, the ping test brought to you by Hotlink, prepaid 5G, unmatched 5G network with no lag for MLBD gaming. The player just making sure that everything is smooth. You don't want to miss a flicker wild charge. That's never good. But the fact that both teams now share very similar hero pools, especially in the roam role, which is the more open role in terms of hero selection, I want to see if Zyme can play other roam heroes to the efficiency of Grok.
Well, we'll also see whether or not they actually get red side or blue side, which has been a very big thing since week number 1, having an abysmal win rate on red side so far. But yes, let's talk about the redemption of the fallen empires. Who will be victorious? Is it going to be RSGMY or is it going to be Todak? I will say Todak has much better odds considering their showing last week in comparison to RSG. I would say RSG played relatively weak.
Yeah, both teams have some varying track record, right? Todak 3-time champion, RSGMY just 1. But if you just compare the last 2 seasons, RSGMY 4th place in season 12, 3rd place in season 13, whereas for Todak 5th and 6th for both seasons.
Yeah, consistency is going to be key. Maybe not in the ways that they want, of course, but hopefully this time around they're going to be trying to break into the top 3. And I think a lot of it has to do with figuring out what their main win condition is supposed to be, right? Yeah. Last week we saw that Todak varying strategies, but generally about team fighting, not towards one person's lane.
Yeah, a lot of it set up by Zyme Sempoy. I think I can say the same for RSGMY with Storm, but we want to remind you guys about the 8th anniversary for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You don't want to miss out a Kai's Magic Show at the 8th Anniversary Music Party on September 28th and 29th. You can enjoy a special performance by Dollar and win 4 million Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds worth of free skins. So for 4 million, that's bigger than any prize pool I've seen. And also, you can get your early bird tickets now for only 8 ringgit at ticket2u.com.my.
Yep, 4 million is a lifetime worth of diamonds, so don't miss out that opportunity. Remember the dates, 28th and as well as 29th. That's when the anniversary is going to happen. Drop them down, Google Calendar it, set reminders if you have to.
Yeah, you can meet your favorite KOLs there. While I'll give you a hint, Rose will be there.
And Dollar.
And Dollar. And Kai if you love panda.
And just straight up a live panda in cosplay. That's what you're expecting at the 8th anniversary.
And then it's Rose behind the costume.
Yeah. Rose the third thing after the first two.
Getting so far ahead of themselves. But yes, jot that down in your calendar. Win some great skins and have fun, right? 8 years of one Bang Bang. We've come a long way. But let's get back to the matter at hand, because we got one best of 3 to settle between two big teams. Let's welcome Todak and RSGMY to the stage to take their battle stations.
RSGMY.
They managed to secure only 1 point last week. Will they rise today and triumph over their old rivals? All eyes on the jungler Rang QT to become the difference maker. Here we go. It's RSGMY.
Toda.
After a tough defeat in their first match, will the 4-coach strategy bear fruit today for the Swordfishes? The 3-time champions are sticking to the exact lineup as last week. Here comes the King of the Ocean, Toda! Now introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in these matches. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both of our teams as they head on over to the battle stations and then to the Land of Dawn as they show each other respect for the last time.
One empire will be on its way to regaining former glory, while the other will be back in that rebuilding phase. So much excitement coming up to this. And when you look at the way that they lost their first series last week, it's a complete opposite, right? Complete contrast. Toda played a close game against Monster Vicious, but RSGMY series, that one is a different tale.
That one is a very different tale. At least MV did homework against Todak before that matchup, and it was very clear in the showing in the Land of Dawn to just prove to everybody else, hey, even Todak is susceptible. RSG, it didn't look like they had a plan. It looked like their opponents were just playing their own games, and that's why I think that Todak is going to be the victors this time round.
I know Lofel is doing Restreaming. I'm not sure it's the Basa or the English broadcast, but he did brought a few points, I think, yesterday or the day before, talking about RSGMY. Massive disappointment, of course, with the week 1 performance. Hopefully, this is the reinvigoration of the team. You mentioned something along the lines of Ripple, very passionate when it comes to winning, but the rest of the team, you got to be able to keep up with that.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, the little bit of a loose cannon on RSG's hands is going to be Zaz. But let's look at the coach coming in from Todak, Ashi. How does the coaching staff decide on the lineup changes in Todak? And he answered week to week. We'll definitely make roster changes. We will see the players perform in scrims from time to time. Whoever can execute in terms of strategies for drafting, from there we will decide on that final lineup.
And it sounds like the previous company I work in, it's all about that. It's all about the commissions, right? Before sales, you get into the Hall of Fame for the week, best employee. But let's see if this pays off, because it shows some promises for sure. Also, some special guests in the crowd as well. Our Army Esports, you guys have been following social media. You know that they are actually already here. They've been making an appearance for the series, giving away free jerseys if you guys want to get your hands on one.
A new organization, and they've been looping around for a while, so go check them out if you haven't had the chance. But let's jump back into it and talk about the loose cannon Zobs here, because so far his performance, whether it be on a death ball composition or whether or not he just gets a regular marksman, it has not been going too well for him.
Yeah, it's one of those few players that if he gets a great game, he's amazing. But once he starts overheating, that's where you gotta somehow pump the brakes. And Duff so far has still been showing those tendencies, regardless of whether he is on JP Highness or RSGMY. But we also want to invite you guys to join the fight now. You can claim the redemption code on your screen or scan the QR code and make sure that you take advantage of the free stuff we're giving.
Yep, screenshot it and send it over to your friends who are also interested in MLBB, or maybe they've left for a long time and this is a way to get them back. It's free currency.
Yes. With MPL Franco. I don't remember if I got it, but I recently got the MPL Jawhead.
Oh, the MPL Jawhead one is
it.
not bad. I got the Benedetta one, and I think that by far has to be the best one.
So far, right? Even it was the our draft graphic last season during playoffs.
Yes, it was a good time. It was a very good time. But let's talk about some of the expectations in this game, right? Do you think that Torak has a strategy coming into this against RSG when it comes down to like counter picking, or are they maybe going to actually focus fire on getting D ahead? Because last week we didn't see them like touch D's lane. They left him on an island, and somehow he's still able to make impact.
Yeah, I feel like that could be the approach. I'm looking at the power picks as well, like Hylos, for example. Torak didn't get their hands on it last week. It's been banned by MV, I think, majority of the series, but it also comes down to which side they take, right? Because last week when they went up against MV, it was blue side win all the way, which is quite crazy in of itself. But I expect Torak to still stick to the comfort zone. I'm looking at the Grok, honestly, because they have been really liking that hero.
I definitely think that Grok might be a interesting ban for RSG-MY, but yeah, as you mentioned, let's just assume that Torak is going to be on blue side and RSG does take the red side this time around. If they do take red side, what is that first ban going to be, right? Other than like the atypical chips, the Shins, do you think that they're actually interested in the Grok? That's number one. But what even about Jawhead?
I have a feeling they will get banned out.
By Todak side or RSG side?
I would say Todak, actually. I'm looking at Chip Hylos RSG, and the third one, it could be a Ruby, could be a Phoveus. Third one is more up in the air, but I definitely feel like that SAS is going to go through, if the Jawhead gets banned, probably by blue side.
Yeah, probably blue side, which means, which I would only assume that, like, things like Phoveus gets banned out on red, I would hope. I would imagine. Because we've seen teams let that through, allowing blue side to get first pick. And, well, I mean, if the matchup serves him well, he usually dominates the lane.
Yeah, but I would say you only take Jawhead on blue side if there really isn't too much of a choice. But, I mean, ranking-wise, it's pretty far down, right? You still have Roger and a lot of things to consider. Unless you're Team Ray. Team Ray, they put a lot of emphasis on Jawhead. Todak, I don't see that, honestly. Nor for RSG. I don't think that's what Stone is looking for. You much rather have the Cho.
Well, here's the thing. We are seeing that Ashi is going to be, the coach on stage.
Yeah.
That could change up the draft. Seifel is still there, so there's some level of consistency. Maybe Seifel is only there just for the drafting stage of the game.
Hey, now we know who won the scrim last week. Seifel and Ashi.
Seifel's like 2 for 2. 2 for 2. Let's keep up the win streak.
Where's Amok, guys? He's still missing.
He's probably in the back waiting. To be deployed. We still have 44 seconds left. Are there any other notable... Oh, yeah, we didn't see Arlet that much from Stone last week, huh?
Oh, he went on Cho and Grok, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the jungle, it's a quite interesting matchup. The Fanny is going to be a huge contest. I think seeing how RanQT pulled off a Fanny last week against Team Hawk, I would expect Torak to show a lot of respect for that.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but that means a lot of limited spots for this drafting phase. As we start heading in, let's have a look which side both of these teams are going to be going to. Just have a rough idea of how this draft is going to play out. Good luck to both of our teams. Let's get armed up. Let's see what our warriors are bringing into battle.
Let's see, starts with the site selection. Let's see where Todak gets it. Blue side for Todak.
Interesting.
RCMY on red side, that's the Jushin chip. One kind of telegraph from the beginning. Still waiting for the high loss ban. We going to discuss about blue side Jawhead. Let's see if Todak goes for that.
Yeah, a lot of like well, I wouldn't even say off meta picks, but just general picks that a lot of teams just find super annoying. The high loss and the Jawhead, as you mentioned before, those are the ones that we're going to be looking at. Phoveus as well. Anything to really deter a certain category or set of heroes.
But we have seen Phoveus being dealt with, of course, with some very specific situations. As is no Phoveus without vengeance. Todak showing respect to RanQT, takes out the Fanny instantly.
I like that a lot. That Todak at the very least did their homework for RSG this coming week. Ling going to be the follow-up ban for the side of RSG. don't want assassin junglers with high mobility. Are they going to play something a little bit more lane focused or mid lane focused?
This could end up being a Roger first pick for Todak, depending on what RSGMY bans out, right?
Yeah.
We're left with Nolan, Roger, Julian as the only 3 prime choices. Hayabusa as well, we've seen Gary play that, one of his favorites.
Funny enough, we haven't seen too many teams actually pick up the Hayabusa overall, now that I think about it.
Then we've seen Team Hawk do it.
They've touched it, but it's not as common as I would imagine. Oh, the Angela ban from outside.
It's a complete pivot.
Oh.
I mean, it's an open market now. It's so many picks are kind of left out in the open.
Yeah, I guess there's no bad pick, but definitely they have to start considering whether or not they want to leave Phoveus through, right? Because the fact that Angela is missing, I would only imagine that Todak is a little afraid that RSG is going to be playing around rank QT, something like hyper snowball-y. It'd be funny if it was Leomord, but finally we do see the high loss ban here as we go into that first pick. Todak, what's it going to be? Is it going to be Roger?
Yeah, it's Roger, Phoveus, Jawhead, Zask. Plenty of choices for Todak.
Edith, if they want to go flex, Ruby, if they want to go even safer.
That would be mad, though.
Yeah, that would be a little crazy considering how many power picks there are.
If you open up with an Edith, you deserve a salute. Just for that opening pick alone.
For the opening pick?
Yeah, so Phoveus was not going to deviate too much from that.
Okay.
Right, who's this?
Wait.
Oh, from last season.
Oh! Wow, he stood up to the camera just to show.
Wait, but what's the context? Did he lose weight? Was that his friend?
That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I can't put 2 and 2 together. I'm not designed for it. Unfortunately, we do see Zaskin as well as Roger be the pickup for RSG. A very strong opening.
So that still leaves the Jawhead open. Is this where the Grok comes out? It could be. There's a possibility if Zyme still feels comfortable with that hero. You also take it away from RSGMY. If they want to go mid-side, there's the Vexana. We see Valentina from Moon also. Or the least seen would be the Bulvaria pick. Nolan as the response from Todak. And Aurora.
Very safe. Very, very safe. I was thinking maybe Todak might lean into Moon's Vexana over the Aurora, but I think this is a much safer option. Knowing that RSG in general, right, if it's going to be rank QT playing, it's most likely going to be an assassin style of jungler, so might as well make the hard read now. Nothing wrong with it. And better yet, at least with the extra bit of CC, you could bail Phoveus out of some tough spots.
At least Maima gets to play a different hero instead of Aurora. He's been stuck on Aurora last week.
He was on Aurora duty for so long.
I blame Lisa, man. He always gets that Zaz red side.
He does. But let's see how they're going to complete this, right? Because at this point, RSG could just mirror the role picks that we see from the Todak side. If not, pose a different question, right? And it looks like that different question is going to be the Julian. So they are just matching it. They reveal it out in the open.
So they just let Todak know that this Roger is going to go to the gold lane. So fans for Sunfrost in the crowd.
Hey! Shout out to the Sunfrost on the BM side. Second phase, though, this is going to be a little tough. A lot more difficult for Todak, but at the very least, they know for a fact that, hey, they've shown their jungler, they've also shown their gold laner, there's nothing much to worry about, we just have to figure out what that EXP is supposed to be.
There's still a Terisla up in the air. They start banning that out. Yeah, Grok taken up by RSGMY. Pretty surprising, considering that they do have the first pick on the second phase. So we will see Zion on a different hero for sure. Ruby Arlet, something that RSGMY would like. I mean, even the Cho is in season.
Yeah, Cho doesn't seem like a bad idea, and then it's, well, mainly because of the way Phoveus works now. It doesn't matter if you dash, you need to get marked, you need to have the Sinner's Mark for him to actually jump on top of you. So it's pretty okay to dash around him as long as he's like not off a cooldown or something.
Although if RSGMY wants to go for flex, depends on whether the Edith gets banned out.
That's the thing.
Still in the pool. So it's Tigro banned first. It's one of Stone's classic.
Okay. Anyway, I would imagine that Ruby also gets banned here. Ruby or Cho, both of which don't seem like a bad idea for Todak. RSG, do they just limit down on the gold laners? Probably get rid of Oskov, right? Oh.
Ban Hanabi.
Oh, yeah, because Todak is on blue side. That's fair.
Yep. So there's a chance for the... What did they call it? Hanabi Lita?
there's
Loli Nabi.
There's a ship name for them?
There
I didn't
is.
know this.
Yeah. I found out yesterday, but I don't remember the exact term. I probably messed it up both times.
Hanalita? Lolita B? Lolita B? Oh man, this is bad. this is just crazy.
Some things don't work. Just don't work.
Yeah.
Name the combo work, but the names is a bit of work on that.
It's like having the name Gertrude. It's just why. All right. Sorry to all the Gertrudes out there. Let's see what the final band is for the side of Todak. I would only imagine that it's going to be another support. Oh, Barat.
Interesting. I wouldn't expect the Barat to make it to the ban list. So, see, RSG, if they want to flex, there's plenty of choices, right? I mean, Ripple does play Ruby also. Ruby Edith, all up his alley. You can go for the Edith, a safer pick for RSGMY.
Yeah, very, very safe, as a matter of fact. It's either you sandbag the wave or you are just going to clear the wave and interact with Phoveus as little as possible, because he's pretty difficult to trade against, considering that it's, especially if you dash around a lot, you just trigger his passive so often, allowing him to use his first and second skills pretty consistently.
Yeah. Not many fighters have that auto gap closer.
Yeah.
Pretty annoying. He knocks it. The fact that he knocks you back.
Yeah. I think that's I think honestly, I thought that was a little overkill when they first made that rework. But then nowadays, when I've been playing Phoveus, I'm like, actually, this feels kind of nice.
Yeah, not really. It helps you with your passive, which is crazy, right? You automatically help your own passive with your passive.
Yeah.
So Claude and Matilda will be the choice for Todak. So Zion Matilda this time going down a different route, playing more utility.
Interesting. Okay. So does that mean that, are we expecting RSG to play pick-off compositions and everybody takes Purify?
Kufra?
They could go for Kufra. Kufra is not a bad shout for RSG. Ruby, also, I mean, if you want to go really, really safe, will struggle against the Aurora, but at the very least can, like, maybe stop the Matilda from getting some clutch saves.
Kufra, Cho, the only pick-up choices. Arlen maybe in third. See, RSGMY, what you got? Mincetar.
Okay. Counter all the dashes, in a matter of fact. Actually, that's not a bad idea, because now you have two ways to actually set up a contention point. Very good zone control from the side of RSG overall. It's going to be difficult to get past the Mincetar plus the Zas as well.
Yeah.
This is an interesting combination. Don't get to see Mincetar often.
The trip down memory lane, Todak showed us that last season. It's a direct answer to a Harith pick. So we'll see if they still remember the old tricks of the Bolts. Game 1 about a kickoff. Just a little bit. RSGMY showing us some surprises.
Yeah, a lot of surprises indeed. I'm curious to see how Zaz and D are going to play in that gold lane, but generally, Todak has an advantage when it comes down to the 5v5. If anybody jumps in too soon, especially when Rippo has his ult available, that could cause so many problems with the King's Calling. But good luck to both these teams. Time to head to the land of Dawn. Let's see how these junglers are going to start as they battle it out in this best of 3.
Excited to see how this is going to turn out for RSGMY. Is this when they make that resurgence to the top of Game 1, RSGMY on that red side, Todak blue side. So jungler starting on the same side, essentially, parallel jungling.
Alright. Let's see which lane they're going to be ending up in. They're going to be ending up in the gold lane once again. I am interested to see how Rippo is going to manage. I think he does have a bit of an advantage against Momo in lane, but that's under the assumption that he doesn't trade at level 1.
Suppose as long as you have your second ability, you can sort of farm the wave without letting Phoveus get close to you. You just keep him at an arm's reach always. And also, you don't want to really be in his face, right? You don't want to get kind of hooked under the turret. There is some deterrence at least.
Yeah. Looking at the Mplms, it looks like D has opted to go for Vitality as well as Tenacity. He's really not confident in winning out in this lane, or at least he wants to be able to sustain enough and trade enough so that he can actually farm.
And even a common emblem, it's all about survival. Zaz going for the Quantum Charge this time, despite having Master Assassin, so you can be sure that Zaz has the sustainability, but also that burst damage is not as high as usual. Moon loses his Flicker, early game from RSGMY. Top side, Ripple gets ganked by Todak. Turns around 1v3, not a problem.
Yeah, especially when he has that shield up, it becomes really difficult for the rest of Todak, especially if they're coming in from the same direction. In the meantime, Julian He's been chilling in that tribe rush for a while. Storm it here just in case.
I'm going to try again. Using their own members as a bait. It's not going to work out. Now we stole them around.
Well, at least they got Zyme Senpai's Purify off. Wait.
Hey, Momo. It's going to be caught. It's not the target that Ram wants to go for. It's a good attempt. But Toda covering their bases. The turtle for RSGMY. They're going to start on it.
Yep, as quick as possible as well. You see on the opposite side of the map, that laning phase is going pretty well for Zobs. Free turtle for the side of RSGMY. Oh,
and the catch. King's calling. Zyme Senpai first blooded by Maima. Ripple making the first move.
That's such a disgusting combination. Dominator's Descent plus King's calling. Even just with a regular spawn link, it's a bit frustrating when you get slowed down to basically a crawl. It's going to be so difficult to leave that perimeter.
Yeah, it's a kill box, essentially, by Ripple. The first blood going to Maima would definitely help him. He wants to hit that glowing wand as soon as he can.
He's going to need a little bit of time to do that, though. He's not walking up into lane as confidently. He really doesn't want to trade heavily against Mood without his spawn links. But at the same time, Stoem is giving him the information necessary. They know for a fact that Claude isn't rotating through the river to get into the mid lane. Top side is pretty much dead. We're not seeing too many aggressive movements from either one of these teams. More so from Todak because they're just waiting for gaps.
Maima covering a lot of the angles, right? Putting his Nightmare spawn in one of the bushes where the jungler was last seen to really prevent himself from getting ganked. And he has escaped to Flicker, Dominant Descent, and so gets spotted out by D. Zaz gets the gold crab for himself, even feeds the wave in front of his turret, mid-side. Attempted gank, Maima will be fine. Chain does not connect onto Zyme Senpai.
Yep, could not find the chain CC. Come back to Zobs though, he did opt to go for the Thunderbell very first item of the game. He rushed it pretty quick on top of his boots. At the very least, this is going very well for Zobs. He will scale comfortably into the later stages with a lot more hybrid defenses. But D, on the other hand, really staying very, very healthy.
Every single trade is going to benefit Zobs more and more. Todak is setting up a gang squad on the top side. See if they can get Ripple out of the way. Easier said than done. Even if they proxy the wave, they still cannot get to Ripple. But they will be first to have the full team for the turtle.
Yep. Oh, wait.
Stoem, dashes, circling Eagle, knocks him up, follow, but Infernal Pursuit, he just flickers away. Gary sees Maima, that's the second flicker out from RSGMY.
Okay, some big resources, but they don't have the flicker out of Ripple. They need that King's Calling to come out.
He just a Purify. I mean, Todak only has one flicker, and that's on Moon. Stoem misses the onwards as Zavs takes that mid lane wave, continuing to soak up resources.
Yeah.
Todak not confident to start on the turtle.
And Momo does not want to jump in. Even though he already got the Sinner's Mark on top of Ripple, it's safer not to jump on him for now, especially with that ult still. They're unable to bait it out. The lane swap once again happening very soon.
Momo jumps this time, another circling Eagle from Zyme. Facilitate the turtle take. That's all Todak wants is the objective, and they get it.
Didn't want to. It looks like RCMY did not want to initiate. It was just too dangerous for them at this point, right? But at the very least, the lane swap from a RSGMY side, very beneficial for Zobs, able to pick up like 2 waves while he's been on this top side, as well as a River Crab. Gary does neutralize that pushing wave, so he's not going to get that tier 1 turret. But you can see, with as many gaps as possible, that's where RSGMY is applying pressure to see what the response from Todak is supposed to be.
It does make you wonder, does Todak bring out the technical side of the team, right? Because we are seeing RCMY playing a lot slower. It's almost the same as last week, but in this case, a lot more control. Even Rank 2T is getting plenty of resources. Behind in levels compared to Gary by 1. Momo finds the knockback onto Stoem, follows up, sucks him back, Dark Wave. Not enough damage.
Should be that. Oh!
Didn't have this to Purify, thankfully.
Good timing coming in from D. Doesn't allow him to stack it up to get the stun. Doesn't lose his battle spell as well. Doesn't overreact to the situation. That's what you want to have in a player. That being said, RCMY not really pushing their agendas everywhere. It seems like they've gone onto autopilot and waiting until the next item power spike.
Even Ripple didn't overreact to the trade, right? He'll instinctively drop the King's Calling. So it's a neutral state, 6 minutes plus in. No structures down just yet. I mean, structures are barely scratched. Most of them are healthy. Another lane swap, Zav brought down to the bot lane. That's where the turtle spawns.
Very marginal gold leads across the lane. very, very marginal. No, haven't seen anybody just yet who's really set themselves apart this game. The laning phase basically even from either side, both EXP and as well as Gold. Mid lane, pretty much just a wave clearing contest at that point. These neutral objectives have gone over to the latest one, going over to RSGMY. I'm surprised they didn't want to fight a little harder.
Even both gold laners are getting their own space to work with. Of course, RSGMY will have DRS for the turtle fight. That's with a lot more confidence. Stone just got his Thunder Belt. So Todak will take the top tier 1. Here misses from Ripple. Momo taking point, circling eager from side. Momo with the engaged, 2-man knockup. Gary from the side looking for Mima. Goes into Dominance Descent. Brand QT takes the turtle. Gary goes down. And Momo forced to pop the Vengeance and runs. But Ripple pulls 2 of them back. Momo the first one to drop D. Wants to fight this but cannot survive. And RSGMY cracks it open with 2 kills. Zaz looking for number 3. Zion sleeping at the wheel and punished by Zaz. Tier 1 mid goes down.
And Rippo opens up this game. 2 perfect hooks catching the correct members. Yes, he didn't find the cores like Dean as well as Moon, but he's already done so much damage, so much deterrence. Todak really have to think about Rippo as a legitimate threat. Everybody else doesn't matter until that King's Calling is out.
And Todak had a pretty decent angle, right? Zyme, 2-man knockout, both the cores and the backline exposed to the Nolan, and in the end it was Gary who went down. And Mima surviving without even having to use his flicker. So RCMY getting a 3k gold lead just off of that. It's still growing.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're not actually managing every single one of these waves. These tier 1s should not go down for free. Top side especially, right? With that being said, this gold lead now developing into 3k, now going to be 4k in just a bit. 50 seconds until the upcoming until the next neutral objective, but this mid-tier 1 causing a lot of problems for Todak.
Not making it easy, honestly, with the Zask around. And RCMY very confident, setting up a gang squad. Todak can't really reliably walk into them, not with Zyme in his current state.
Well, they're chilling for now. I guess RCMI is just waiting for the next neutral objective to do it all again, because at this point, I think Todak have recognized that, like, alright, there's just too many big ults that we don't want to clump around, so at the very least, we're going to have to try and play the map.
What's the game plan for Todak right now? Are they playing for objectives and just wait for D to come online?
Actually, I don't think it's that simple, right? Hold on.
He gets an QD, expanded his cooldown. Gary couldn't get the one shot, but close enough. The 5-second window that he got couldn't get the job done.
He needs to start making his way towards the turtle. There we go. We do see Gary. Man, it's tough to come up with a game plan for Todak because a lot of it just comes down to who can Moon catch specifically.
Oh, actually, thankfully that's Zyme. Thankfully that's the guiding wind. That would have been the death of Momo. So RCMY just going to blitz the Lord unless Todak can make some crazy steals. With Mima guarding the bush, it's just not possible. Momo getting forced back by Ripple. RCMY just dangling the Lord out.
They're trying to bait Todak into a committed all-in. Oh,
D, he's not aware. That's a Purify out.
And this BMI. I mean, now they're looking for the full rush.
Now he just rushed it. Momo dragged in, King's Calling. Where do you go? He pops the Vengeance. Aurora ult, but Zaz leaps to the back. It's a 1v3 for Zaz. Looking to flicker the safety. Makes it out alive. RGMY with the Lord and Momo to boot.
They're going to be losing so much here. Oh, the sun!
And Solom gets the purple buff.
Oh.
And Gary gets nothing out of that.
Yeah, a little sad, of course. A little sad, but still, RCMI finally getting that 4K lead in their back pocket. Everybody's getting closer to max level at this point of time, but so far, Todak has not been able to break them. And to be fair, can they even break them? Even if Zion is able to go with the Circling Eagle to try and open up some space, unless we see an overcommitment from RSGMY, this is how they're going to play. They're going to choke out Todak every single neutral.
Does feel like Momo's position right now feels more like a disadvantage than an advantage, right? They bait him with the Infernal Pursuit. If he commits, then RCMY just turns on him. You can't use your ultimate in the King's Calling.
It's going to be clearing these waves. If they can get an inhibitor off of this, they might be able to set up a checkmate, but we'll just see in a little bit. They are at 34 to 28, and we've seen after what we've learned from the last best of 3 series is that anything is possible, whether you're in a good position or bad. Oh wait, the sun lands.
And that's going to be stolen. Surely going to go down. Good pickup by Todak. Blazing duet. Commitment from Momo to the back. The Zav jumps in like a pounce, but there's a vengeance. As Rank UT does trade Momo back, but at least Todak finds more.
2 for 1 in favor of Todak so far as they put up a successful defense to make sure that no other inhibitors will collapse while they are still alive. RSGMY, yes, they did lose 2, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really skew the economy anywhere.
Not really. Even the waves are pushed towards Todak's base. They're going to spend the remainder of the time doing housekeeping. But that also means time for D to continue scaling up. It's Zidans, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Trinity build done.
He's got the Trinity. Definitely has the Trinity. Zops, on the other hand, now going into the atypical Roger build. He's got the Thunder Belt, very first item, but immediately after, goes for the Wind Talker and as well as Endless Battle. GDS as his 4th item. Great Dragon Spear for the extra movement speed.
All about the fight. I mean, Zops has the dog in him.
He does. Fortunately, he's only 121 gold down on D as of right now. They're catching up. I mean, both gold laners have been dead even for the longest of times.
Mm-hmm. The only thing separating them is that Zops is a bit more active in some of these skirmishes that we've seen. I told her they really want to crack this mid, but it's so tough to get Mima out of the way first. But even RCMY, they are reading the moves correctly, right? Look at the bush. You can't really walk up. You can't really escort the minion wave without putting yourself at risk.
Yeah, I think it's safer to not do that. Oh, wait. We see a 3-for-3 position here, both waiting on the other for this upcoming Lord at the 13th minute. RCMY, they need to start opening up the map, but it's also too dangerous to walk up. Matilda doesn't want to be in those types of positions.
Mima just got the Holy Crystal also. Oh my goodness, the damage from Zyme. Man, if Ripple landed that hook, he just got the fleeting time, I think, on this Minsata.
Okay. Always wants to be a constant threat.
Yeah.
Really taking his time with this. You can see that RCMY, they don't even care about the Lord. It's more so, can I get these kills off the Todak? Can I get a pick with maybe the spear?
Once the King Calling is up, it is a pain in the backside for Todak to even do much, right? How do you land on your combos? I mean, it is a relatively small kill box, but still, if it's enough to take you down, that's what RSG wants now. The blitz onto the Lord. Momo, he sees this happening, but Gary's not going to be in position. So Rank UT grabs the Lord. They use the King Calling zone in. Now Zav, he is so far from home. Tries to hold the flicker. Zyme Standpoint chases him. Zav repositions with the Lycan Pounds. Redirects his escape.
Not bad. Not bad. Everybody gets to walk away happy. Honestly, another nothing fight breaking out here while the bottom side is pushing out. RSG definitely want to drag out these fights to build up that wave on bot. But since they have the Lord now, the endgame scenario is very doable. There's not a lot of wave clear on the side of Todak. And if they do, they have to walk up to the wave and fall within poke range of RSGMY.
This is RSGMY's first big opportunity to really put themselves in that winning position. You said the same about the Niners in Game 1 just now. Let's see if RSG can do better. That's the cat. On to Gary. Absolutely slaughtered. So it's a 4v5 right now. Ripple eats the blazing duet. Turns around. Stuns up D and survives as a result of that. As the rest of his team takes the top inhibitor. RCMY, good management so far. Lord will be taken care of, but RCMY breaks all structures in Todak's base.
Yep, they're looking for an answer here. They need to trade back, and if they can end the game, that would be the most ideal, as RSG are knocking at the crystal.
Dominance Descent used over. Rank UT splits up the fight. They take care of Momo. D forced away from his own base. Rank UT on the crystal. Zav joins in. Moon freezes them in place. A couple more hits will do the job. RSGMY opens it up with a win.
They take game number 1 against Todak so far, and they do it in a very delightable fashion. Just chill out. We have the lead. Wait for Todak to make that mistake, and then we pounce.
Really cleansing the palates of last week. If you missed out last week's game, don't worry. This game 1 would really make you feel the fresh look of RCMY. A lot more cleaner, of course. The game slow and steady. So a pretty interesting pick with the Mincetar, but at the end of the day, it did work out.
I love it, especially when you have like two ways to actually look for these picks. If they know where one person is, they might not know where the other is. So really good stuff from both Stoem as well as Ripple for cracking this game open. If not, it would have been a stalemate.
Yeah, and I mean, they were the ones that rightfully did that, right? Really, we talked about Stoem being the one who makes the call, who makes the move. This time, Ripple really followed up. I mean, even though people talk about his inconsistencies, when he's on his game, when he's on his top form, this is what you get for RCMY. But I mean, for Toda, no answers in game one.
Yeah, no answers. I wasn't expecting the Mincetar, to be fair, and that really put a lot of stops in their composition when they locked in that Nolan. Puts him in a really awkward spot. Maybe he has counterplay if he was playing a different assassin, but unfortunately that just wasn't the case. So something to keep in mind for the upcoming battle. Maybe a swap of sides as well. Blue side definitely not looking too good today.
Yeah, so far 0-3. Blue side has not won a single game. First, take a look at the highlights of game one as well. This game, Ripple MVP, no questions about that. Really setting himself up for success, even surviving early multi-people gang on the top side without any help.
He held on his own very well. Oh, what a great hook there. Being able to hook more than one person is always a nice time. But yeah, as mentioned earlier, Ripple definitely has some of the highest heights, but definitely has the lowest lows as time goes by. Similar to the gold laners, right? Feels like a lot of these players have very similar play styles and similar mistakes.
I mean, okay, RSG side, I said Ripple. To the moon, he says. That's the winner's expression. His second MVP title in the regular season so far. But I agree, I mean, both sides have players that, when they're at the lowest, you start to question, the thought process. But I gotta say, plenty of close calls, and some of them involve Ripple.
Yeah, I mean, his item build is extremely interesting. The fact that he goes Thunderbelt for the very first item, then opted to go for an Athena Shield later down the road. Fleeting time as well to always have his ultimate up just to be a consistent deterrent to the rest of the Todak members.
Is it overkill with the fleeting time? I don't think he even got to really put it to good use at the end.
It's tough to say, right? Because it's a very large... Like, the King's Calling is a very long ultimate cooldown. Yeah. I have no issues with that. But even if you do get the assist or the kill with the fleeting time, is that going to matter that much? It's a large chunk when it comes down to reducing its cooldowns, but it's not putting it at 30 seconds, for an example. It's closer to 40.
Yeah, I suppose it's like, if I win the fight right then and there, then probably don't need it, right?
Yeah, or just do it all over again. Land another spear.
That as well, but it's a very low kill count game between these two teams. 8 for RCMY, 4 for Toda. And the fact that he went on for almost 16 minutes. And this kind of brings me to circle back to the earlier question I had. Does Toda make you play a lot more technical?
I feel like they do. I feel like for some reason teams have been playing extremely technical around them, and I think it's a good thing. It's pushing. They're showing us what macro is necessary to take down Toda.
If you look at the distribution, right? At the end, RCMY have a 6k plus goal lead, but really, the only defining factor was just RCMY having a draft that could easily catch Toda. But what do you think about this Matilda pick, though?
I don't know how to feel about the Matilda pick just yet, right? Because it's really difficult, especially when you don't have winning lanes. Like, everybody's going even and everybody's looking for an opportunity to get their laners ahead. Zimsenpoi can't necessarily just walk up into bushes, right? Especially when you're up against Stoem. You don't want to lose your Purify at the same time, so you don't want to put yourself in those kinds of dangerous positions of face checking. Worse yet, all the lanes were pretty ungankable anyways.
That as well. I mean, they attempted to gank Ripple twice, and that didn't work out. When we look at the damage dealt ranking, is no surprise, and Mplmys is at the top, even cashing in a Holy Crystal at the very end.
Mm-hmm. He was getting rich. He was getting very, very rich. That compounding interest really taking into effect. But yeah, I think this is a pretty standard game. Not too many mistakes were made overall. Execution could have been a little bit key, but at the same time, we're not really seeing teams hard push their leads.
Yeah, it's more of who makes the first move. Right, it really came down to that. If I pull the trigger first, I essentially get a lead in the fight. Even D had a pretty decent game. Couple of close calls, almost wiped the backline, and you kind of wish that he had a slightly more support, but RCMY, to their credit, really was able to split up the fight. I think that was a very big defining factor in this game.
Yeah, man, especially with that Dominator's descent, it's difficult to walk away from it, man.
When Ripple pushed two guys in,
yeah,
Mplmys zones out the other,
yeah,
Zaps is fighting his own battle.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, Zaps is definitely fighting his own battle. I think even during those team fights, so, like, it's really difficult for him to get in specifically. Yeah. So, like, doing the pokes and everything makes sense. I just feel bad for Gary. Like, it's a pretty unplayable game for him.
Yeah, like, what do you do, right? I mean, you have the escape mechanism, but you can't really jump into a fight. Like, you really need a team to commit like a lot of resources for a pickoff.
Yeah, you do. I would have imagined that maybe Gary should have gone to Momo's lane a little bit more often than he should, because I feel like that's like the only gankable lane. Maybe Roger's side, but you know that RSG was leaning more towards that side, right?
Yeah, I suppose prior to level 4 you could try once, right? I mean, they tried 2 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work out. And I think Stoem at one point realized that Ripple is getting focused. He was also parked in that top side.
Oh, great coverage, great reads, great understanding coming in from Stoem. Maybe they're able to 2-0 this against Todak, right? If things keep on going in this direction.
That would be a pleasant surprise.
It would be.
For me, I was expecting 3 games. I mean, judging by how Todak played last week, I think a lot of people would favor Todak. But right now, at least RSG shows us some signs of life. Hall of Fame for Game 1. D still at the top of the chart when it comes to a GPM. Mplmys being the carry, Momo the sandbag, and Stoem being the wingman.
Overall, good showing from these teams. I like how technical this game is, but we're not seeing teams force a mistake upon their opponents, right?
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that we do see that Mplmys is going to, get a little bit braver in these types of situations to force it out. Let's look at the item build progression, right? Because the first thing that we see Gary build is a Hunter Strike. He only completed it closer towards the 5th minute mark in the game, but everybody else, Thunderbelt has become a very popular item.
And you even see the acceleration of Zap's item build, right? First Thunderbelt took him a bit longer, but afterwards, after the Windtalker, he is just farming up the storm. Like, he's been given 2, even 3 lanes at a time and ending the game with a full build. Stoem, Thunderbelt for him. I mean, everyone has a Thunderbelt. 3, in fact.
3 Thunderbelts, as a matter of fact. Interesting that Momo switched out from Encourage into Conceal. Does that mean that Zyme Senpai was... Oh, yeah. He's running Favor, of course. What am I saying?
That, I never really got to use it, unfortunately. We see that's game number 1. Wonder what RSGMY has in store for game 2, right?
I mean, if they can come up with Mincetar as one of their final picks, I think nothing's off the table, right?
If they get red side, right? Now we want to see them on blue side. If Todak switches.
If they switches, maybe. That could be the counterplay.
Well, for now, let's go to Rose off stage with a segment by Hotlink to see who is there as a special guest. Rose, take it away.
Hai semua, selamat kembali ke The MPL Office yang dibawa oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni, I'm beside not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 very beautiful girls from Todak Ladies. Okay guys, cuba introduce yourself. Let's start with you.
Hello everyone, my name is Arya. Hello everyone, my name is Estati. Hello, my name is Annabelle. Hello, my name is Miku.
Okay, I nak tanya pasal Todak Ladies actually. What is going on sekarang ni? Any tournaments upcoming? Apa yang tengah jadi dalam Todak Ladies?
Okay, for now untuk Todak Ladies, kita orang sekarang ni tengah ada global e-sport game. Kita orang main international under Malaysia. So, doakan kita orang 21st September nanti menentang Laos.
Alright, now I'm pretty sure ramai orang yang tak tahu tentang scene ladies ni actually. It's quite underrated. So, maybe you guys boleh share dengan kita orang. Siapa yang tengah dominate scene sekarang ni?
Yang tu maybe Arya boleh jawab. So, actually for now, macam kita tahu untuk MWI, memang kita tahu squad Omega, which is dari Philippines. And the second one is from Indo, which is Vitality. And kita orang akan prepare yang sebaik mungkin untuk lawan 21 hari bulan nanti.
Do you guys feel that you guys macam boleh bagi saingan bila korang lawan team besar yang macam tu? I was pretty sure on screens you guys would have met each other, kan?
I think that if we hardworking and then training harder, I think we can fight them as good as them.
Alright, I like that. Okay, apa target Todak ladies untuk line up ni? And maybe you guys boleh share untuk tahun ni apa yang goal korang?
Okay, kita orang punya goals adalah untuk jadi top 1 ladies dekat Malaysia and also international lah. So, untuk tahun ni punya target, kita orang nak target untuk KBSMY ladies and also tournament international yang kita orang cakap tu, Global Esport Games, and also maybe ada Olympic, I think. Yang tu lah setakat ni yang kita orang tahu.
Alright, let's wrap this up. Anything you guys nak cakap dekat Todak players on stage right now?
Okay, untuk korang dekat atas stage, good luck buat betul-betul. Kita orang datang support hari ni, korang kena buat yang terbaik lah.
Alright guys, jangan lupa saksikan Todak Ladies on the 21st of September to support our Malaysian female team. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk start games kedua match terakhir hari ini.
Thank you, Rose and Cross Todak ladies. Remember, guys, mark down your calendars. 21st September, support our ladies squad. And I gotta say, it's not just about that's Chico and Yanlord. Okay, look.
The way that I see it, they're up in their style.
Yeah, they're up in their styles for sure, right? You gotta win in terms of your performance, but also in terms of your style. So you up your game in style with JD.
Go down to any one of their stores. You need a new pair of shoes. You need some of those athletic wear. You know the place to go to bump up that style. And even Todak switching out some of their players. We have player swaps. We're getting Chiku guys in the gold lane, swapping out for D this time round. Finally, truly utilizing their 10-man roster.
Yeah, finally a full local roster. I'm just messing by. Good to see Yanlord there, though. Like, I think a lot of people were wondering, wow, they took Yanlord, but they never play him. From Bounty to Todak, Zai also coming in. Gary is also swapped out.
Gary is swapped out.
Is this one, version 2?
I think so.
I've heard some rumors, but I suppose this is the one.
I also didn't realize I had spelled his name that way.
Yeah, like I casted a full season of MAL and I didn't know it was spelled that way. Now I know.
Now we know. We know. All right, interesting. This is gonna. I don't know what to expect from this from a composition like this, right? I would imagine that Yanlord wants to get a little bit more aggressive, but I haven't seen Zayed for the longest of times. He was in the MAL. Was he hyper aggressive then? Is he a little bit more reserved?
More on the aggressive side, I would say, for sure. But also, you have a very good supporting cast, right? For example, Hazelnut was there. You also got a Martizi, very stable mid laner, and now I think the environment is a lot different. Really comes down to what Yanlord can provide. I think I'm keeping my eyes on him simply because he's the one that has been making a lot of first steps when he was back with Bounty last season. Does Todak allow that, right? I think that's an important question.
Yeah. Let's see what RSG Zabs has to think about the whole thing. Because again, we asked him, how'd you feel in your 4th season compared to your 1st season? And his reply, kind of interesting. We feel like we did player swaps in this season week to week. We will see players performance from scrims and from time to time. Hey, wait a minute, that's not what he said. Hold on a second. That sounds like Zabs, as if Zabs is a coach.
What? Yeah. What did they do to the real Zabs?
Yeah, what did they do to the real Zabs?
Pretty sure that's is that Amox? Step up.
It's a Scooby-Doo scene where it's like, you meddling kids. It's Amox.
Amox wearing a Zabs mask. That's funny though.
Oh, that would be funny. But yeah, as these teams are going to prepare, I don't know if RSG is more prepared for this draft. Like, is the draft going to change, or is it going to be the exact same draft for Todak, except now it's a different play style?
If you know what they say, never let them know your next move.
I don't even think they know what their next move is supposed to
Coach
be.
Coach, prepare for this? Makes you wonder. It does get people excited, especially Todak fans. You're excited enough to see Chiku back on that main stage.
We haven't seen him touch professional play for a long time.
He was back like last season for a while.
For a while, all right? But that was, I don't know, whenever he comes on for like that one moment, it's more like a show match than anything else. But then again, his team, during that time, his team wasn't exactly pushed back into a corner. They were still 50-50. Now it's kind of like, well, let's have a better start. If you can get us a win, that'd be great.
Yeah. You need to win the series, most importantly. For Todak fans fired up. If this lineup wins the series, which there's always a chance, not series, but this game, Maybe they retain this for the next one, right? You can't be swapping out players every single game.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure there's a rule to that.
I mean, it's a best of 3. They could if they wanted to. If it was a best of 5, that would be pretty frustrating.
Man, they looked at the KD of Zyme and they were like, you're out. Young Lord.
You didn't hit your KPI, out of here. Next person.
Maybe that's what Ashi meant. we're always looking at the results.
Oh boy, I don't know. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like there are some tactical advantages to it, but like, how do you perform scrims, right?
I don't mean Todak has been much the team that's been doing this the most often, right?
But we haven't seen the return of investment just yet,
That's
right?
True. Not as blatant as this one.
Well, yes, of course. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like it might be a little ineffective because there are moments where, all right, if we talk about just scrims, you have five players playing all of the scrims, and then you technically cut it in half to allow the other half to play it. So that's 50% efficiency.
Or do they play a full scrim and have the other team play a scrim against another squad? I don't know. I mean, from what I heard,
they're taking all the scrims. Yeah, all the scrim timings is just torn out.
And then they're setting out like 2 different squads. But then how do you achieve the balance, right? How do you know who performs better?
They probably got a system. They've got a system.
You know what? We gotta wait for the next Abang Lord Toda podcast.
You know what? That's a good point.
Maybe he'll answer that question. It's a burning question. Since the roster announcement before the league started, I think right now we're still in the phase of trying to figure out what Toda is trying to do.
Yeah.
Maybe they are also trying to figure that out.
I suppose. I think, building chemistry amongst 10 players can be particularly difficult. Some are going to work better than others. This is quite... I would say this is a rebuilding phase for Todak overall. A very similar situation to MPL ID and for a lot of the teams that we have here locally.
Yeah. But I'm happy to see, Zayed be on the stage, at least playing his debut game. I mean, Yanlor is his debut game in Todak for the first season. I think some of the fans, their wishes are finally granted. People were asking for him last week. But see how he handles the pressure. We are seeing 3 out of the 5 quote-unquote OGs, obviously with Moon and Chigu being the ones that still remain since the very first inception. The draft is going to be ready in just a little bit. We just got confirmation. I want to see if Todak is going to remain on that blue side.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious to see as well. As we start heading into the drafting phase, we'll see what plans that they have in mind, or at the very least, how this draft is going to shake up with some fresh new faces to give a new look on the battlefield. Hopefully that's enough of an edge. It's time to go into the draft. Good luck.
You can't outplay them with the draft, you outplay them with the subs. Let's see. Todak this time going to be on the red side, and RSMY on duels. So the best of same is going to be Fanny, Ling, Chip, Jushin. No difference.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much of a difference here in terms of the bans. We're seeing that a lot of teams aren't really adjusting to enemy bans overall unless they absolutely have to. Like to keep to their own plans, like to keep to their own game style. If they can force their opponents to go out of their way for maybe 1 or 2 picks, that's worth the win.
That's the phobias go through, right? Now that Todak is on the red side, let's see if they let the phobias...
cameraman, calm down. He's getting uncomfortably close there.
We know what you're after.
Yeah, we know what you're after.
Stop it.
Oh, look at him. He's got a little bit of a smile as well.
Different angle again. Oh, man, he's having a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Different cameraman, by the way. Different cameraman. Now, you see the full badge here. It's going to be Ling Jushin as well as the Edith. A bit of an adjustment for RSG.
Let's open up. High loss is now on the table. I mean, RSG, they had to ban high loss in the previous game. Let's see if Todak will ban that. And you open up the phobias, you probably take the Zas. We go back to the same opening sequence for the first 3 picks.
I don't think they ban out the Kufra. I think they hold it open, right?
No, the high loss.
Oh, sorry, the high loss. Yeah. I think they probably, if the situation allows it, if they really want to adjust, I think they wouldn't mind Yanlord on that Kufra again. Oh, I also forgot. They also subbed out. Coaches. Kuja on instead of Saiful.
Wait. So it's a 4-man sub.
It's a 4-man sub. Does that even count? Is that even loud? I'm pretty sure it is, but at the same time, it feels odd.
So high loss is now open. You know what? They have enough coach. They just need to throw in 1 extra guy, and they can make the 3rd team. All right. So
yeah.
Amos, Kuja, Ashi, Saiful, and then +1.
Oh
figure
my
it out.
goodness.
That'd be so funny.
Oh my goodness, literally a Bermuda Triangle of Kodak cheese. First pick, Hylos, gone through as expected for RSG. It's a pretty decent flex pick. Both Stoneman as well as Ripple can play it for themselves. Todak going to lock in on that Roger. Now, funny enough, I would like to say that this is going to Chiku unnecessarily, but Zayed has been playing for a while. I wouldn't be too surprised if he plays Mean Roger as well.
Yeah, there's a huge chance. So they let the Phobius through. They prioritize Roger and Zaz, 2 power picks. Do you reveal the Phobius right now if you're RSG? Do you just say, you know what, we're going to put the Hylos in Rome, or do you kind of hold on to it? We've seen the matchup between Hylos and Phobius, but that's just based off of SRG against Homeboys, right? And
yeah.
That one was SRG favorite.
Yeah, that was SRG favorite. I don't know. This one's a bit of a tough one.
A lot of choices.
Yeah, so many choices.
What does Maima get? Aurora again?
I wouldn't. Would he go for it? I mean, Vexana hasn't been doing too well overall. I guess you might as well go blind Aurora at this point, but you need something else. Oh, okay, the Nolan. Oh,
yes.
Wow.
And the Novaria. You know what? Good luck running away.
Dang.
So, Novaria slows you, and then there's the Hylos ult.
And then Nolan doesn't even need to dash to close the distance. He just walks up to you.
He just walks up to you.
at Mach 10 speed. Huh.
So this is the second Novaria pick, right?
Yeah.
By Maima once more. So he won his first game with Novaria last week against Team Hawk. That was like a 13, 15-minute game. It was pretty fast. And it was also with Ran on the Nolan. It's either Nolan or Julian, one of it.
Yeah, it's either Nolan or Julian. They need some way to disengage. They could go for a Lolita. They could go for a Grok here, both of which not too bad. Instead, they go for the Phobius instead just to be able to deal with this Nolan, knowing that the Hylos has a good chance at beating him in lane.
Yeah. See, I mean, if Toda can give Momo a good lane, or if Momo can create that lead for himself, he actually can lock Ripple out from his team, right? We're going to force the Hylos to make the early movement, which really starves him.
Yeah, it does.
So second phase, I mean, we saw RSG ban the Hanabi to prevent that blue side Hanabi Lolita. You think there's a possibility for this to happen right now for RSG?
I think the Hanabi ban might work. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like getting the Lolita is more ideal for Todok's side, but we'll just wait and see, right? Harris going to be a very safe ban. Both sides still missing out on their gold laners. I think this is more beneficial to Todok than it is for RSG.
Who do ban up from RSG side? Perhaps go ban the Grok. Yellow does play the Grok and Ruby. He does have not more success on the Ruby so far. Grok, Ruby. I suppose Tigro also can be considered. But they banned the Hayabusa, so they're not confident that Zayed is going to be on the Roger.
Yeah, again, some of Zayed's like signature picks has been the was the Hayabusa. I was going to say is the Hayabusa, but we haven't seen him in a while. So again, RSG definitely did a little bit of homework. Are there any more worthwhile bans here?
I suppose that one is also to protect the Novaria. Right? It's one of the few assassins that can get on top of a. Now with that out of the way, I can't think of anyone else. Might end up shafting the Roger into the jungle.
I don't think that's going to be the case, right? It really doesn't seem likely. I feel like Todok's fourth pick is going to be their support pick, and then they're going to decide where this Roger's going to go at the very end. They ban out the Jawhead. I respect that. It's really annoying to deal with, and it's better banned than picked.
So all 5 of the main junglers are already there. Actually 6 of them, right?
Yes.
So who else is in the pool if not the Roger? And hypothetically, if the Roger is gold, Lancelot?
Julian
is banned out, right? Yeah, it's banned out by Todak.
It's banned out by Todak
as well.
Well,
the main ones are banned.
Right.
So Julian, no Fanny, no Lane, no Haya, no Nolan. I suppose Lancelot is kind of like your 7th choice.
I mean, Lancelot in this case doesn't really do much, right? Because if you're trying to get on top of Novaria, as long as like he misses a dash or Novaria goes over a wall without having the Phantom Execution, it's really tough to stick on top of her. Yeah, support pick coming in from Todak. It's going to go into the Cho, single target lockdown for either to kick Hylos out of the way or to lock down the Nolan, both of which is totally fine here.
Let's see, RSG. So now it's Rome, potential Rome, and gold lane. If you want to play Hanabi Lolita, this is the chance. Still Moscow for Zao. He loves that pick.
Yeah, is it even worth going for Hanabi Lolita in this particular case? I guess there are extra bodies for the Nightmaric spawn as well.
It's not much of a need, unless you just want to do it for the sake of it.
Yeah.
We see the example from what's that team again? So it is Hanabi Lolita. All right, and why not, right?
Why not? I guess, okay, just they want a team fight, and they can also create bigger hitboxes across their targets, which benefits both Hanabi as well as Lolita. So I respect it a lot. I respect it from RSG. They're still keeping to their own games for match number 2 here on blue side. Todak, this is going to be a lot harder now, because no matter what gold lane you pick out, it's going to be difficult to bully out the Hanabi unless you have outside intervention.
I wonder what Chiku is saying to his team, because right now this could really affect his lane in a big way. If he get the Roger or the Zai get it, big choice to make for Todak.
Let's find out. 6 more seconds. They have to make a choice now, sooner rather than later. Boys need to start locking in. And they're talking about the last couple of strats.
So it is the Lancelot.
They are good. Wow, Zayat, he's confident to go into Lancelot. The only person I know who's confident to go Lancelot no matter what is Irad.
Yeah. That and Demon Kite.
That and Demon Kite, both of them. I don't know. This is going to be a tough one. We've seen a lot of Lancelots not make a lot of impact.
I suppose it's kind of like making the best out of the worst situation. No marksman feels good. I mean, Roger can do a better job handling the Hanabi Lolita.
I mean, I guess, but then you could have gone into like things like Hellcurt, for an example.
I suppose so. I mean, I guess you don't have to worry about your projectiles being reflected, right?
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen in this game, but it's very straightforward. The RSG just wants to pincer through like a spear against Flash to break through their rib cage and go straight for the heart. Todak, on the other hand, have to be very meticulous by cutting off their tendons and making them slow down in this game before they hit that killing blow.
Let's see which one's more effective, a quick death or a slow asphyxiation. Game 2, RSGMY finding themselves on the blue side, Todak on red side, the debut of Lancelot in the jungle.
Let's jump right into it. Let's find out how they're going to play out. It looks like they're going to start on mirrored sides of the map. Both on their purple buff, going to end up on 2 different sides, and that means they have very separate game plans.
That means that Zayat is going to end up top side in favor of Yanlord to force the retribution. Getting some info as well. So that means that the Hanabi side, well, at least the Lancelot's going to end up on the Hanabi side. And we know that this Lolita will stick to stuff like glue.
Yeah, now Chiku, it's really difficult for him to play this lane for 2 reasons. One, he doesn't know where the supports are going to show up. Secondly, standing next to the wave is basically a free trade for Hanabi. So he has to angle himself away from the lane, but at the same time be aware that Soam could kill him.
So we've seen how this kind of draft was pulled off last week, where you just chip away at the turret and just using the minion wave and the hero as a kind of a ricochet, as a launching pad. But I suppose, Chiku, even with the Lycan form, is chipping away at Storm's health bar. Right? Storm actually went for the Revitalize, so double Revitalize for RGMY. One on Ripple, one on Storm.
I don't know if that's necessary.
Man.
I think that Flicker definitely was the better play. They might have had a bit of a mix-up during swapping the heroes, but now 3 men on top, waiting to actually try and set this up and maybe get a kill off of Chiku underneath his turret.
And Chiku, the beta in, that's Lycan Pow. Chiku is going to be jumped on, still has Flicker. And a good save from Yanlord with the Jit Kundo.
Good stuff. Chiku really knowing his limits here. He knows that Hanabi doesn't have much damage. He knows the only person who can really hurt him is Rang QT. And while he's in that Lycan form, he does have extra stats.
Toda also rotated the Moon to the bottom side. They should get the first turtle. They're already working on it. Maima will see this happening. And no contest from RSGMY. It's a trade that they have to take.
Yep, the Zayat will be able to take this turtle basically for free, no contestants whatsoever. They need to threaten that purple buff though, but in the meantime, they're going to really slow down here. Going and invading the enemy jungle this early on is pretty dangerous still, especially when Novaria has revealed you all. At least they don't have to worry about that all.
Good coverage from Maima. Yanlord should find Ren QT again at the orange buff. It's going to be... Still doesn't find it. Yanlord will shun for the safety, causing a lot of problems for RSGMY so far. But I suppose as long as Zaf's Storm gets a decent laning phase, I'm not too worried. But you can say the same with Chiku, right? He's really soaking up a lot of the pressure.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Rank QT doesn't actually want to go for the kill on Yanlord or like force out of Flicker, right? They just need to do it one time. If they get his Flicker out of Yanlord, he's probably not going to go for an invade again.
It could be that time. Yanlord still holding on to the Flicker, really patient with the battle spells.
Yeah, Yanlord has consistently revealed Yan QT like for the third time this game, right? In these past 3 minutes. He's really keeping tabs on him, making sure that his team is fully aware from which direction he's going to be coming from, especially when you are trying to skew this gold lane.
Yeah, really playing like a fly. That's like the count. Chiku guys with the roll, the blast. Chiku is going to Flicker. No Flicker from Stolen means no potential kills.
One tier comes down the streak, stuns him again. This is annoying.
He has to revitalize, gotta use it right now, but not sure if he will survive. No, definitely not. Zayed first blood, Rank QT next on the list for Zayed, just chipping away at the cell bar. One last dash. Very, very well executed. Supported by Moon as well. Todak finds 2 kills.
Good stuff coming in from Zayed, right? Really patient as well. Waiting for the last moments until he needed to dash. Then he goes for it when he can secure the kill, just to make sure in case anybody wants to use a mobility, use some kind of movement tech, or maybe even, oh wow, Stoem losing all of his health.
Wow, Ran still secures his purple buff.
Good back and forth. Good back and forth between the two.
Well, silver lining. I guess Todak still not finding much of a gold lead thanks to Zav chipping away at the tier 1 turret top. This is the free total for Todak for sure. Zayed easy secured at the end. Yanlord is just sticking onto Rank QT like a fly. Just the constant buzzing.
Oh, he's getting closer and closer to his eardrums every single time. Oh, Chiku, he's got to be, it must be pretty frustrating for him, but at the same time, he's doing so well. He's already a level up on Zavs because of that one interaction. Walks away with two assists. Yes, his goal plating isn't the most healthy, but he's not losing the lane, and at the same time, generating an advantage for himself.
Should have a Thunder Belt by now. I mean, you want to survive, you want to be constantly trading for the stacks. It feels like the item to go to, and RCNY, they've been trying to divert resources to Chiku guys, but both of that didn't work out. Both attempts, in fact.
Yeah, it hasn't been going too well for them. I mean, so much control, but like not really finding profit just yet. They're gonna go for the, are they gonna get double waves for Chiku? No, he should be heading back to the top side. Oh, but they are gonna get double waves for Hanabi.
Just revitalized. Not really sure how to feel about it on Stoem. Todak might even get the bot tier 1, in fact.
I think bot tier 1 is more than perfect. Todak, as long as they're taking tier 1s across the map, it's always going to be worth their time. War Axe for Zayed. Looks like he does want extra spell map and a little bit of cooldown reduction here. Looks like he's building more of a fighter style. I could be wrong about that. War Axe is a pretty common item for Lancelots these days.
It's the 5th time that Yanlord found Rank QT. It's like clockwork.
He's going to do it in 6 minutes sometime. Within the 6 minutes, he's going to come into contact with him again. Yeah, how does he know? He's already rotating, right? He knows that purple is already gone. He's expecting him on the red side of the map, and he's also spotting out Rippo, Maima, allowing people like Zayed to make some smart decisions.
And communication on point, right? Yanlord sees Ran at purple, Zayed goes to the orange side. You know what? That's where they might go next. Ripple will have to use his body as a shield for now. How do you get close to Todak? Look at Yanlord's position. Could be a catch. Zav unaware. Let's pop the shield. CC immunity. Yanlord stunned up. Kudo can't go over the wall. Stunned up by the aluminum blast at the edge, but Momo just pops the vengeance. He's going to soak up the output of RCFY. Now Glorious Pathway laid out by Ripple. Momo leaves to the back. Zav almost getting pummeled by the momentum of Momo. And still goes down. What a trade from Todak. Worth it.
Woo! He gets it. Momo does it. He's still able to make miracles happen. Yanlord.
Well, I mean, this is going to be tough, right? Phantom execution. There's Chiku. There's Zayed. Chiku trying to claw his way through Maima's flesh. Maima, left, right, center. Chiku not going to let him get away. Todak finds another kill.
Looks like Todak is online with RCMY overcommitting on resources to try and kill Chiku guys. The rest of the map continue to get stronger. Zayed in particular does a good amount of damage to a majority of the members of RSGMY with both side lanes unfortunately not creating an advantage to eventually let Ran QT in for a gank or maybe even influence their lane.
Really just ripping through RSGMY right now. The damage output, not even Stoem can protect Zav through the ages, nonetheless. Tough spot. I mean, at least they have the mid-tier 1 up. For how long? Ripple is getting starved out because he has to be with his team.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's just one bad fight, and Todak is going to have full control over the game, right? It feels pretty unplayable for RSGMY now, but they still have the stats to actually go toe-to-toe in a full-on team fight. When we look at the items, second items are already starting to come through, right? I would imagine that Rank QT is going to go for a Blade of Despair this time around, but I think he should have opted to go for Blade of Heptases just to make sure that he finds that first kill.
Continues to want to really just be as greedy as possible. Perhaps one of it will eventually work out for him. And Ripper is constantly parked at the mid lane. He's a Royal Guard right now. Doesn't want to give that turret away.
Yeah. Just look at the coverage that Todak has, right? With the Yanlord as well as Chiku guys covering every single one of the bushes on the bottom side, top side as well, giving up that space on purpose just to make sure that they have control over the river, knowing they can't get the tier 2s. Their biggest problem is that invading the enemy jungle is on condition that the tier 1 is missing from RSGMY.
That's the scariest part right now from Todak's side is that 4 out of the 5 players can solo kill you.
And I think Todak just need to give up on this mid lane, right? They only need one person to hold it. They don't need this many people. If they just continue playing on the side lanes, the tier 2 would have collapsed by now.
Maima used the ultimate. That means that he's not going to have before this Lord fight. Momo jumps to the back and Chico instantly joins in. Zav needs help. He's going to get it in time. They do stow him though. Ripple also forced away. Essentially locking RSGMY out the Lord pit.
Yep. It costed them 2 flickers though. Yanlord making a really good catch on towards Stove's side, knowing that the rest of the RSG members chasing them down is not too beneficial, especially with the Lord already spawned and having full control of the pit. Good stuff coming in from Todak. Lord secured. And right now, Zayed hasn't made too many mistakes all across the board. He's been playing mechanically perfect.
Yeah. A lot of it also comes from his team, right? The calls, very clean. And Momo is starting to become a big problem for RSGMY.
He buys way too much time, especially with the guarantee of that vengeance. He's not looking to just get onto the back line. That's why he's not taking flickers. He's looking to buy that time. Oh. Face checking and spots him out once again. Yanlord doing a really good job at making sure that Rank QT cannot flank them.
How do you even take out Todak?
I mean, just look at the coverage, right? Even if they're not covering bushes, they're still using the Nightmaric spawn as a means to kind of open that map and leave it lingering there as a vision sentry. And with... Oh,
wow, Maima, what a preemptive flash. So the catch Ripple, Yellow goes down, that's revitalized number 1 from Stoem. It's a bit of a hasty movement. And now, Glorious Pathway, Chico guys, that's the target. Sunned up, Ripple really just holding his ground. Rankyoti finds the kill. And gets out with his fly. Moon wants to go for him. Phantom execution from Zayed. The puncture dash sunned up by Stoem. Good pullback from RSGMY.
Darn, could not find the trade, especially with the Lord pushing in as well. This is going to be a deterrent for Todak. They're going to give up on this initial push. But man, it was getting very close. I'm surprised that Chiku guys end up dying there at the end of the day. But Rank QT, he's got plenty of damage despite not having his purple buff at the time.
And had to commit 2 revitalize for that.
Yeah, they did. They're going to need some anti-heal sooner rather than later here. Todak have not been able to successfully break out of their 3.5k lead. Well, speaking of which, actually Moonin as well as Chiku guys topping the leaderboard charts when it comes to damage.
It's a minor goal swing, I think 1,000 in going over back to RSGMY, so it's not too bad. What's the late game scenario going to look like though for RSGMY? I mean, this Hanabi, is it enough?
I think that this late game scenario is a little scary for RSGMY, right? Because a lot of their team needs to move forward. Rank QT needs to move forward. Storm needs to be in the front. Rippo's Glorious Pathway is single directional, is very linear, so you've always got to be pushing forward. And when you do, the big flankers, as you see right now, Yanlord,
Maima, he hops on the wall in time and still escapes. The angle just correct. And Ripple finds a Glorious Pathway to the back. He's all on his own, but Zav, he's going to be executed. The backline exposed. And RSGMY has to be on full retreat mode. Zayed collects the second kill. And the third one goes over to Chiku guys. Todak breaking the game open. Rankyoti and Maima, the remainder of RSGMY.
What did Zayed build? He's got way too much damage. Zavs, unfortunately, didn't even bother to Aegis. He just died.
Didn't even ult, right?
Yeah, didn't even ult as well. He's waiting for the Thorn Rose, and Thorn Rose ended up killing him. That is very inconvenient here. RCMY really slacking on that fight. Let's see. Todak should be able to get this next upcoming Lord, but they really need to at least crack open an inhibitor to set themselves up for the next fight. I don't think they can finish the game unless RCMY lose 4 out of the 5 members.
Sure, they will at least get an inhibitor. By the looks of it, they just broke the last tier 2 bottom. So Todak now finds themselves with a 7,000 gold lead.
7,000, so much, so rich as well. Finally, we see the Blade of Heptases being purchased by Ran QT. Noticing he's not having a lot of burst. Does have the sustain damage with the help of that purple, but really needs the burst now rather than later.
The Yenlord, can he find a pick? Doesn't have the flicker this time. Glorious Pathway drop down. Yenlord still hits to the back, has the immortality, wouldn't throw his life as Diet.
Oh my God.
Rose, left, right, center, the movement. That's 2 inhibitors down.
So worth it. And he got both revitalizers plus the Aegis out of Zob. Every resource that RSGMY has is now gone, and now an exposed missing inhibitor from the side of RSGMY is setting up Todak for a very clean endgame scenario.
It's going to be quite a task for Todak, well, for RSGMY, in fact. How do you start taking control of the map? How do you even catch Zion, right? I feel like it's pretty tough. Don't really have the best lockdown.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, the problem is that Storm hasn't been using that Numenor Blast very often, right?
Oh, yeah.
And worse, the Numenor Blast is more of a disengage tool rather than to re-engage. If not, the stun part of it is not being used, mainly the slow. A lot of flickers on the side of Todak to actually escape the Numenor Blast, and unfortunately for Storm, because of that Revitalize, it limits his options.
And not just the flicker, but most of them have mobility.
Yeah.
How do you kind of catch them in the net?
It's got to be by the pit, right? It has to be somewhere by the Lord pit.
Without a flicker, this is... I don't know how you're going to do this.
Pixel Brush, maybe? No, even from Pixel Brush.
Stand there?
I guess you sit in lane bush and then get your team to kind of kite back into you.
Man.
But I feel like a lot of professional teams, like, they notice when their movement speed is hindered and they're like, oh, wait, it has to be Hanabiel. There's nothing else that slows us down. Maybe with Maima's ult, but...
the element of surprise is essentially gone, right, without the flicker?
Pretty much. Or unless you walk into it, realize you're slow, and then it's too late. They just unleash the stun on one person.
So RCMY has to force a mistake of Todak somehow. This could be a 3-pronged attack. Look at where Chiku is. Here he comes. There's Yanlord as well, looking for the target. Glorious Pathway backwards. Diet escapes the fight. They find Zabs again, but they lose Momo this time. Chiku, guys, escapes with his life. Turn around for a few more taps. Todak trading 1 for 1.
Yep, and force backwards once again. Todak, they don't mind taking these freebies, trading 1 for 1. Momo for Zabs is pretty good trade overall. Hanabi is a very big proponent to these team fights, right? Especially with her bouncing auto attacks. Todak would rather her out of there, especially when they're all clumped up.
How do you clear waves efficiently without Zabs? You're down for 10 seconds. Right, Todak on the lure this time. See if RCMY can make some miracles happen. Maima won't be there for a while longer. Yellow flicker kick. Turns on the rank QT. Loses immortality. Numenor Blast completely goes wide. Sash Echo pinging the members of Todak. Buying enough time for Zabs to come back. Momo also respawns.
Ooh, smooth moves from Yanlord as well. Really baiting out as much as he can.
Lord stacking up the max stack. That's 2 damage already. Ran from the side. Maima with the steal. And RSGMY looks for a retreat. Ran QT trying to dash Ripple. Covers the escape. Ran QT waiting for the energy to come back up. Covered by Solom. Ripple goes down. Ran falls. Todak finding 2 kills. Numenor Blast turn around. That's the sun. And Maima single-handedly keeps RCMY in the game.
Wow. Zion whiffed the retry. Whiffed it. Slight bit of HP left as we see the meteor collide with it. Oh, unfortunate. That means that Todak, all of their presence now, it doesn't really matter. All the leads that they've generated is just for item swapping. RCMY have finally scaled into this game and are ready to take them on. But Todak, I mean, Zion has been doing a pretty decent job overall, but as long as Maima is alive, it's quite the pain in the side.
How much can RCMY get done with this Lord? They will get top tier 1 for sure. I mean, the front lines of RCMY are beefing up, and man, Zion is getting forced away. Zab's ready to man fight every single one in this lobby.
Oh man,
he's tired of Todak's stunts.
I'd be tired of this stunt as well. Yanlord getting spotted out by Maima here. No flank angle for him as Chiku guys will be able to clear up that top side of the map. Tier 2 falls down.
Summon on blast. Momo will eat it. Glorious pathway. RCNY really want to commit. That's mid inhibitor down. Chiku, he's on the mid side. He lose Moon. That's step number 1 for RCNY. Revitalize, just topping everyone out. They are so healthy. Momo trying his absolute best. Up in the air. Comes down dead. Zayat collects Zaps on the way out. Not over just yet. Phantom execution. Soam. That's a double kill and Chiku guy shows up. Todak sets up the trap. And they stop RCNY.
That's the Todak I know. Pick him up, Chiku guys. If he can get the skill out the ripple, that'd be ideal. Zion's gonna jump in.
He's gonna try. He slows down. So close.
He burns to death.
Maimar again.
Oh no.
We got a game on our hands.
It's really dead even. Maima does not want to let go. That's a pot. Wow.
Now?
Such bad timing. Okay, at least it wasn't a critical moment.
At least the game is not going to end.
Yeah.
At least the game is not going to end with this. You know, Yanlord Zayat, no way to end the game.
Oh, it looks like Yanlord is the one having tech issues here. They're making the call to the Marshals. The Marshals going to help him out. Don't worry. Woo. We'll get right on top of it. What a savage game.
Man, to all the teams that fielded Maima after week 3, this is the man that you missed out.
He's like, no matter what, we're not going to lose too badly or we're not going to lose. There's no in between. Good stuff. Good shot. I like the creativity coming in from Todak. They used 4 members to defend against 5 while Chiku guys was actually proxying the mid wave and Zayat able to pull it out of nowhere, picking up 2 kills along the way.
Absolutely insane. 5 minutes ago, I wouldn't expect us to get to this point. I thought that we would have already got to game 3, right?
Yeah.
All started with a Maima steal. Really channeling the power of the universe. Gotta keep the 100% win rate, you know. He's the only one who played Novaria so far. He's not willing to let Todak be the one to kind of ruin it.
He won't let them ruin his KDA. He's got to stay alive
Not
here.
today, man.
Not today. But man, I like this a lot. Very creative movements coming in from Todak's side. I want to see that more with this. Well, what do we even refer to this? Is this B lineup technically? Is this A lineup? Like,
you know what? This feels better than the A lineup.
It does.
Right.
Okay, to be fair, B lineup got to watch. Some of the B lineup players got to watch the game, so they saw the top-down view.
Yeah.
Some of the A players, at the very least, experienced it and can kind of translate. So they've covered all the.
It's like war veterans, right?
Yeah.
You had to sit down with the new badge of army. Before deployment. Is what you gotta watch out for.
I don't know. Something snapped inside of them. I'm just happy that Lancelot is doing really well in this game. And especially when you're up against like Lolita of all things, it can get a little frustrating when you're like, I'm missing the Thorn. I don't have Thorn Rose, and then you get stunned consistently.
Yeah, it's a familiar sight. I mean, it's a new Todak lineup technically, but it's a feeling that I think a lot of people would reminisce, from a couple seasons ago.
Yeah,
a lot of understanding of RCNY wanting to stick together, huddle around President Zav. Got to make sure he doesn't suddenly just get vaporized.
Yeah.
Then you kind of launch this 2-3-pronged attack. Yanlord, we talked about him. Chiku as well, being able to function on his own. I think these really crazy. Well, even Zayat, right? I think he really has set the bar super high.
Yeah.
There's going to be comparisons between him and Gary after this.
For sure. Especially since he's playing one of the more mechanically punishable heroes, right? Like if it was Fanny, okay, sure. Some situations you can get out of there because steel cables are just that good. But when you're playing Puncture on Lancelot, it can be hard. You whiff a single one of those dashes. You're either caught out in the open or you don't have enough damage to one-shot your opponents. And here's the moment you've all been waiting for, guys.
Just in time for us to get back into one of the most heated matches so far. Okay, the game's not going to end just like we predicted. It's going to go on for a bit more, thankfully. Maima really keeping the game intact for RCNY.
Late game Novaria, am I right?
I think the give us like another long game, huh?
Oh, that one I don't know.
Hey, it's Mplmys.
It is
And
Mplmys.
Zav.
It is
Oh, not
Mplmys.
Zav, it's Mplmys, yeah.
We'll see whether this is going to be, because it looks like at the very least that they're trying pretty hard to win this game, right? They have been making one or two aggressive moves, relatively passive overall in comparison to Torak, but then again for good reason.
Yeah. It's like the Sith and Mars of pro play. Just longest game, you know? Mplmys and Zav.
It's the worst combination. We get Sith and Mars, and now we got Mplmys and
Thank goodness Sith and Mars on death today.
With their powers combined, we will get a 50-minute game next.
I'm pretty sure somewhere down the road we're going to have this combination, and then whoever's looking that day, we're going home at 12 a.m.
Hey, look, we're not looking to break certain records.
gotta keep the eyeballs on the league.
Oh boy. But yeah, good decision from Zayed. Better to just give it up. Let them have position over it first. You really want to take your time with this, right? Because again, perfect KDA on the line for Zayed. Even Moon needs to make sure that it's a traditional front to back. If he gets flanked himself, it can cause a lot of issues. Better yet, you need to see who Zav is prioritizing his attacks on. Then you can start repositioning so you don't get hit by the bounce.
It get harder and harder, right? Lord, passive. Assassin is no longer able to solo the Lord comfortably.
I mean, he does have the War Axe, though.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the spell web in effect, but, you know, you compare that to the Trident of the Lord that do true damage and max stack, it's just not even close. Yeah, it's gonna feel bad. So, moment of immortality again. Oh, yes, the Chiku guy hot shoving the bottom wave, so you kind of hold one of RGMY's members hostage.
I don't know. This is a bit of a weird one. Zav's is like clearing up that top side when he honestly doesn't need to. I think that it's much better for him to actually soak up the EXP as well as the gold, not looking for those last hits and let it actually push in. The wave that they should be worried about is bottom side, right? Both mid and bottom side are missing inhibitors, and Torak are trying to push and pull RSGMY away because of that.
But I like Chiku guys kind of positioning. If Mplmys walks out a bit too far, oh, never mind, he just got spotted out. That's 30% of his health.
Can't do much.
Really hurts. Full item. I mean, look at Mplmys. He even went for cooldown reduction for the boots.
So ridiculous. Chiku guy's at full build. Doesn't even need his boots at this point. He's on 25 stacks. That's a pretty good number of stacks, but still not enough to actually protect him against Mplmys. Just means that he's not going to get one shot, but he still will lose 50% of his HP.
Lord will be spotted out first. Lord forced to reset just by a little bit.
Yeah, walk away. Just walk away. You don't need to do anything. Reset the aggro. Just look, that bottom wave is going to start shoving in. They've got a really good setup for this.
The two guys is going to go there again. When we look at Momo, he is 20 stacks on the Thunder Belt. 25 on Chiku, 20 on Momo. Chiku's position. If Mplmys crosses the jungle to clear the wave, he is going to disappear.
Is Chiku guys trying to make a hard read on this?
Wait.
Yeah. They're calling Ganlord over. They're expecting somebody to actually walk up.
Is to catch Mplmys, for sure.
Is Mplmys? Oh, is he going to do it at max range? Yeah, just let that way push in.
Yeah,
beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Good game sense from RSG. Really good game sense. This is the time that Torak should get off position to the Lord again to force them to start walking over.
And Stolen parks himself at the bush, so yeah, it's a plan foiled. Back to square one, even the net worth is back to square one, and Chiku guys.
Man, that wishing liner coming into good effect. Chiku consistently losing 1/3 of his HP every single time he gets hit.
Yeah, Chiku threw his shield. The battle lines are split a little bit. I mean, RCMY is putting a lot more attention on the bottom side, so that wave will stay there for longer than it should with an extra minion.
Oh.
Why does it provide extra push?
Do they notice this? Torak, this should be a good fight now. This should be a good fight. Mplmys on the bottom side of the map. They should know this. He's not revealing himself, but they should technically see the projectile fly through.
Wait, so Mplmys recall to reset?
Oh, they're not doing it. Now Chiku gets spotted out.
They bought a bit of time for themselves. RCMY, clear out the bush. Could be the timing. That's what Echo out.
Yeah, this is where they rush, right?
That's the easiest task to do, but they will try. Ripple, he's really getting chilled through. Here comes Ganlord. Revitalized you. Zav trying to kite back. They jump onto him. Momo pops the vengeance as well. Ripple trying to escort President Zav out. Immortality goes down. Ripple also falls inside to collect the execution. Ripple also falls. Torak, you didn't even have the full force, and Mplmys finally goes down.
And Endgame scenario achieved. Todak bounced back after a stolen Lord. Creative ideas work out. And another kick from Yan Lord.
And that's just a cherry on top. Todak really toughening it out. A new lineup, a new version, but same old Todak. We're going to game 3.
Woo! Good stuff. A much better showing here from this roster. Todak pulling out their pinch servers, doing some good stuff here. Zayed looking like he's polished up a lot of his mechanics from MAL, coming back into the big leagues. Doesn't seem to be making too many mistakes.
Really flawless performance on the Lancelot. The Thorn Rose, all the movements, right? And I mean, there's certain moments where RCMY was able to stop him, but never completely. For a fresh look. And even a debut for some of the younger players. Yan Lord on that show. Absolutely magnificent performance. And that gives us what a series we have. Game 3 coming up.
I don't know how to feel about it overall. I feel like, these two previously when they were rookies, they had a lot of potential. They've been missing for a season. They come back for the season, and now they've made a huge debut here at week number 2 here at MPL MY. It really changes my perspective on Todak. I definitely think that the ceiling is a lot higher than what I thought it was before.
Maybe all the trials have bore some fruits, right? Maybe this is what Todak really wanted to show the fans. It's just the overtime improvement. But yes, Zayed pretty single-handedly putting the team back. Even after losing the Lord, Chico's individual shot call, right? That man has not dulled at all.
Yep, he has not dulled. Even including mechanically as well. Really knowing the numbers to push himself further than technically you should in a 2v1. So that's pretty crazy. Let's look at the highlights here just in case you just tuned in to recap all the action that happened in the second game. Starting off in the early game, not actually going too well. With the laning phases, again, the very first blood falling into the hands of Todak wasn't the greatest for RSGMY, but they didn't exactly have the best time in the world in the laning phase. But afterwards, when they got that initial steal, is when we saw RSGMY finally have a breath of life.
And I mean, they waited for that moment probably the entire game. If they hadn't gotten that steal, would be in game 3 by now. It's just a bit of extra push was what RCMY needed, and Maima really putting in the work, and this one really felt like a potential endgame scenario, but Todak had other plans.
Yeah, they really did. That proxy coming in from Chiku, the fact that Zayed was making sure that he was hitting every single one of his abilities, it's tough. It's really, really tough. Those 2 revitalizes might have been a bit of a mistake from the side of RSGMY. Maybe 1 revitalize, sure, but 2 feels like a little overkill.
And I kind of feel bad for Zalf. He didn't get to attack much, even though he had Aegis. MVP for this game, Zayed for sure. Absolutely flawless gameplay. Deathless on the Lancelot. On his debut as well. It's just impressive.
Good work. Hopefully we get to see another game of Lancelot coming in from him again once more. If not, maybe one of the other assassins, right? If this is what he can do on Lancelot, it makes sense why RSG were banning a majority of them.
Yeah, even banning out the Hayabusa. They were trying to force that Roger to the gold lane, I suppose, but either way, it makes me wonder, right? If, let's say, this version of Todak doesn't win future games, are we going to see the third version?
Is there even a third version to this point?
There are plenty of players and coaches to go around. I don't know, it definitely feels like you said, the ceiling has been raised for sure, but how far can it go?
I don't know. Maybe they just swap out the whole team for the MAL team at some point. It's like anything is possible. I don't know what is going on with management. I don't know how these decisions are going to be made in terms of raw performance, or if this is not working, we're going to swap you out and see if that works.
20 kills to 8. It really felt a lot. The game really felt a lot longer than what the total kill count shows us.
I think this is more of a testament to RSG's resilience more than anything else.
Oh yeah.
The fact that they were able to drag it out even more because of that Lord steal coming in from Maima, it didn't really sour the taste of Todak, but definitely dragged this game out longer than it should. But then we come back towards Rippo on this high loss, right? Didn't get to see much value. He was unable to push Zayed away from the pit. All Zayed had to do was just regroup with the rest of his team and then let Moon do the rest.
Suppose we are also looking at a lot of true damage. Triple Thunderbelt for Todak, War Axe as well on the Lancelot, and then you have the Zaz. It's tough, even for someone like a Hylos. To be fair, when the last fight broke out, Ripple was at half health.
He was getting chunked down.
But he's the only one that can do it, right? Like, Storm needed to stay with Zalf, but you really got to feel bad for Zalf. It even took pull yourself together for more ages uptime, and still it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
I feel like once Momo sticks onto you, it is lights out.
It is pretty lights out, I'm not gonna lie. But no, the counterplay is to not get marked, right? And the only way he can apply the mark is with his second skill or with his empowered auto attack. The first skill does not apply the mark to you.
Unless it's the second hit.
Yeah. But that one, most of the time, you're like walking out of it anyway, so it's like it's pretty difficult to hit. Overall, definitely, I think that like Zobs can play better. It's just we haven't seen him in that peak form.
I suppose it's also RSG's draft wanting to clump together, right? So if Momo marks one person, he might as well mark the entire team.
Well, not wrong.
He's kind of really hopping around in the team fights. So the total damage dealt, not too bad for Zobs, considering a lot of times he really was put in a tough spot.
He was. I mean, his auto attacks bounce naturally, right? So even if he's attacking a single target, it could be dealing more to everybody else as it bounces around. But at the same time, we didn't see... RSG have taken a different approach to this, right?
Oh, yeah.
The last team that we saw do this was MB.
Yep.
And they when they pulled it off against Thorak, a lot of their time was very focused around D, shoving him hard, getting that early goal plating, cracking the goal plating, destroying the tower, and then moving on. This one felt like very halfway. You got like 2/3 of the plating, but never cracking open the turret, and then Stone still leaving, but taking Revitalize instead of Flicker.
Yeah, I think that one, it's they're putting everything in the Zal's basket, I suppose. But also, they were playing against a different Toda lineup, let's say, and the matchups also slightly different, right? Into a Roger, we saw the power. Chiku guys, 1v2, he was almost single-handedly keeping Storm in check.
Yeah. Somehow going even in a lane that was technically not in his favor because it was a 2v1 at majority of the time. Let's look at the Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy going over to Zion at 769. Chiku Guy still dealing the most damage to heroes. Total damage taken, our Sandbag goes over to Rippo, and Best Wingman goes over to Moon.
I mean, Rippo really taking a beating this entire game.
Whole game, actually.
It's just 235,000 total damage taken.
Ooh, big hits. Unfortunately, you're only as sustainable as how much your team's damage output is correlated to how much damage your team is able to output. There we go. Finally got it out. Now let's look at the goal graph here, because again, this game started off pretty well for RSG until it didn't. Right? Those chain kills, and especially the neutral objective takes, putting Todak in a position where they can actually force mistakes out of RSG. That's what we saw closer towards the 11th minute mark, where you see the initial dip down towards the 14th minute mark at roughly 6K. That was as bad as it could possibly get. But this game drags on even further. Right? RSG not only winning the fight, but stealing away a Lord and pretty much all the outer tier towers from Todak's side, evening out the goals.
Even if you look at the colors, right, it's like, red first and then blue. Look at the item build progression. I just at one point, Zalf had enough. He not only maxed out his items, he went for attack speed boots. He was that committed.
He's so committed, man. So very, very greedy.
And if I kill him first, they can't kill me.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a wrong way of thinking, actually, but it really depends on like how careful you are with your positioning. And when you're up against Momo, sometimes you just don't see it coming, right? Even Yanlord as well has gotten some really good kicks.
Yeah, to be fair, I think a lot of times Zab gets jumped on by Momo was because someone else got marked.
Yeah.
And then they had to pull back to defend Zav. And the rest is history. I mean, Zayat just guns for him every single fight.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. I'm trying to figure out what the adaptation for game number 3 is going to look like for RSG, because now that if Torak is still playing with this lineup, who knows, right? They're going to be like, oh, now we're going to switch Zayat out again. We're going to go back to D and put Chiku guys in the jungle or do something crazy like that. It's possible, but at the same time, I feel like RSG just need to clean up the mid game.
Yeah, I think that's where they really let Torak get away, right? Second Lord taking out 2 inhibitors really cost them plenty of problems. If not for some miracle work from Maima, I think that game 100% would have ended.
Yep.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a third iteration of the lineup.
Third iteration?
Zai mid,
all right.
Hazelnut roam.
Okay, I see it.
Chiku jungle.
Chiku jungle,
Chiku back in jungle.
Okay.
Put D back in goal. And then Momo XP. We'll see if that's going to be the case for Game 3. They got some time to deliberate. For now, let's throw it to the offstage segment with Rose. Take it away.
Selamat kembali ke The MPL Offstage yang dibawa oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni, saya dengan Abang Lord. First of all, Abang Lord, how are you? Long time no see.
Sihat Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Abang Lord, tadi di game kedua kita nampak line-up change yang agak drastic. We could say around 60% of it changed. Apa yang jadi and why did you guys decide untuk tukar line-up just macam tu? Tiba-tiba transfer in.
Saya pun sebenarnya tak tahu yang line up ni akan jadi macam ni. Tapi baru saya dengar daripada Haji Roslan. Sebenarnya ni adalah keputusan management yang menyuruh buat dua line up, mainkan and see what is the best. Let them show dekat atas stage.
I see. Abang Lord rasa ini adalah line up yang peminat-peminat suka ke?
Terutamanya bukan kata peminat, saya sendiri pun suka. Sebab this is Todak langgar.
Alright, kita boleh nampak the trademark of Todak. Mana dorang langgar RSG agak clean, we could say, daripada first game. Okay, now Abang Lord, kita, you know, in your opinion, you tengok tadi game pertama dengan game kedua, apa yang beza yang paling besar yang Abang Lord boleh nampak sebagai audience yang tengah tengok?
Terutamanya dari segi gameplay. Dan mungkin saya rasakan Ciku, Zaid, they are eager to play. And this is the chance yang mereka dapat dan mereka tunjukkan the real potential of them.
Okay, Abang Lord, I rasa kita ada satu lagi soalan yang ramai orang di luar sana nak tahu. Cuba share sikit pasal coaching staff korang. Kenapa ada 4 and what are their roles actually?
Actually tak ada salah pun untuk dapatkan coaching staff yang ramai. Sebab masing-masing ada kelebihan. And maybe mereka boleh fokus each and individual player, apa saja kelemahan. So tak salah pun untuk ada lebih ramai lagi, bagus.
The more the merrier, kata orang. Okay, Abang Lord, any last words for the fans of Todak and of course to the players up on stage?
Ya, saya rasakan setelah melihat game kedua tadi, mungkin Patriots yang sedang tidur di luar sana telah bangun bersama-sama. Ayo kita memberikan sokongan terhadap Todak. Let's see another Todak langgar dan mendapatkan kemenangan 2-1 untuk petang ini.
Alright, may the best team win in this best of 3 series. Mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk start game ketiga dalam best of 3 series ni. Pasukan mana akan dapat kemenangan pertama mereka?
Oh, you heard it from Rose and Brother Lord. Game 3 coming up, and I did a quick vibe check on RSGMY side. It was a bit more somber. And I don't know, it worries me a little bit, but hopefully they get to recompose before the draft kicks off.
Yeah, I think after losing in that fashion, after taking game number 1, it looks like a lot of their preparation might just go out the window, right? Which is, it has to be a little frustrating for especially the coaches, but at the same time, that's just the nature of the beast. They got to figure this out. They got to crack the code onto Todak now rather than later.
Yeah, didn't figure out the second phase of this boss fight. Usually people look at draft gap, you know, skill gap. This is a lineup difference. Can't do much about that.
No, I wasn't expecting this.
They even swap out the coach.
Yeah, nobody expected that either.
So who do we get this time? Is it still the same?
It's Kuja. I see Kuja up there. It's going to be Kuja.
Yeah, still the same. Alright, at least they stick with this one. They found a lot of success. It's not just demanded by the fans, but apparently the management also really liked this. Abang Lord also likes this. Some redemption code on the screen for you guys. Also looking forward to M6, which will be happening in Malaysia as well. We're finally bringing it back after 5 seasons. Scan the QR code or type in the redeem code for some goodies.
Yeah, but remember that with these chests that you're going to get, the lucky chests, you have a chance of getting a legendary skin. So if you do actually open a legendary skin, take a screenshot, post it on the group so that we can all be jealous of you.
Yeah, that's what netizens like to do.
Just flex.
Yeah, I would. You know what's the biggest flex right now? You go in gate, you enter a lobby, and you have that border that tells people you have a lot of skins.
Yeah.
Then you have that flashing animation that tells people that you are just straight out richer, or you have more skins. Not necessarily richer, but you know, you get the point.
More ways to express yourself and flex with your friends when you play in a 5-stack. Time for the draft here. Let's see what Game 3 has in store for us. Let's see which side both of these teams are opting to take it. It looks like Todak is going to be on blue, RSG on the red.
Let's see some adjustments. Todak so far still sticking to the same band. You know, Jushin, Fanny, RSG with the chip band. Could be the highlights of the phobia. So Todak have solved the phobia's problem. That's no longer an issue. Link band still, but with the knowledge that Lancelot is a potential pick for Todak, how will RSG react?
I think that RSG Do they just ban out the Phobius here instead? It looks like it's usually the go-to pick for either one of these teams. I wouldn't put it past Rippo if he wants to play it as well. But at the same time, with so many dash heroes across the board, the Mincetar is also something to think about for Torak.
Do you ban Roger? Do you just ban Roger and open up, high loss Phobius?
Open up the high loss Phobius just to get rid of one. I'm not 100% on board with the plan. I'm like 55-45 on it. 60 is too much. 55-45.
Good enough.
Yeah, good enough. High loss gets banned out here. And now, that means this technically should be a Phobius first pick here. I mean, Momo did real well.
Yep. Should be Phobius, right? Oh, they picked the Zaz, so completely, throwing that out the window.
Have they identified that maybe Mima doesn't perform too well on the Aurora, and that's why they're taking the Zask away from him, leaving him only with the Varia?
It could be a possibility, right? I mean, most mid laners that are the pillars have been either going for Aurora or Zask. Sometimes you see Vexana. I mean, Moon has played Vexana and Valentina.
Kind of like
the quad choices. This kind of changes the game plan. You probably go Roger, Phobius, expected for RSG.
Okay, alright, no surprises there. Still remaining power with the missing high loss. Do they want to pick up an Edith for a potential flex pick? Or do they think about Ruby? Either or, it's more beneficial for Torak to actually pick up the flex pick now to keep RSG on their toes.
Yeah, Ruby, Arlet. The Edith is also let through. They have intention to go for that. They want pick off. I mean, you can always second phase show. We've seen a few teams do that. Or you lock in the jungler. There's Nolan still left. Nolan, Hayabusa.
You're already playing into the Phobius, right? I would imagine that Hayabusa would be the better bet, but at the same time, is it worthwhile?
Wow.
Yeah, just counter draft them.
We saw the show coming, but the Mincetar, Torak about to show them how it's done.
I do feel like it's a little overkill. I feel like one or the other is usually enough, because, I mean, you've already got the Zas for the initial slow as well, so...
Momo disagrees.
Momo's like, nah, I'm just better, don't worry.
You beat me with my Mincetar? Mine? My turn.
He gets very possessive over it. This is my Mincetar. It's not your Mincetar.
Yeah, the only Mincetar game last season, I believe, was from Momo.
Yeah, it was. It did it on 2 different occasions as well. Man. Why has he got to be so good at EXP lane? Let's see how RSG closes out the very first half of the draft. At this point, now seeing that Mincetar, it deters you from picking up your traditional dash heroes. Yeah. So finding a strong anchor, being able to kind of play it on the outside, Vexana gets locked in.
Part of me was thinking about the Novara as well, because they're not worried about getting just skewered by the spear. I suppose Vexana also isn't too bad of a pick for those early fights, in fact.
I think the CC is going to be extremely valuable for anybody who's getting caught inside of the King's Calling, right?
Yeah.
So at least it's some form of a disengage mechanic. Definitely a target that Cho's going to be looking out for. But RSG, setting out the Hayabusa, picking out the classics of Zayed.
Now I'm thinking, so it's either Lancelot or Nolan.
Assuming Nolan doesn't get banned by RSG. And Torak, they get rid of the they get rid of the Lolita. Sorry, at this point, both of them are exactly the same.
Two pieces of the same pie.
Yeah, you don't get one without the other. I mean, you technically can if you wanted to.
What was the previous ship before this? I don't even remember.
It was Johnson Kadida, and then
Johnson Odette.
Johnson
Lucian. So Johnson's the man.
Yeah, Johnson's that guy.
Johnson's got the aura.
Yeah, Angeling, that was the big one. Man, there was a number of synergies, in a matter of fact. Jushin Glue.
Yes.
That one I think is by far the dirtiest one. Really unfun to play against. Lancelot really going for everything. They want him on that. They just pick up Nolan themselves.
So they can pick Nolan themselves, right?
Yeah.
What does Zai play? Any other assassins? Gushin?
He's really good at Gushin, sure. Why not, right?
He picked that. It's going to be a field performance.
It's going to be a field day for the netizens out there. They're going to love that.
I bet you FCAP fans are looking at this. You're not field, you can't do it. Alright, let's see.
Like, of course he can't be like Few. He's a jungler.
They would eat everything up. Anything.
Would.
Let's see. I mean, if they really want to force Zai's hand, it's a Nolan here. But if they don't, then we might get the Nolan into Roger matchup. How confident are they?
I don't know. I think no matter what, it's a pretty difficult situation to play around the Mincetar. At this point, like, the way to deal with the Mincetar is either you play the map, or at the very least you have a strong disengage mechanic. Disengage mechanic, right? I was thinking maybe the mid lane could even be Fire Mist. They pick up the Nolan at the end of the day, but it doesn't even feel that good to pick up.
Mincetar, Cho, Zask. It's a lot of commitment from RCMY. They are locked in to their own game plan.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm thinking whether like Grok might be the last pick for RSG. Even Todak, they've already got the EXP as well as their Roam.
Yeah, that's true. Do you think Ruby still works here?
I think Ruby can. It can work, but you have to play around the Mincetar as well as the Zask ults, right? If one of them doesn't have the ult, it just isn't as worth it unless you have like a whopping 10k lead.
Man, who else can be in that Roam role? You don't have the Tigro anymore. That could have been one of the big picks. There's still Edith, I suppose. Let's see.
I feel like Edith is as good as it gets.
They
right?
still go for the Hanabi.
But why? There's no reason to.
Is there some tech that we don't know about?
Maybe there's some tech that we don't know
about.
So
it's X-Borg jungle. So we've fallen down the rankings until X-Borg jungle. It's not too bad of a choice, right? Not the premier target for Nolan to go on.
Yeah, but at the same time, I guess they just want to play a composition that purely peels back, right? They play for pickoffs. They're going to play for peel, play for pickoffs. They want RSG to be doing all the big movements across the maps, right? And they just respond accordingly. And I think that RSG at this point of time, they realize we don't necessarily have a good engagement tool, even if we want it, right? Cho is already gone. Technically, they can go for Arla, but it gets countered by Mincetar.
Kaja? So they go for the Kufra.
They're really all inning.
Wow.
All inning it.
Might as well, right? If we are going to find the King's Calling anyways, we might as well kill the Mincetar, hopefully. What a different direction this draft has gone.
Yeah, this is really out there. This is very, very out there. I think that even the Diggy in this type of situation might have been not that bad, but yeah, they were missing an engage mechanic, and they're like, you know what? Kufra is going to be the answer. What a tender moment between Zion as well as Moon as we get into this game. Good luck to both of our competitors, because we're expecting Torak to actually wait for RSG to move across the map. They're looking for these big picks with the Spear and as well as the Way of the Dragon, and if they don't find either of those, they expect RSG to run at them, and if they do, they have to go through everything. So much to cut through on Todak's side.
So only one more game left. Let's see if Todak can come out on top so far. Red side is the winning side. This time, game 3, Todak finds himself on blue side. RCNY back on red. First things first, how is this Hanabi going to function without the Lolita in the game?
Well, the Lolita passively gives her shield, which basically makes her immune to a majority of the CC. Let's look at the jungle path to see what they're going to go. They're starting on the bottom side of the map, which means that I'm guessing that the gold laner... Oh, wait, we're looking at Ripple, so definitely gold lane is going to be on the top.
Red.
Wait, oh, wow, wow! First blood. Give it to Storm. Give it to Storm, or give it to Ripple. I'll take either. Like, Ripple is lost a minion because
wow, that's a lot of damage from him alone.
I'm telling you, the rework to Phobius is kind of good.
I mean, even the Cho, right? He almost killed Ren.
Let's also not forget about the damage buff, especially if you're in enemy jungle. Take more damage as well. Does this really skew the lanes? I mean, Rippo's still at level 1 when Momo is level 2. How many minions did Rippo end up losing? I think he lost like 1 max, right?
Here comes RanQT, looking for Chiku, guys. Where's you gonna go? Trying to clear the wave. He knows he's hit. Well, you better start for RGMY.
Man, Chiku, guys. Losing out on his Aegis as well.
Yeah, on an early trade.
Ends up getting ganked like this. Takes Swiftness. Wow, and he also goes for... He's not even going for Quantum Charge. Oh, someone's assisted by a Pixel!
At least they get Ripple.
They grazed his chest, and Momo very happy, dominating this lane. Hands down has won the lane as well.
Wow, got his vengeance out. And Lord, that's the IL Cyclone. Dragon just follows. Couple of dash, retribution committed. RanQT really wants that.
He's so mad. He's so mad. He's like, I auto him. He gets a shield. He blocks the auto. He dashes away. I have to chase him, and now I have to commit retribution, and now I don't have retri.
Mplmys has to pop the Purify. He got hooked back in. He's toast.
Dead.
That is such a weird interaction. What's the game plan? I mean, Ripple isn't even 4, right?
Nope, he is not 4. It looks like RSG will have to play for the mid game, right? All of their early game lead down the drain. It's back to even. Torak actually generating a bit of a lead of their own. Zobs needs to win this lane a little harder, but he's finding a bit of trouble because every time he...
the Purify. Roll just in time before he got kicked back.
Okay, good stuff from Yanlord. He's still bidding out some big ticket spells here while still being at level 4. Stoem a little bit behind him, but just look at the clear speed from RanQT, right? Like, as much as Zayed is looking for these big camps, RanQT is picking up all the side camps.
And both junglers have 2 kills each. And Yanlord, he's just hanging around the orange buff of RGMY. Let's see, I mean, RanQT is going to finally show up to collect the buff.
Well, trying to make it as difficult as possible. We are seeing Thunderbelt Rush coming in from Zaz. Gets it as early as possible. Let's see if he's going to be able to make a difference here. Didn't even bother buying boots as well.
What's the next item? I mean, he is committing to those big ticket items. Tiku guys, SH is out. The Yanlord, that's okay. Flicker, not really the right angle. Pinned to the wall by Stoem. Zayed trying to barbecue him. That's an easy kill for the export. Momo almost goes down bot side, and RCMY recovers a bit down for Ripple.
Really good tactics coming in from RSGMY, right? A two-pronged attack on opposite sides of the map with the most effective heroes coming in, right? Vixana being able to deal with Momo on this Vincetar a little bit better than the rest of his team, where they have to fully commit to it while Mplmys can stand far. I think that RSGMY made the smart decision.
So both teams did trade a tier 1. Let's see. Two guys is a level ahead. Ripple is going to get kicked back. I don't see a way out of this. He must toss the vengeance. Try to buy as much time as possible with the Inferno Pursuit, but the true damage is just too much from Zai. He's going to jump a bit more than they want him to. Still going. So long.
Yep, this whole time RSGMY are like, alright, you take care of our boy in EXP lane, Rimpo. We will take the turtle, no problem. Whoa, that was...
that was an overshoot.
Oh,
well, Yellow didn't even have out.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that could have been bad. That could have been real bad for either one. It could have gone in both directions there.
So still a neutral state of the game. Both junglers off to a great start. Obviously, Zai with 2 more kills compared to RanQT. RanQT is getting the objectives and getting the money in.
Yeah, not finding leads and maintaining those leads as much as they want. The Endlord doing a really good job. He's been finding some really insane kicks throughout this game. For the most part, I think that if Torak wants to get a leg up on RSGMY, how are they going to be able to do that? Ripple buys way too much time, so they have to play on the opposite side. Maybe Zavs could be the weak link? Nah, I think they just stick off their pickoffs.
Wow, they instantly go for the kick onto RanQT. Yanlord's going to lose his life. The bounce from the Hanami, not enough. But they really wanted the turret.
I'm not sure if that was necessary, especially since they didn't have the full fighting force just yet. Maybe if they had the full fighting force, they could have done it. But they still should be able to pick at least one turret here before that turtle spawns.
And the pause coming out. We'll keep you guys updated which team called it this time, but we need to make sure that they are playing at their best condition. And so far, it looks like it's going to be RSGMY's side this time.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Ripple who's having some issues here. Let's see what type. We'll find out what type of issue. Hopefully, it won't take too long to get it fixed. Man, this is a tough game because it's very ult dependent for both of these teams. But I feel like it's a much easier win condition for. That was a very subtle. That was a very like. I'm not sure if it was 1 or 2 for a moment.
It was all good.
It was all good.
Thank you very much, Marshall. Ripple probably was like, I think I'm dying too much.
Probably because I can't tap fast enough.
Yeah, they ganked me 2 times. I think it's easier to pull off if you are Todak's side with the X-Borg.
I feel like I can't even like confidently say that it's easier to execute, right? Because again, their composition is very much very much from the side of RSG pickoffs, right? So if Todak wants to deal with it, if Todak is trying to deal with it, they really have to put some fancy footwork. They really got to start dancing around their opponents, and it's hard when you're a Hanabi as well.
I saw some people definitely sharing the same sentiment that Hanabi export was pretty weird. Then again, what other choices do you have? I mean, we did see Moskov left on the table, right? Moskov, quad, carry.
I mean, okay, I understand export because if you are still caught within the King's Calling, you still have armor. Sure, you break my armor, but I get to live, and that is already extremely valuable. Marksman side, yes, you don't get Harith, but like there are other options.
Yeah. Maybe Chico just wanted Hanabi, who knows?
I guess.
Maybe just be glad he didn't pick Leylai.
That's fair. That is fair. Or Hayabusa Gold.
I mean, it was banned out, sadly.
Oh, that's true.
Back into the game we go. Resolve the issue. And now should be smooth sailing from this point onwards. Do a quick check. Rank 2D hitting level 10 first.
Got that level lead. Both junglers are having a really great time, but Zaid has 4 kills compared to Rank QT's 2 assists and 2 kills. Still on a really good trajectory overall economically. But we need to see how these moves are going to be played, because Stone has not been able to connect his jumps just yet.
So, yeah. Rank QT is going to be locked down. Pull back. Where do you go?
Underestimated it. You can't get hit by the initial hook. You almost guarantee that your opponent is going to stun you, if not fall into that King's Calling. But now that it's gone, RCMY are aware of that and could look to potentially fight.
Can't even get caught by Shiku Guy's ultimate. I mean, funny enough, both Rank QT and Zai did meet in the MAL finals last season. Here comes Yan Lord. That's a kick. Someone flickers. Ripple now caught again. In front of Pursue, just gonna reset as much as he can. He'll back out with vengeance, but still goes down to Chiku, guys. So he's just gonna get burned down. That's so much damage from Zayed. 2 more kills for Toda.
Melted super quickly.
Wait, what was that?
Ren should be able to get out of here, no problem. He's got plenty of dashes. He still has energy. If he was missing energy, it'd be a different story. In the moment, it does feel that RSGMY kind of struggling against Todak. They can't seem to find these openings, and better yet, if we look at the overall picture, good kick, got the Purify out, but if you look at the macro picture, right, the way that Todak is playing is to pull attention to themselves, and then after that, sneak in a side push.
And I just caught Momo. Yanlord escapes. Momo, maybe not so lucky. Locked up by the King's Calling. Wants to reset the ult, but ends up going down anyways.
Doesn't get a moment of respite. Can't even breathe in this game.
Poor guy.
And now that the tier 2 has gone on bot side, easily invade the jungle. This is going to be quite the snowball for Toda.
Dude, this Xbox jungle is such a pain. The hassle. You don't have damage to chew through even his Firaga armor, and yet he deals so much damage. War Axe, got his passive, got the Impure Rage.
Well, it just goes to show. That even if you have the most damage, if you can't apply it effectively, it can be extremely difficult. Can Maima land it? I guess there are 2 forms of counterplay. Is if the fear hits Yanlord mid-air, or if we get Stoem to maybe force out Momo to use his King's Calling early by jumping on him. I don't know. All of it requires a sacrificial pawn, and that's not a good look.
Yeah. Toda's going to get a free turret again. 0 counterplay.
I mean, RSG trying to make a hard read on where they would appear on the bottom side, ends up losing it. No, they're not even going to lose their tier 2 on top side.
Stuff. He noticed.
He does, right?
Oh, yellow position. That one's looking very spooky.
Oh.
That's Stoem. He's going to go for the commitment. They Burst Moon and Yellow. But that's the combo that you were waiting for, and now Zion would explode, but Momo has already gone down. And Rankyo D, is this his time? Maybe not. Single guy is almost by the kill, but Zaz collects Single guy. And Zion left to his own devices.
Yep, and now oh wait, Maima knows he doesn't have Retribution. He can steal this if he wanted to. Nah. He got it still. He got it off with the dot damage from his glowing wand. Nice stuff.
They have to pull the trigger. It's going according to what we discussed. Told out one RGM went to come to them, but definitely didn't expect such a big impact. It's hard to consider at least RGMY didn't get to do the Lord because everyone was pretty low.
They're going to go for full resets all across the board, make sure they're healthy before this upcoming fight. Both sides don't want to fumble the ball just yet.
And can RCMY do it again, this time without crucial resources?
Stone's going to get pulled. Whether or not they get those crucial resources is going to be a different story, because you can see that RCMY are not committed to this fight. Nolan is waiting on the bottom side, waiting to actually clear up this wave, and now that it's come, Torak, they might just blitz it down. They brought it down to 50% HP, and they need this question answered.
Yeah, they're not going to make it there in time. Moments going to sacrifice his life, potentially go down with the King's Calling. Now leaps into the King's Calling to try and fight this, but that is not a good angle. He loses Storm and Ripple. Rank QD shows up infinitely late. Nothing much that they could do. Torak, they trade Momo for the Lord.
Right, continuous trades on both sides. 12-9, a much bloodier game than the previous one, but no clear indicator of who's winning. Yes, there is a 2.5k lead for the side of Torak, now devolving back to 2,000. Chiku guys dealing 35,000 overall damage in these fights really goes to show. The closer you expect your opponents to clump, the more value he's going to get.
Even Zabs, right, barely making it to the 10,000 mark. Really hasn't been able to involve himself in a lot of these fights. How much of the structures can RCMY preserve? His diet is continuously being a big problem. His Storm is out of position. He left so far. He had to somehow make his way out. Now the escape route absolutely blocked off. Chiku guys finds the kill already. Ripple is going to get burned. Wants the kill for Diet.
Okay, and now they get to knock onto the doors of the inhibitors. This just might be it.
Could be. Can Maima pull it off? No answer for the Xbox just yet. Lord still fairly healthy. Rank UT caught up. King's Calling. South brought back Torak at the doorsteps of RCMY, and they will claim it. 2-1.
Woo! What a showing from Torak's side. Yanlord pulled it up good. Momo, he's just doing his thing. One fist in the air, he knows. Give me Minstar, I got this game in the bag. Nobody plays off meta stuff but me.
The debut of Zayed played two junglers that we don't see often. Not only won the game, but also went deathless in both games. What could have asked for a better debut?
So clean, so nice. I love it. I love it. I love seeing these picks. I love how technical Torak has forced them. But with that being said, let's have an interview with our winners. Rose, head on over. Give them word.
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Toda di MPL Malaysia musim 14. Guys, give it up for Toda. First of all, welcome back, Chiku. Long time no see. How are you feeling, Chiku? How are you?
Alhamdulillah, sihat.
Lama tak jumpa.
Ada je dekat belakang.
Ada je dekat belakang. Yelah, lama tak interview atas pentas. Okay, so how does it feel to be back?
Apa?
How do you feel main atas pentas?
Alhamdulillah lah, sebab coaches beri kesempatan untuk bermain. So, memang gembira lah.
Adakah kita akan lihat Ciku main selepas ni lagi?
Kalau itu, saya tak boleh nak cakap apa. Sebab itu semua keputusan dari IC lah. Sebab dia coach. So, kalau dia beri kesempatan main, saya akan cuba yang terbaik lah.
Okay, makin lama makin jauh mereka ke sana. Ke sini sikit guys. Ke sini sikit. Okay,
kita ramai.
Okay, Yan Lord. Yan Lord. Now, this is your first season dengan Toda. Musim selepas ni adalah debut season anda di MPL. So, you main dengan Toda ni, you rasa pressure ke tak?
Sikit lah, panik.
Panik? Kenapa panik?
Sebab first game kan. Lepas tu aku tak ada warm up sebab baru habis tryout SPM, lepas tu datang.
Wow! Guys, this kid is prioritizing his studies and being a pro player. Salute to you. We love that. Okay, jangan panik. Tak apa. You did very, very well. Okay, good job. Okay guys, kita tengok game 2-1. Game 3 game. Seru sangat. Tapi korang rasa siapa yang star of the match? Siapa yang MVP perlawanan ini? Alright, mari kita tengok perlawanan MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Zaid. Alright, Zaid dengan performance yang sangat-sangat baik menggunakan assassin tadi. Adakah Zaid rasa dengan performance ni Zaid akan main lagi banyak game?
Itu saya tak pasti, itu urusan coach. So saya buat yang terbaik je lah.
Alright, okay, another question. Sekarang ramai dah cakap ini adalah patch assassin and kita boleh nampak daripada banyak games yang dimain atas pentas MPL, assassin is coming back up. So do you think ini adalah satu patch yang sesuai dengan awak?
Apa?
You rasa patch assassin ni sesuai dengan awak?
Ini memang patch assassin, so korang standby je lah. Prime Zaid season 9 is back.
Wow, ini yang kita nak. Prime Zaid season 9 is back. Okay, can we please pass the mic to Moon? Moon cakap, tapi season 9 kalah juga. Moon jangan nak macam tu. Okay, Moon. Now that you main MPL, tapi main balik dengan Momo and Chiku, rasa happy tak? Rindu tak dengan diorang?
Happy lah, sebab most of Moon punya career memang dengan diorang kan. So happy to be back lah. Yeah.
Do you wish to play more games with them? You wish to play more games with them?
Yeah.
The trio?
Yeah.
Alright, maybe we can end it with Ashi?
Ashi, let's go head coach.
Okay. Sebagai head coach, I just want to ask one question. What made you guys decide untuk tukar line up tadi di game kedua?
Okay, sebenarnya plan untuk hari ni memang kita nak cuba dua-dua line up. It's either diorang menang ke kalah ke, memang kita akan tukar whatever it is. Plus untuk the coaches side, memang kita nak tengok the variation of chemistry lah dekat sini. So kita boleh nampak for now memang team Ciku tengah menang. Okay, team Zaid tengah kalah. So diorang akan always berentap with each other untuk dapatkan the best chemistry untuk tim sendiri.
I see. So what Ashi is saying, you guys will be changing up your lineup every now and then untuk mendapatkan chemistry yang dorang tengah cari. Alright, Ashi, last words kepada fans Soda yang datang.
Okay, untuk fans Soda dan fans RSG, terima kasih untuk datang. Just extra message untuk fans Soda. Kita tahu yang for the past 2 season memang sangat mengecewakan dan kita tak nafikan benda tu. InsyaAllah this season dengan bantuan all the coaches, dengan members dan the players also, kita cuba untuk dapatkan the prime Soda balik lah. InsyaAllah, amin.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Soda and once again congratulations on your win. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Kemenangan pertama Soda untuk musim ini. Experimental lineup is showing us what we are looking forward to untuk musim ini for the side of Soda. And with that, mari kita dengar mic check untuk pasukan Soda perlawanan ini.
Roger bisa mati Roger guys.
Bisa kak? Oh, Roger 3. 12-20.
Ini dia nak ambil biru aku. Bang Ado, Roger dah
maju lagi guys. Aku boleh.
Gua prepare gua bentar lagi guys. Depan ni je guys. Mati.
Boleh guys, pelan-pelan. Boleh. Guys, saya tengok. Roger tak ada fikir guys. Roger. Mati. Back aku. Dah siap dorang. Aku pun tarik guys.
Just baru ulti.
Bawah guys. Oh, bawah betul.
Nak try fight.
Roger dia jam depan. Coming. Banyak ya?
Gua tengok dah. Ayo
guys. Mana Roger dia? Dalam dekat belakang.
Gua bisa ulti dari belakang tu.
Bisa dok. Boleh? Pelan-pelan guys.
Kau dah dia nak ke depan tak? Ke depan dia. Tak ada hati. Aku dah datang.
Boleh. Go. Nice. Mati.
Boleh. Ni. Belakang. Cari dulu.
Nasi, Raul je. Raul.
Tak ada minion.
Let's go je.
Bawah ke?
Boleh.
Aku tengok kau.
Dah menang.
Menang guys.
Go. Hati-hati ya Moon.
Aku tengok settle guys. Saya tengok orang settle guys.
Oh ni lama-lama pula.
Wih, gila kak.
Guys, settle guys.
Mati. Boleh. On dua.
Dia pick kamu. Dalti, Kupra Dalti.
Ripo. Nice. Lip bro.
Aku ada AG semua ni demo.
Alright. Tengok aku guys. Aku dapat online ni.
Pokoklah
Aku dapat ripo kau.
Boleh gaduh.
Don't masuk hati aku guys.
Aku ikat.
Nice.
Gaduh guys. Dah. Balik.
Tengok Nolan.
Balik. Kalau tak boleh balik guys.
Gerak Amon.
Jangan paksa guys. Kita delok guys.
Gerak. Sabar.
Santai guys.
Tarik nafas.
Kalma.
Tarik nafas, sembuh.
Baik.
Nolan. Dapat Roger. Nice.
Percaya gua, Cok.
Percaya.
A reverse sweep made by Todak's Todak's team over RCMY. Second time that RSG they draw one game but cannot close out the series.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. After listening to the comms, definitely very different between the two. We're going to be showing you the highlights in case you just tuned in and you missed out on that action because the early game was looking kind of interesting, right? Definitely saw a couple of moments where it could have been done better, but it was very messy on either side. But these scrappy types of fights is where we see the old Todak really excel at, and that's what we got to see a little bit of today, right? Throughout that chaos, they were making some really good plays. Jan Lord especially getting some really good kicks.
Yeah, getting some good old Todak flavor. You know, the split push, the diversion into a split push with this Hanabi that didn't really need a Lolita to be the wingman, and at the same time bringing out the X-Borg jungle and Diet completely roast RSGMY in every single fight.
Yeah, it's just so brutal. Such a brutal matchup this one was. I will say that RSGMY were putting up a pretty decent fight overall, but the biggest problem is that Minsatar just can't really get past that King's Calling. They don't have enough advantages in other areas to force him to use that ult early. Whereas yet, they keep on funneling, right? That's something that I think that RC need to address, the way that they approach fights, because our MVP of that match, Zayed, really took advantage of that. If you're only going to come forward, that's totally fine. I've got Flame Stokes and Fire Missiles to keep you away and peel you off for as long as possible, and guess what? The layup is going to come over from either Yan Lord or Momo.
Hey, if you want to hot into the burner, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, the one fight that RCMY kind of won was because they not only kind of were daring enough to go for the full engage to commit everything, but also you get to burst down key members. But that's not going to happen every time, and we saw the result if, for example, Stower misses his engage. It's just him giving his life away.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. I don't see an angle where RSG can actually walk away with a positive trade. Most of the time, going 50-50 or going even is pretty good against Todak, so they have to get some macro advantages across the map. I was expecting they would do that with Rank UT once like the tier 1s have kind of exploded. It's difficult to do it. It's harder to do it on Roger, mainly because he's so far behind. Only 3 items in this game, and unfortunately, that Wind Talker is not going to be able to keep it compensated to stay alive if you do get ganked by some of the other members. Moon obviously coming up with like an almost perfect game. No issues there. Chiku guys just had a free Hanabi game with no Lolita somehow.
Basically, right? I mean, he did get ganked once by Rank UT, and I think the second fight at the Lord Pit, he also went down, but this is a small price to pay, because when Rank UT was trying to snowball, Zayed was also snowballing by really bullying Ripple. But the heck out of him, he has 1-7.
I mean, he can buy time, but he can't escape. That's the one thing about Phoebe. He's all in or nothing. It's really an interesting reverse sweep angle here, but man, I very much like Zayed as well as Yan Lord in the lineup. It's very fresh, it's very new, it looks like they are taking the best parts of these two players and really making them excel here in Todak. For now, this could just be an RSG exclusive match.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, hopefully, aside from the technical match we also saw Todak really take initiative, right? Take charge of the draft, and it kind of goes back to what we discussed prior to game 1, where Zayed, more aggressive jungler, is he going to be enabled? Is Yan Lord allowed to be Yan Lord like we saw him last season? I think all the pieces fit.
I will say, Zayed actually matured a lot. He's not like blindly jumping into these fights. These are very calculated movements, and even with the interview just now, he was just dead cold. He's just like,
Prime Zayed, huh?
I was Prime Zayed's coming back, baby. This is my meta.
Yeah, 5 seasons since season 9. Oh, maybe we'll see that. Maybe that is a magic, right? Maybe this is the new gen Todak has been cooking for a couple of seasons. Perhaps this is the perfect formula.
This could be the perfect formula, right? We're just gonna have to wait and let it mature a little bit longer, right? Trust in all 4 coaches on the side.
4 coaches.
If you include head coach, then right? Okay, so it's Saiful, Amox. Yeah. 4 coaches. I just have to make sure.
Even if we look at the total tower damage, it's Hanabi thing.
Was it intentional or was it just bouncing off a minion or something?
A lot of them looked intentional. He was free pushing lanes.
It's frustrating that he gets away with that. I definitely think that RSG's fundamentals need some work, because when they make set plays, it looks really good from RSG. But then after the set plays, it goes into autopilot, which I'm not okay with.
looks pretty one-dimensional also, right? Like they were ready to sack Ripple and they're like, okay, you will have to take the beating. We try to get something elsewhere, but when that falls apart, it really feels like RSG goes back to the all or nothing.
Yep. I mean, it doesn't feel like they have that same creativity or split decision making that Todak actually has in game number 2, right? The fact that they were on the brink of losing, managed to proxy a wave, got Zai to be able to pick up 2, and honestly, picking up 1 was good enough. Finding the second was a bit of a bonus, but we don't see that type of like a way to approach a fight from RSG.
It's good to see that, you know, from this series itself, we saw solutions to a lot of the power picks, right? For example, Phobius. Now there's plenty of ways to deal with him.
Now it's the Mitsutar. Mitsutar just absolutely just smashes him, man. There are other counters out there. It's not the only one, but definitely very useful in the meta full of dashy mobile assassins. We look at the item list one more time, and yeah, nothing too surprising here. Both mid laners rushing tier 2 boots first, but the timing of when they got their glowing wand a little bit delayed between the two. Obviously, Zabs with the fastest rush of the Thunderbelt. But overall, still all within terms. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
It's at the, I think, 8th minute mark where we see Chico guys really start to accelerate. Right after the Golden Staff, nothing that could stop him, right? You could barely get close to Chico guys, let alone touch him. And I'm surprised. I mean, Yenlord is not the richest guy. He ended the game with only 1 core item. It's more than enough.
To be fair, he was holding a lot of components. I think he was doing
that as well.
I think he was just stacking his deck of cards and waiting like what he actually needs. If he needed an Athena shield, he could have gone into it. If he needed an Oracle, also could have gone into it.
And because of that, Todak, with that 2-1 win, breaks themselves away from the pack and finds themselves in 3rd place. Of course, first is still Team Vamos, followed by SRG, Monster Vicious, Team Hawk, and JP Niners. And RSGNY all tied up, but of course RSGNY losing out on the aggregate points. Homeboys down in 8th place. Team Ray and Red Esports in that relegation red zone.
Yeah, unfortunate. We still have plenty of weeks and days of games to go, so this is going to change every single weekend. Again, good stuff coming in from Todak. Hopefully they can keep up this momentum. RSG needs to hit the drawing board one more time, and the same can be said about JP Niners, right? Really, the fundamentals is weak, but something about Todak this season, everybody's playing like hyper technical against them.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to think about for the defeated, but for the victors, some of them will return to the stage tomorrow. We start off with Team Vamos taking on Team Hawk, followed by the rematch between Select Red Giants and Todak. And then we ended with Red Esports versus Team Ray.
Ooh. Let's see which lineup we'll get for the SRG versus Todak matchup. Red and Ray, they are desperate for points. They really need the points right now.
Especially for Red Esports, right? Like, what else do they have? They were the first team to get 2-0'd by Team Vamos. I mean, at least Ray had 1 game. They took it off of JP Niners. What kind of version of Red Esports will we get tomorrow? That's also the question.
Well, to be fair, that matchup that they lost against Vamos, they actually pushed it almost to the brink. Very, very close to evening it out on both occasions. Both of the games of which Vamos won, but still, generally, hopefully, I'm praying that they do well tomorrow. I'm really praying tomorrow.
Absolutely. For me, I want to see SRG against Todak because ever since Season 12, Todak has not beaten SRG even once. SRG even knocked them out of playoffs in Season 12.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, this is going to be the rematch of a lifetime. Maybe 3rd time's the charm.
Third time against SRG.
3rd roster's the charm.
3rd roster. That's also a good point as well. I mean, both of which doing very good. I mean, we've seen how FCAP has faced not Todak, SRG 3 times. Only the 3rd time is when they won.
With the same roster.
With the same roster.
So there might be a bit of deviation, from the norm. But again, I think a lot of people would be looking forward to that series. Of course, SRG is looking for another potential perfect season. For now, we're going to wrap up the day. It's been an amazing Friday. Great start to week number 2. We'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early, for day 2 of week 2.